not wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. I've been with some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, Head down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like this. It will fill the air around. Oh, not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Listen to what's in you. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. Finding strength just to move on. Searching for a new point. Now it's time for a change. Together with you, I can feel it. Feel what's real and sober. Now it's time for you and I. Just listen to what's in you. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. Together with you, it's alright. Now it's time for you and I. We will make it through the night. Nothing can stop us now. So I'm calling you. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. Together with you, it's alright. Now it's time for you and I. We will make it through the night. Nothing can stop us now. Rolling on a feeling, knowing I must go on. If I don't do it now, I will never have it.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh? Ugh.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epic's trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Good afternoon and welcome to the semi-finals of DreamHack Masters Spring. I've just come to have an overview of the studio while I give you an overview of the situation as we head into these semis, because yesterday we said goodbye to Astralis and Furia in our quarterfinals, and now we have two epic matchups. 4 teams will be giving it their all to make it to the finals. First of all, we have G2 versus Gambit. They faced each other on the very first day of DreamHack Masters Spring, and G2 did manage to take a map off Gambit, so that one might be closer than it sounds on paper. Then we're going to be following things up with Na'Vi versus Heroic. Na'Vi have been showing that their playbook is deeper than expected, and Heroic, well, they have 5 of the top 15 rated players in this tournament. So they're going to be firing on all cylinders, as will the show. Let's start it.
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
Welcome to the semi-finals of DreamHack Masters Spring. I hope you are singing along to the theme tune, because we all were on comms. Producer Dagny was incredibly impressed with us, and maybe we will debut our new band on the show tomorrow, or maybe not. Now, my name is Frankie Ward. We've got Yanko in the middle, and we've got Maniac. Yanko, talk me through the look today. It's very jazzy.
Yeah, well, you were saying, you wanted to see something more flamboyant as the tournament progressed, so I felt like I had to deliver. Barely made it on time because there's so much to choose from, Maniac feels my pain.
I like the vibe. I like that vibe.
I want a fashion show. Have you got an Instagram, Yanko?
Yeah. What
is it? Shamelessly promote yourself. I'm inviting you to do so.
DZA and K and 4 O's, so it's way too complicated to say that on a show.
All right, I'm expecting you to do a reel of all your various looks later in the week, because you can have some time off. It'll be fun. Yeah.
We'll think about it.
Okay. Maniac, do you remember the good old days of DreamHack Masters Winter 2020, when you did a bit of commentating with Banks and Pimp?
Yeah, that was quite a learning experience for me. I remember that. That was quite fun.
It was an interesting experience seeing you guys cross over with a European lot in the green room. You looked tired. You were exhilarated by the NA action, and you didn't seem to know what was going on.
I mean, the Counter-Strike was not as great as it could be in the European, but it was nice to never see the sun. I really appreciate that, just living the night, become an owl, basically. But it was a great experience, though. I learned quite a lot on the mic, casting these games.
It's always lovely to be on a desk with Pimp late in the night.
He gets really edgy, really upset, and I just toy with him. Just poke him. It's amazing.
Exactly, and poor Banks in the middle. Daddy Banks.
Oh, he would basically crush us both if he wanted, so we have to behave with Banks.
That is true. Now, can you remember who won that event?
I think it would be the poor team that actually fumbled after that and disbanded. That would be Chaos, right?
That would be Chaos. And you know what? Let's not be sad. Let's be happy and celebrate the moment that they actually had a victory.
Michael Jordan once said that love is playing every game as if it's your last. But what if that game was your last? This is the story of Chaos and their last dance. It started on a dull note. However, quiet starts the prerequisites for a grand final. Chaos began to emerge and cut from the same cloth for the final 2 maps, to deny Rugrats the win. And Chaos had arrived, washing Rebirth away in just 2 verses. Took 3 stanzas, but Chaos put Ye to the sword to push on to the last dance. Chaos were fiddling with the hands of the devil while Rome burned. The deal being that they'd get to the final, but after that, they must break apart. Swan song time.
Oh, with the MP9.
Once more, Chaos was setting up for a crescendo. Slow start, this time more extreme. Team 1 sliced through them. Team 1 wanted that crescendo just as much and made it dramatic, stealing the 4th map. Chaos took the win, but now they had to face the consequences of their deal with the devil. A bittersweet symphony ends with an anticlimactic finale. Or did it? While Chaos was seen as a symptom of NA's implosion, they were also a large part of the solution. Jonji's revival on Bad News Bears has them as the one to watch in NA, while Marquee is taking Europe by storm and bringing NA back to life on Extra Salt. Chaos might be gone, but they're also a part of the new movement that's striking a chord with a new breed of North American fan. The show must go on.
Two things we learned from that video. NA's not dead. There's still hope left, especially with Extra Salt. And also, Daniela, our editor over in Stockholm, is an absolute blooming genius for all of those edits. I really, really need to find out where you got that shot of that basketballing senior. Daniela, I want it for my personal collection. All right, then. Let's check out some of the events that are coming up on the ESL Pro Tour in the near future. Because obviously, we're all looking forward to the Cathedral. That is coming up in July, IEM Cologne. But we've got loads of other stuff coming up in the meantime, including the ESL NC Global Playoffs. That's a new event. So teams who won the national championships will be competing for spots in those Masters level tournaments, such as IEM Summer and the play-ins of IEM Cologne, which is pretty spectacular. And we should also have an update on the ESL Pro Tour rankings as well. Something I noticed, Yanko and Maniac, is our top 4 here at DreamHack Masters Spring. They've all made it to Cologne. Maniac, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool, and it guarantees a show of the highest quality. And it's also, I want to say, a counter-argument to the people who would argue that online Counter-Strike doesn't make sense and always someone else winning. Well, no. Actually, no. There is some sort of sense and logic in what is happening, and Cologne, the spectacle, is going to be awesome.
It really, really is. And also, if you win Cologne, you are in a really good spot in terms of the Intel Grand Slam. We will just update you on North America. However, nothing has changed here during the course of DreamHack Masters Spring because Extra Salt went out before the playoffs. So Team 1 have still got their playing spot. Evil Geniuses, they didn't even turn up, but they were lucky in terms of where Extra Salt
EG
placed.
has a lineup, right? I completely forgot about it. It's been a while since we saw them.
Yeah, their lineup's ever changing at the moment, but they do have a lineup.
Right.
They are still in Counter-Strike.
Right.
I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon. I literally know nothing at all. But
no, they've tweeted numerous times they're not leaving Counter-Strike. So if they leave Counter-Strike, I don't know, something's going to explode, something terrible is going to happen then, because people have called them out numerous times and they've made it sure that they're not leaving Counter-Strike.
Maybe they'll put the project on ice and then they can say, we're not leaving Counter-Strike, we're just retiring things briefly. Anyway,
the good old C9 route.
Let's take a look at the wisdom of Carmack, because when it comes to all things ESL Pro Tour and also Intel Grand Slam, he is the man with the plan and the points. He always knows what's going on. And so Astralis, of course, won Season 1 of the Intel Grand Slam. Liquid, Season 2. But Maniac, what are you thinking for Season 3? Gambit, Heroic, they're in the running?
Look, the thing about this very interesting Intel Grand Slam is that it comes as a coronation of a team dominating a scene, right? Having some sort of an era is the term that we always use, right? Astralis had one, Liquid has this flash and fast and furious period where they won everything in like 64 days. And now for teams like Gambit, Heroic, besides just winning trophies, it's about leaving a mark in the legends of Counter-Strike. Winning an Intel Grand Slam, well, I think that's a pretty good place to start.
Yeah, and Gambit, they're in a really good position because they have won one of the Masters Championships, which is, of course, IEM Katowice. So if you win a Masters Championship, you don't have to win as many events on the ESL Pro Tour if you haven't won either a Katowice or a Cologne as well. So all eyes are definitely going to be on whoever wins Cologne. They're going to put themselves in a solid footing for taking Season 3 of the Intel Grand Slam. Now, we've got even more announcements. We're packed with announcements today in the pre-show. Yanko, do you know what a NFT is?
Of course, Frankie, an NFT is a non-fungible token.
Oh my God, you know everything, right? So you know that
explains everything, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
So you know
no
that
further
they're
explaining needed.
Digital art or collectibles, kind of like a Pokemon card, I guess, or a work of digital art.
Yeah, unique to the internet, right? That one piece is the only one there is.
My goodness, I should have given you all this information. You could have done it for me because you would have done a much better job than I'm about to do. Because basically, to celebrate the 10th iteration of DreamHack Masters, we're releasing a special NFT drop today at dhk.gg/NFT. You can see some glorious artwork by Nicolas Chassoise there, including our mate Machine. So if you follow that link, you'll get a notification when the drop goes live so you don't miss out. And every NFT will be available in limited quantities, and there's going to be a drop late tonight at, well, not that late if you're in Europe actually, because it's going to be 6 p.m. Central European time, and it's going to be available until midnight, same time zone after the finals on Sunday. There's going to be these 5 iconic Masters moments represented, including past champions Astralis winning Marseille and Fnatic winning in Malmo. And all proceeds, by the way, are going to charity. So the partners are Gamers Outreach, Extra Life, Anykeep, Planted Green, the Red Cross, and Amnesty Denmark.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, so you get to own yourself a bit of artwork that could potentially be worth something.
Yeah,
you can
and
trade
for
it
the
in
right
future.
cause.
And it's for a good cause,
Yeah.
exactly. Is that something you might invest in, Yanko?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Machine one, I'm getting in on that early.
You'll own his face.
Yeah, exactly. That's the dream, right?
This is so wrong to hear.
Would you wouldn't want to own Machine's face?
No, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's possible. I don't know.
What's wrong with Alex's face?
Exactly.
Say
Whose
it to
face
his
would you rather have?
You'll be able to say it to his face later on.
Just owning someone's face, that you know how it sounds in your head.
I do, and still I think you're being very rude to poor young Machine.
No, his face is amazing.
I would like your face, Alex, but I'd also like one of the chickens, to be honest. So if it was a toss-up between the two, I'd be chickens all the way. Now, here's our schedule coming up. We've got 2 semi-finals. We have Gambit versus G2, and then we're going to have Na'Vi versus Heroic. Don't miss a moment of these 2 matchups because they're going to be intense. And whoever wins is going to be going to the finals tomorrow. It's as simple as that. And so we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll be breaking down the first semi-final of Super Saturday. We'll see you in a bit.
You know what they say, like, you cannot beat the same team twice in the same tournament.
But their hunger will not cease until the trophy is theirs.
We just want to win, that's all.
Up here. Head height. Here. This is what we're talking about. I do not want to see you aiming at your bloody toes. What are we here for? A pedicure? It's head height or nothing. I want you to headshot first bullet every single bloody time. You're not going to do that aiming at the torso. You need to aim for the head.
Hey, buddy. Hey. So he's not wrong, you know? Aiming for the head, 100%, definitely the best idea. And the way you're putting your crosshair right now, because I know you don't cheat, right? I know he doesn't cheat. That's obvious, but that means you're one of the good guys, okay? But if you imagine for a second that you are, if you put your crosshair where their head could be, or will be eventually, you're gonna find it so much easier, you know? It's like, it's not all about being the 17-year-old Estonian. Not everyone has to be the aim star. Positioning.
Let him keep aiming at the toes, mate. This guy, he'll never be better than Gold Nova.
Hey, what did we just talk about? Head height, my dude, look up, chin up. You got this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future. The neon blue lasers intersect and intertwine with the pink to become purple, sprawling up the extremities of the pistol. Though the decimator draws its name from the old Roman word, the skin itself is clearly designed for the army of the future. It's a gun for mopping up hordes of cyber warriors and robots. But misplaced in the present. Be careful. You don't enter the Matrix when you pull the trigger.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL Drop Quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Nice hop.
Thank you, thank you. Как?
Okay. Okay. No scope.
No scope?
No scope. No scope. Ah! 17. No scope.
"2021 is the year boys have become men."
We all understand that we can do a really good job on this level.
The Wonder Kids have taken the year by storm and show no signs of slowing up at DreamHack Masters. Slaying their CIS brothers put them atop the Eastern European throne. But their hunger will not cease until the trophy is theirs. Gambit dropped just 2 maps in the group stage and will need to repeat that feat in the playoffs. The pressure of being the best in the region, and indeed the world, is on the shoulders of the youth. Pressure, though, creates diamonds.
Don't think about other things. We just want to win, that's all.
The crown used to look weird on those baby faces, but damn, do they grow up quick. But G2 have already killed a set of kings, and now the Joker in the pack is looking to take over. Gambit might have felled G2 once, but now the deck has been shuffled, and Gambit are up to get decked.
I'm really looking forward to having a rematch with them. They are the best team in the world right now. And you know what they say, like, you cannot beat the same team twice in the same tournaments.
G2 are unpredictable in all the right ways, and playing the odds won't get you anywhere against Nico's sleight of hand. It's G2's ability to flip the game upside down that should worry Gambit. Now they've proven that jacks can beat kings, all bets are off.
G2 is ready.
Time to play your cards right.
Well, Nexus says G2 is ready, so we have to believe him going into this semi-final against Gambit. You can see we've got Heroic versus Na'Vi coming up later today. And these two teams last met on Thursday, where aside from G2's close 16-13 victory on Train, Gambit looked rarely out of control. So I'm wondering, a week later, do you think G2 will have something new in store for Gambit, Yanko?
I think so. I think we're definitely going to see a different pick from them to begin with. I think we'll see a different map pool, and then from that, I think they will also, every game they win, they gain a little bit more confidence. Also against Astralis, yes, it was a 2-1, but the 2 map wins for G2 were pretty comfortable. And it does seem, Nexus says we're ready. It does seem like the pieces are falling into place for G2 to potentially upset Gambit here.
Yeah, and you know, the fact that they were able to steal train away from Gambit speaks volume to G2's evolution and improvement as a whole, because had Gambit won that game quick 2-0, we would not be that excited about this semi-final. We would be scared of seeing just a whitewash again, but G2 able to resist against Gambit, now that bodes well.
Well, we will talk about G2's recent results soon, but this is their first semi-final since IEM Beijing Online last year in November, and when I mentioned that to Hunter yesterday, he seemed really surprised. I think maybe because G2 are feeling themselves at the moment, they are feeling confident. So to think that actually they have had a bit of a drop-off, at least at the start of the year, it must be kind of a surprise to them. Hang on, we're doing so well now, we forgot that we had a dry spell. It's like a honeymoon period that's been extended, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it would only be fair to say that they had tumultuous periods, right? They had trials and tribulations in the past, they weren't exactly sure, they changed the lineups a couple of times. Now it feels like finally the light is at the end of the tunnel, right? They're starting to win, they're qualifying, they're making these deep runs, and it's good to see for G2.
Well, let's hear more from Nexev, because he sounds like a man who definitely has a plan.
If we beat Astralis, we're facing off against Gambit again, and you know what they say, like you cannot beat the same team twice in the same tournament. So actually, I'm really looking forward to having a rematch with them. They are the best team in the world right now, deservedly so, and it's always a pleasure to play against a team like that.
All right then, Gambit are on a phenomenal win streak at the moment. They haven't lost a match since the finals of ESL Pro League Season 13, Maniac, and that was against Heroic.
Yeah, and that was a crazy best of 5 that went all the way with some epic moment that we obviously all remember now. Gambit, and I think the reason why we get so excited about them and also why we crown them as best team in the world right now is that it feels like it is their success didn't come off of one night, right? They've been growing in together, they've been improving, and that winning streak right there, that record is insane. They had one misstep against EG at the beginning of Katowice, and then they lost one time against Copenhagen Flames off the back of the grand final, and they lost to Heroic once. The rest is just W's. That's straight up insane.
And there's something that's a running theme with Gambit that isn't the case for other teams, Janko, which is all of these players in Gambit, they're always together, they're always on boot camp. Do you think that's making a difference?
I think that's making a massive difference. You know, we have some teams who even voiced themselves in something like February, you know, oh, we're feeling burnt out, which was just a month after the player break. And you have these kids sitting in a boot camp for every single tournament. In between tournaments, I think Axel said when we interviewed him, it was his birthday, that he was only home for 6 days in like the last 2 months or 3 months or something like that. The rest of the time they're spending there, and I think it really shows, you know, in their game. They had to adapt a lot, you know, after they won Katowice, and now teams are going to watch them play a lot more. They're going to anti-strat them more heavily. So they've had to make some changes, some small adjustments, and they've been doing that, and they've kept their opponents guessing, and they've kept delivering. As we saw, that winning streak is just insane, their record in the last 3 months.
Well, one player who always delivers is Shiro, Maniac, and there's some crazy numbers for him right now.
Yeah, he is extremely exciting to watch, and I just wanted people to take a look at, obviously, these numbers first. We see highest rated in the team right now, 4th of the event, 1.34. That's simple-esque type of numbers right here. Best pistol player as well. But past the numbers, let's take a second to realize that we might be looking at a candidate for the best player in the world in 2021. I know we're nearing the half of the year, so we have to be a little bit careful with that. There's going to be the return of LAN events, hopefully. That might put a spanner in the work. But as it is right now, Shiro is one of the best players in the world. He took us all by surprise. He stormed the scene of Counter-Strike with the AWP, with the clutches, and you can never get bored when you watch him play. He has that je ne sais quoi that is so rare in Counter-Strike.
Janko, I don't have time to get a full-on opinion from you, but in a few words or less, do you agree with Maniac?
Yeah, I think definitely he's been playing insanely well, but it still needs to keep going this way. He needs to keep delivering individually, and Gambit needs to play great, because you need to have those deep runs at tournaments to be able to showcase your ability and get that #1 spot.
That was more than a few words, but I did appreciate the opinion. Now, we should hear from Nafani and find out what he thinks of his opponents today.
G2, it's a good team. We played versus them in group stage. So we knew how they're playing. They have some problems because they didn't play with main oper. I mean, sometimes it's like Nika or sometimes it's a Maniac. So it's their main weakness, for my opinion. Because like every team should play with like strong oper, in my opinion, because like it's like current meta. but we will see what happened in playoffs, because they can do a really good job, because it's like really good players. For example, Nick is like one of the best players in the world right now.
One of the best players in the world right now. That comes from Napoli's lips. Maniac, he is playing out of his brain a little bit. At least he was against Astralis.
Yeah, that was the Nico that everyone hoped to see in G2. Sure, Nico is one of the best players in the world. The truth is he hasn't always showcased that in G2. That performance he had right there versus Astralis, if that's a sign of what's to come, it's very good for G2.
Yeah, and we also should talk about Nexa, because he has been showing exactly what he can do in that anchoring role. We saw it yesterday. We even saw it actually on Train the first time that these two teams came together at DreamHack Masters Spring. How do his actions impact the rest of the team, Janko?
Yeah, I think for me, he is the swing player for the team, because Nico and Hunter, you feel like they're always going to deliver, have good games. When Nexa has a good game as well, that's when G2 is winning, you know, against big-time opponents. He's playing that anchor position on the CT side, so if he's playing a good game, usually means he gets a kill or two before the opponents take the bomb side, maybe does damage, buys time for his teammates, which makes it easier for the players coming in, for the rotate, makes retakes easier, right? Instead, if he's having a poor game, then, well, maybe he just dies and your team immediately needs to save. So that's why I feel like when Nexa has a good game is really when G2 can, you know, make deep runs and potentially win tournaments.
Maniac, G2 are arguably still finding themselves. I don't think this is their final form. But their results recently, they're surely speaking for themselves. This is a team on an upwards trajectory.
Yes, it is, and surprisingly so, because as Hunter's reaction when you told him about the semi-final, we've been left with that feeling that G2 is a team that's been in disarray, but actually, since Jax went back into the roster, we have some of these numbers right there. They won 30 maps out of 46. In terms of series, 13-4. They've made great placements. They qualify for IM Summer here. They are going in the semi-final, so things are not looking that bad. We've just been extremely demanding with them, but it is true that it seems like they're finding an identity right now, but I'm going to be careful. We've said that a couple of times about G2 already in the past.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I think we all have a suspicion, hypotheses about the result of this match, right? It is, on paper, heavily in Gambit's favor. And when you look at Gambit's map pool, like, it is insane in terms of how strong their map pool and their win rate percentage, Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, there is basically almost no flaw, because historically people used to try and challenge them on Inferno. That was at the bottom of the pit for them. But then because they got challenged so many times, they actually perfected their game playing quite well. They play all the technicals, the vertigo, the overpass, the train. Their defense is amazing on all of these maps. So you're looking at Gambit and their map pool, and there's almost no way to push them against the rope in a veto.
All right, well, let's go into the veto before I start crying about the fact that they don't play Nuke. Wouldn't you like to see a Gambit Nuke, Janko?
Yeah, in the future, but what I like even more is the pick from G2 here, Inferno. I wish they would have picked it last time. Yes, it's still like they're better on it, but I think also G2 has become really strong on this map, and I think it's a way better choice than a Mirage or a Dust 2 for G2.
Now the question for Gambit is that, would they go for a train again, which they stumbled a little bit against G2, but I think it would be a confidence pick nevertheless, or do they go for a different map? As we said, the tacticals map are here. My only issue with that one is that G2 haven't looked out of sorts on Vertigo at all. That is a decent map. Now, Mirage being third bodes well for Gambit. We've seen they completely outclassed G2 last time. Let's be real. I don't think there was a world in which G2 could out-veto Gambit. This is not possible with the current state of affair, but it's not too bad.
But more importantly, Gambit can't really out-veto G2, which is what they're usually able to do against other opponents with the overpass permaban and them working up their train. Vertigo, as you said, is a good map for them too. So I think we have the stage is set for a really exciting matchup between these teams. They're both comfortable on all the maps we have in the pool.
Well, rather than asking your winners picks for this series, we're going to take a look at the 1xBet predictions for the entire event. So not just from us three, but everyone here. And this is interesting because Sponge is saying Na'Vi. Janko.
Thoughts?
Yes,
Yeah.
well, Sponge is an interesting person. You know, he also likes to always spice it up a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Scorny's saying heroic, machine heroic. That's respectable. Me and you, though, obviously. Wise.
We went for the
heads on our
right answer.
shoulders.
That's what we went for.
Yeah, I have a feeling. I don't think we're going to have egg on our faces, but you never bloomin' know. All right, then. We can actually ask Sponge about that Na'Vi pick because he's waiting with Machine right now.
He's been bitten by the bug, hasn't he?
I have spent 4 years watching Anders be insane with predictions that now it's my turn.
Right.
So when you get to be the caster, you get to say whatever you want. You throw it out there because you're not on the desk. You don't need to justify it. You don't need to use numbers anymore.
I'll explain what happened here. What happened is yesterday, Na'Vi stepped out on the server and they got that kind of powdery stuff. They added water. It was in a jug. It was red. And he drank it. He drank it, and he's expecting them to do... Dude, I have drunk it so many times, and then they show up and they look like they've forgotten how to do T-sides.
Yeah, I have had enough of the maybe for the Na'Vis, and I've just taken a massive risk here.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's good to see some passion back in your soul. Your cold, dead heart beats again, and I'm looking forward to seeing if G2s can get mind racing just a little bit, because they're up against the world #1. I don't need to tell you the lay of the land here. I don't need to tell you what expectations are. G2, as the desk has highlighted and broken down brilliantly, there is definitely a lot of stars that are capable of shining within this G2 Samurai roster. We're going to get this one started with a T start for G2. Gambit, very familiar turf, Inferno. A lot of people want to take it here.
Yeah, so many teams since Katowice have been trying to test them on Inferno, and I think they've only dropped it 3 times. Oh, Axar onto Hunter there to kick things off, but Nico is going to find the same exchange towards top Banana, so immediately leveled up with a 4v4. And that pace we saw out of G2 yesterday, very, very slow. But imagine trying to play that against the masters of that right now, Gambit.
Yeah, well, that is going to be a very interesting interaction, isn't it? Gambit do seem to be a level above everyone else when it comes to these slow pendulum rounds, both as CT and T. Their gambles, their intuition, their understanding of where to get that info and how to get it safely. Second to none. 60-second mark is reached. It seems like an apps pop is on the agenda. A quick flash and smoke from Nexa to set them up for success. Nico armored to the teeth, P250, and Jax doesn't get a second out of that balcony. Shiro sharp, and oh dear, Shiro's just done it all. It is a Nico 1v5. He's hitting all the headshots. Inter's the one to save the day as one of those fancy new chickens scurries across Graveyard.
Now, Alex.
Yeah?
I know it's early in the semis.
Oh, it's doing that thing.
It's doing that thing.
Do you want me to go hit it?
No, wait. We have to identify which aircon unit it is first.
I'm ready to hit it. We've actually found a solution, by the way, guys.
We do have a solution. Just hit things hard.
Yeah. You know when you used to whack the TV? It actually works.
Now, we have a professional hitter in the room to hit for us.
Wow.
Oh, how is that? That is better than any of the Counter-Strike you will see today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back underway.
Can I call this one a deco? It's got a bit of extra spice in it.
Just call it a force, mate.
They've got some real extra Tech 9s and P250s to throw around these corners. Nico, of course, equipped with his Desert Eagle. Is it still the Blaze? I'm sure he hasn't changed it. He's done too much damage with that thing yet. Mousebot sticker still firmly on the barrel. Anthony and Hobbit to be tested as this B defense. Now, they ask, look at this tight line jiggle. I don't even Nico can't hit his head there. I think the model's just straight up not going to happen.
Is Nafany looking at the radar?
He may get stack nades here.
Yeah.
So Nafany, I'm not sure it'll kill him, but it'll definitely hurt. Ouch. Okay, down to 20.
Oh, 1 HP.
Oh, you even get him lower, but Hobbit still steps up, delivers the necessary double, and now, well, they have to commit B.
Rotation's here.
Yeah. Made so much noise about it. Oh, and great utility damage from Gambit. This is a great answer to the force from G2. They've left them scratching their heads. Shiro's ready to unload his MP9. They do sneak across the pool. Nico given the responsibility of housing that CT push. A bomb plant would be great. A couple of frags wouldn't go amiss either. Now, don't forget Nafany's 1 HP, and they do spot out Hobbit on the new box.
Matter of time now. Look how locked in the bomb is. There's no way back. There's no way forward. Hobbit can even spot the little cap right there.
One more. Give me one more. Nico unable to spring to action just yet. Nafany might go down. Oh, at 1 HP. You brave boy. Keeps moving. Finds it. And Gambit with just 4 hearts still alive. That's great for them for the reinvestment. They won't have to fanny around with any armor.
Yeah, and they should get themselves here their third quite cleanly. G2 not enough money to invest in. No plant and only 1 kill. Not threatening enough. But for me today, when we have Gambit and we have Heroic in the server, for their opponents right now, well, not their opponents just in this event, their opponents in general, it feels to me like everybody else, right, in the scene right now is having to put in a lot to get to this point, just this point, the quarters, the semis, whereas Gambit and Heroic in recent history have just been running away with it. Today, we get an idea, are these two just the elites and everybody else has a lot of catching up to do, or is anybody getting closer?
I mean, that is the question. I think it'd be very hard to argue otherwise if it happens again. You know, just considering the struggle we've seen G2 undergo to get here, and the same could be said for Na'Vi other than their performance in that quarterfinal.
We had so many periods in Counter-Strike history where we had the two best teams, you know, everything would work out, they'd end up on opposite sides of the bracket, and then somebody would stumble, right? These guys have set themselves up perfectly to give us the final that we want to see again, right? We had the best of 5, it went the whole way. The tussle of the two strongest teams right now, the world number 1 and the world number 2. There's no questions about that.
Also, I'm going to be keeping track of just how well maintained Gambit's CT finances are. They're one of the teams that can often just extend with an early CT lead, and they're so good at punishing you and maintaining what they can. These what we used to praise Astralis for, calculated rounds. You know, they just play the percentages often, if not
all the
completely
time.
flip the script. Yeah.
Look, this one here from G2, we've seen this many times before. It's just slow and steady. Bait out that util. They will succeed in even forcing a rotation over towards this B bomb site. So with Shiro in limbo, it comes down to Inters and Axile.
Oh, that's lovely for G2. Just hearing all that util get thrown out to all for naught. And now they're going to throw their bodies into Axile, and he will at least find 2. Does need a reload. 8 bullets not going to get him far. Fortunately, Inters a fresh mag and a double frag. Bit of resistance from Nexa, but Gambit 3-0, and still that's only 2 frags for Gambit. Excuse me, 2 lost players over the course of those previous 2 rounds. Does mean that they'll be happily equipping Shiro with the AWP.
Now remember G2 yesterday, very, very late against Astralis, we'd see them explode with 20 seconds left. We felt like they had the number disadvantage, they were out of position, and then they hit some absolute bangers. So the aim is not in question right here, but these late round scenarios, they are very, very tense. The communication will be hitting an all-time high. We heard from Malik yesterday on the comms telling them to breathe, you know, to try not to scream so much. If the moments get away from G2 here, that could be an issue as well. As we see the AWP from Shiro coming out in the first gun round.
That's valuable information. They actually forced the shot with the flash, and I think Jax knows he can take some space off the back of that. Shiro immediately repositions. This is the life of an AWPer. Look at how much G2 are going to have to cycle through while they pursue Shiro, who's on A.
Very heavy mid setup here. We've got Nafany close, Shiro overseeing, and Inters as well. So they're ready to sandwich this mid-presence. Axile can also swing from short. So utility thrown towards B, and Hobbit, he's just staying stoic on his lonesome. Will drop out his own smoke in exchange. And
you have to have a lot of confidence in that solo B player, just for not necessarily in his aim, but in his communication and read of the game. Hobbit is the cue, right? He is the one that will be reading, piecing together those sound cues. It doesn't look like it's going B though, and Gambit are in the right place for the punish here. G2 swing out, and Nafany makes that MP9 sing. It is still an advantage for G2, but time becoming a little bit more of a priority. Shiro's tucked in. He has an AWP. He's stuck to the Deagle. And they're heading back towards Hobbit's domain. He's already floating back towards CT. He realizes there's a little too much silence falling across the map. 35 as this 3-man unit charge into Hobbit's domain.
they have a smoke for spawn here, so it's going to get difficult for Hobbit. He's going to try and push ahead, go to Coffins. What's the call? Smoke front sight. Hobbit could be set here.
Yeah, this is a chance, a really big one. He turns the flash, and Nico's bottom sticking out of the smoke. 19. Time to hustle. They swing out and do find him, but chaos can be caused. If they don't plant safe, Shiro can and will punish. Don't forget he's got the AWP. If he takes a pot shot, God, he's actually ready for Nexa if he just caught that fade. Nexa's across to Emo. Crossfire established now, and I'm not sure Shiro is going to be playing the percentages, Chad.
Yeah,
we talked about this.
It might be a bit early for Shiro to be going for one of those. Give us another 10 rounds, and then I think we'll see him go for a 1-on-2 in this kind of environment here. But that AWP, very valuable early.
Yeah, I mean, that was also a bonus of FAMAS, MP9. They managed to make a lot out of a little.
Yeah, precisely. Now, if you just take a look at the finances left-hand side of your screen, that blue side where Shiro's name is, we're going to get 1,400 coming into the bank balances of everybody on the Gambit side of things. Now, that isn't going to be enough money for the likes of Hobbit and Inters, so it's going to be on the cusp, right? They're going to be able to get the rifles out, but we're going to have a couple of emissions here. Shiro can drop. That'll help out indeed. So there won't be too many problems for Gambit going into the next round of play, round number 5, but it's good to see G2 getting on the board early. Here's our smoke vision. Bit more visible there, Nico, than I thought he was expecting. And it makes sense because late, we talked about it yesterday, late you want to be in the bomb site, right, to try and deny those plants. Just kind of worked against him in this round.
He just did a few too many of those gloop bridges.
Yep, well.
A couple of squats.
We're all working on it.
Chad with his pancake butt.
Grandad ass, I think we call it.
That's the technical term. back into the Counter-Strike, fortunately. As you can see, 1xBet do lean Gambit's way, as does the entire community. We hold our breath to see if G2 can poke and prod their way into a competitive inferno here. It's their pick for a reason, and Nico's on that T-side orb, which I am going to be watching and staring at intently. Because what we have to realize is that this is a Nico that's no longer an AK on this full weapon round. See how much that costs him. He'll have to take a more passive stance, a more initially supportive role.
Bit of a missed smoke there, you can see just up on the top of Banana. So the CT's there.
Must have been their half wall, didn't quite get it right. Nafany's got a full util set and they keep throwing stuff towards him. The lurk smoke's out, and what's Gambit's response? They just throw the same smoke Hobbit did previous.
We've just gone a minute and nothing's happened so far in this round. It's just been very basic jostling. Look, not even damage done. 2 in total to Jax here. So action's about to go down. They need to take mid control here, G2.
They're doing it with a degree of intent. The bomb being back T stairs is indicative of a bit of a double pump.
This is a whole different look at G2, isn't it? 35 seconds and we're yet to see any indication.
How do you plan to fight Shiro on long? A flash? Okay, well, he's off the line. And they surge towards CT. Shiro's ready. He could get overwhelmed. It's a swing from Amanek, but Nafany in support. Gambit have booked him. The remnants of G2 heading in towards B. Hobbit's ready, so is the Incendiary. These boys are pesky. And look at Nafany's going to challenge just off the flash. They're everywhere. They're absolutely everywhere. And Gambit are doing the flashbang dance. Gambit nearly winning the round right there and then. It was off Nafany's flash that they secured it. Shiro's flash, excuse me. Nafany's push. Piecing my brain together this morning.
Do you want me to tell you that it is currently 5 p.m.?
Chad. You know I live in a fantasy.
Morning's a relative, all right?
You know I live in a fantasy land. When I wake up, and for the 4 hours after I've woken up, it is the morning.
I just don't want the guy who, you know, has left the stream on overnight, who is actually asleep at his PC, to hear us say morning and go, geez, I haven't slept enough yet.
Yeah, well, that's nice. I can say anything with conviction. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
It's right somewhere in the world.
Hopefully. As long as we've got that worldwide Counter-Strike viewer base. Where are you watching from? Let us know over on the Twitter sphere. Big round for Nico's AWP, and it's gone. Okay, Shiro's actually just shooting fish in a barrel here. There's more in mid. He's got nades and bullets, respectively.
Yeah, they're not getting their hands on that AWP.
Yeah. Just util dumped straight on top of it. I think Hunter could at least try and contest with the next short fight, but it is Shiro. And that was it.
Tag's not bad, and now they might be able to creep into the smoke. I don't know if the nade has actually forced that AWP further up mid. But either way, this one has fallen apart at the seams here for G2. 3 surviving, a minute on the clock. And yeah, look, this slower pace, if this is what we're going to see here today out of G2 across all the maps, I don't know why we would expect anything different with the way they approached the game yesterday. But then we can also come in with the same issues that they had yesterday, right? They had a very rough time against 4 Spies. If you guys remember that Nuke game, the back and forth 4 Spy wars between Astralis, that was silly. It was silly, right? How those rounds continued to fall apart there. So there's some issues for G2 to isolate early. There's that AWP we were talking about.
They've juggled it all the way. Hunter's, that was his moment of transition. Hunter's lost him on his jiggle. Crossfire is potent, isn't it? Look at this. Axel just hanging in this off angle. And every single fight they try and take, there's multiple people shooting at them. It's a lovely from Gambit. They'll be happy to post a 5th and keeping all of their hearts beating at the same time. Starting to nurture a bank, and G2, yeah, it has been very slow. They did have a little bit of a change-up of momentum at times. God, Shiro wasn't shooting at much for Nico there. I think it just took his fingernails off.
I really don't, you know, look, there's always a chance to get back in to get... Oh, we're kicking off again with the aircon situation, ladies and gents. Sorry about that one. Might be one of those days here as we get back underway with the next gun round. And no AWP for the likes of Nico here and now. Aggressive molly down mid will contain. And I expect just the slower approach here as Nico's burnt on down to 52. Our knight in shining armor returns to the room. And we solve the problem again. As easy as you like, but G2 don't want to take too much damage early. They don't want to contest for too much territory. And the thing is, we've noted with Gambit over watching them in the last couple of months, they don't fight for Banana in the same way a lot of teams do. So it's a weird balance to strike here.
Yeah, and that's what's so odd is that against Gambit, sometimes when they don't
Nafany.
Contest.
Just pick behind the molly.
When they don't contest for that banana early, there's a 3-man stack waiting for you, which leads to this hesitance from G2 and from their respective T sides. Hobbit and Shiro partnered up for this B defense as Jax and Nexa go looking, and pins are pulled. It's going to get Hobbit set up. They might have run past him, you know. They did. No one checked, and it enables Hobbit to find another. Amanek from under the barrel does have a good chance, but Shiro is just such a nuisance. He's 11-1. No one can touch him. Pushes through his own smoke to continue to aggress and hold the line. He will be cleared by Hunter. Will he? Oh dear. That's the problem with assumptions. It makes an ass out of you and me.
I think right there was probably a pretty big assumption made, right? That it was another 4-man A-lean from Gambit, because the player who took the initial fight in mid was Nafany. He's a B holder, right? Now, look, if they expected Shiro to be there as well and the util coming on in, realistically, what happened in that situation? Nafany gets a kill top mid. They said, let's try and go B. There might be a gap. We can isolate a fight. They're already smoked off. There's no way in. But they're hoping, right? They're hoping that this is their avenue. And now the scoreline 6-1. Easy as you like right there. No bomb going down. And when we look at that, in terms of plants, we've only seen one in total, and that was the round that G2 were able to win, round number 4. The only thing G2 have to really put to their name so far on Inferno. And now with the cash situation back in an odds scenario, 3.8 at the high end, 3.4 at the low, it will just have to be a partial investment. The Deagles will come out once more. The light util behind it. Kevlar should be purchased in as well. But Gambit right now, they're not looking threatened whatsoever.
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
It's 3 AKs, dude. Like that's how you know they're really not feeling particularly threatened. They managed to scavenge away nearly a full weapon upgrade.
It's 11 kills in the first 7 rounds of play here for G2.
Just a distinct lack of bloodshed. They do the silent boost. It will enable safe passage into the apartments without making a peep. Oh. They made a peep. Exile's hanging out in the apartments to contest. It certainly does favor the AK, but they may just be opting for Boiler. Nico lining up a smoke grenade. Flash as well. Oh, Shiro just looked away, but Axel's there, and now Shiro's in a real problem. Inters is there for some help, and the bullets are connecting. Axel only 2. Inters will have to do some more. They're swinging on him. He's not ready, and Nico's Deagle connects. It's G2 turning up the pressure with just the Desert Eagles and Tech 9s.
Good util for this retake from Gambit. Plenty of mollies, HEs, smokes to work with as well.
Close corner is mollied out. Nico will be safe and sound for now. Nafany crawling up short. Nexa tucked in on that mini. He can smoke this and just try and isolate onto Nico with a Hobbit swing as well. It's pretty potent. He's going ahead of it though. Just baiting the shots. Time getting a bit sensitive now. Needs to find at least one of these. Nico responsible for the headshot, and he does provide. Hobbit's the last. They'll connect as well, and G2 collect a second round and a must-have.
All right, well, good stuff. Just off the back of the pistols there, and you consider how flustered Axel and Shiro looked. That was where all the problems really started to come on in, just that timing. You consider he stays 1 second longer in halls, he gets that kill. He picks 1 second earlier to short, probably not under so much of the pump right there. And this is where it gets messy. Axel wants to save his teammate. He wants to help out here, but Shiro's like, bail out, let me get out of here. And then Inter's eventually isolated. Great shooting from Nico, and exactly what they needed. Now they can start working on this Gambit bank balance as we get the claps from Malik. Banana control being taken here.
Oh,
Flashed off
so
the
many
line.
flashes they just chucked at Shiro, and Jax's first frag is a colossal one. Taking the AWPer out. That's probably what, his second death? No, third for Shiro. So a prize scalp. Can they build a round out of it?
This would be one of those scenarios where you could just execute B, but Nafany's pushing straight down middle here. Hunter and Amanek are still in second mid, maybe a couple of freebies. And look at all this info. He's seeing the nades get thrown. He can call it clear.
You may even catch them as they come up. They're not going to be ready for that. An easy headshot. It's Amanek down. Hunter for the trade. Good find. This is a great opportunity for G2 to break the back of Gambit. Jax the entry fragger through his body, through the banana choke point, supported by a barrage of flashbangs, and it did provide a dead AWP. Gambit's response, a boost, 3v3. This is where Gambit can tend to always have their resources in the right place. Excuse me. Full util dump, they're coming in. The boost Underchecked, and oh, it's enables Hobbit to find maybe even 3. Finally, Hunter shuts him down. Into swings on the contact. Hunted by Nico, who's now got 2 players to find.
Needs to get that bomb. It's in the pond. Oh.
Contact immediately taken by Inters, just as Axal was causing a bit of a stampede of his own.
Looking for that AWP, I think. Yeah, they just want to find the AWP. There we go. They're going to pick that one up. And all in all, Gambit are going to get their 7th round here. So surviving, and an important survival, right? The fact is, if off of this Jack's entry frag, they're able to convert this round, G2 can start to string together a couple, right? A couple at least, because Gambit, their money would have been in an interesting position. It's likely Gambit would have saved a gun or 2, so hard to really predict the future right there. But continuing their march forward here, how many more rounds can G2 get? Because when you look at the string so far, we've had 1 gun round, which was against the bonus rifles, and we've had 1 which was a bit of a surprise with the pistol upgrade. Timeout taken for Gambit here, and that's off the back of the round win, giving Malik a chance to chime in as well. Another plant, another buy from G2. Nico can AWP again, Alex. Not sure if it's the right move, right? Inferno, not even to do with the storyline of Nico and AWPing and anything like that. Just to do with the T side of Inferno. To be an AWPer on this map, you have to be a special breed. You have to have a certain type of move that you can get away with, or you need to be set up for your teammates. You need to be happy being patient, just watching the mid swings, the mid pushes, or the banana aggression. It's not somewhere you can get stuck in because there's going to be so much utility, all these different angles to clear. But here we go, round number 10, and he will go with the AWP. Flash is lined up for Nexa, facilitating this banana play, and Nico wants to take the big green up.
Probably not going to be too upset about that nade damage. It does, however, put him within that region for Nafany's M4.
He's quick on this, though.
Yeah, posted up already on that CT line, but...
just has to catch one, that's it.
Last round, they were foiled by a boost. Now, they both play in sight. G2's presumptions for the round prior would be perfect for the setup currently adopted. Nice little molly for the close box.
A couple of common positions that we do see Nafany play there, trying to be targeted. That means if G2 go back late, they may expect the new box boost in play. But they need to get mid control first. So Util being lined on up. Nades ring on out, and Shiro to receive.
Oh, and he still catches the swing. Now he fades away, using that smoke for his elope. 2 players to defend here. Shiraz is isolated. They do call Amanek going through. He's actually opting to go straight into the library. A power position adopted by Amanek. I'm not sure Shiro's ready for this, you know.
Not at all.
Uh-oh. Bit of a flubbed spray. Does buy time. Still, the frag comes through. G2 in a prime position. Now they can split B. Amanek coming through the spawn. Nafany is not going to be prepared for this. Oh. Amanek, you have the element of surprise, but he's being very loud about this. Nafany back turned. He wants to focus on the banana fight. And that's contact. Big plays, but trades are there. Hobbit 1 for 1 as well. Even trade that bomb needs to go down. Nico and Hunter partner up. The language probably shifts. And Inters and Axal ready for the retake. This is a big fight for him. Can't miss. Doesn't. Nice from Nico. Confirms banana looks clear. Hunter readies for action from CT. And Axal with the AWP already in his hands. It looks like they're conceding. G2 will be posting a 3rd. Was that impromptu, do you think, given Amanek's find?
Look, maybe it is designed because they've watched a lot of Gambit demos, I would say, and we have theory crafted in the past that arch side might be a weakness because when they do throw that smoke, he is in 2 positions he has to watch primarily because Inters and Axar will anchor huge shot there from Hunter as well to deny the AWP. Massive stuff. But yeah, they will tend to just stay pit, right? They don't have a lot of flexibility in the way that they're transitional towards that A site. So Shiro, if they can continue to isolate him, we still have a bunch of rounds played. Could be a big weakness here. We haven't seen it tested necessarily time and time again, so the adjustment for Gambit is what I'm most interested to see. But we won't see it in round number 11. They will be taking a save, a flash in the hands of Hobbit, 4 players quickly over towards the B bomb site, and Axal, he'll just be steady over towards A. So this is G2's chance to convert a 4th round for almost free. There's not a single pistol upgrade.
Amanok's got his best in slot weapon as well, so send him towards B once you've got that bomb going down. Poor Jax, he's not been having a lot of fun on Inferno. He may get caught by the USPs now. Just, oh no, this is gonna this is a horrible one.
No one close to help either.
He's done well. Inter's dinks are irritating, and now he does have some support.
Yeah, look, they had to run back down mid to give him some secondary help there. Nexa to the rescue. Meanwhile, top mid's being pushed up. Amanek and Nico have a crossfire there. Hunter over towards that apps position, and this one should be done. Really slow stuff out of G2 here, right? They've got these opening kills. They're in no rush to throw anything away, and this is what you want to see. This is what we do see out of the likes of Gambit. No risks being taken. Everything by the book.
What percentage would you put on full USP rounds winning? Because we've seen, we cast them probably twice a week, maybe?
Yeah, look.
Like how often? Like
1 in 10.
1 in 10?
1 in 10.
Full ecos, yeah, okay.
Like
wow,
at the highest levels, maybe less.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe 1 in 15.
Okay.
But I think it's one of those things where, for those of you who maybe are newer to Counter-Strike, you might not have heard the old narrative. Because in the early days, right, when all of us 1.6s and Source moved across, the pistols in the beginning, well, not the very beginning, but when the game started to actually get worked on, the pistols, right, we had a lot of issues, the P250, the 5.7, Tech 9, CZ, the list goes on, right, of how overpowered these seem in certain scenarios. And, you know, the Valve at the time, when you talk to them, it's like, come on, guys, like, people shouldn't be winning ecos like this. This should be guaranteed a couple rounds for winning the pistol, this, that, and the other. They wanted to make it as, I think it was like, I think they wanted like 3 out of 10 or something like that, 3 or 4 out of 10 to be like, not a full eco, but like an eco round with upgraded pistols. And I think, I don't know, this is just an eye test, but we do see a lot of these upgrade round wins, right? With a Scout in there, a couple of Deagles. We have a lot more tiers to our buys now. It used to be back in the day, full buys and ecos.
Yeah, no, and I think it makes a lot of sense for a game that's as diverse as this when it comes to the weapons. Like, we've got a whole wheel of different weapons for every single category. It would be odd to not see it play a part in the most effective tactic available.
That's what it's all about, right? Making the right decisions with what you've got in your hands. And now Shiro back towards top banana again. They don't want to get harassed by this Nico AWP, which was very quick last time, but might be setting up for a bit of a boost here. Nico over towards Longs. They'll drop out a molly towards Sandbag. Flash as well. Shiro re-peeking.
He actually was brave enough to have another go. A little less of a tight line. He has got a pretty certain 1 frag here if he doesn't get smoked off, which he's been flashed. Now blind as a bat, backs up, will be tested. Hobbit needs more, and Shiro partners up for a double. G2 can't seem to break this B site. Nico is still there for the CT rotate. The flash is bad. Oh, he looks away. A missed opportunity and another missed shot. This is not falling as it could have. Hobbit's pre-aiming him. Perfect find. A third for Hobbit on this B site.
Just ready for that quick collapse right there.
Dude,
I wasn't ready for it again, but we're very, very
it was
prepared.
A complete pace change, you know, and Shiro and Hobbit did enough just to find 3 frags in total from Hobbit. The first 2, though, was enough to take complete control.
The thing was, as that hit came in, Nafany was already cheating on over through Speedway, so very quick to rotate here, and now it's just Amanek.
Go on, my son, the MAC-10. It was
a MAC-10.
Was a MAC-10. And there were some helmets missing, but nice tries all around. 8-4, it does read as expected. Gambit looking very, very strong on this defense. Hard for G2 to break through. Look at this. I mean, Shiro was out of position, it felt like, right? Like he had to cancel his plans for Nubox, and they still combined for 3 frags on the entry.
That one right there was I think, the hardest kill. Hobbit's second, right? They're having to re-pick out into that when they were under the pump. The rotation was coming. You could see when Nico turned around to look to site, even though the flash didn't get him, the idea was if they're flashing for him, they're going to step from site. That's why he's turning in that scenario, but couldn't catch the frag. Having a rough time catching a break right now. Here's Malik giving him the claps, getting him back in business as the guns are getting purchased on through. We can see again, AK-47s are plenty.
Do you ever wish you could call a coach, you know, a technical timeout or a tactical timeout just in real life? Like whenever you're in a scenario, you're just hanging out with people or something's happening, you're at work, you just want to take a quick 30 seconds and have, you know, Malik come in your ears and just say, hey, dude, just breathe.
He doesn't. I don't think he's saying just breathe now.
You got this.
He's looking a bit fired up there, but yeah, it would be nice to have someone in my ears just go, hey, just relax for a second.
Yeah, hey, dude, just take 30. At his own discretion as well. Shiro fancies his chances in mid, and he's going to get info if he continues to push the issue. Does glance into the apartments, and the current state of play does make B look vulnerable, but every time I look at a minimap and think B looks vulnerable, somehow Hobbit does it. He got 4 in total.
Here they come
Here
again.
they come. Oh, they are ahead of him, though. This is the best chance we've seen from G2. Still Hobbit strikes just through the spray on the cross. They boost late. G2 are not across fully. Jax is pre-aiming the boost, but timing could be everything. They flash before they peek. Now he's up. Now he's a threat. G2 have the sight. Nexa has Nafany, courtesy of the Molotov. We have a 4-on-4. Oh, good God. G2's got a lot to do on this retake. Gambit are potent and in already for more. Hobbit, this is his sight. Nico's on for the round-the-world flank. This could be round-defining. He's undetected. They're back to turn.
Oh!
They heard him!
No!
Shiro slaps! Another frag comes in. It's all onto Jax. He's had a tough time on Inferno. They know exactly where he is. Nades galore, pre-fires there, and Hobbit will take another multi-kill. Get out of my sight.
Oh, boy. How's Hobbit still alive? The first guy to take contact. Walks away from this one. I can't believe Shiro there. Look, Nico was very, very noisy about this whole situation, but the comms right there, as your Gambit organizing this, it's not dead silence, right? They're talking. They're discussing how they're going to retake this. So a risk taken from Nico, and he pulled that off. Oh, that would have been huge. Real rough go of things here. Jax just pinned on in. He was the first guy into the site, entering, took the space, and there's the frustration. You can understand why. Plant again. They're going to get the buyback out. Galil and Mac-10, the only emissions here. Utilities there and back towards the new box boost. It's quite clear what G2 want to do with their game plan. Try and execute B and run over the likes of Hobbit and Nafany, but it just hasn't been going that way. Unable to come out on top of these trades.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just checking in on his multi-kills. I think he must be running away with it. Here we are.
Going to be about 4 or 5 rounds delayed, I think.
Yeah. Him and Shiro are up the top. 4 and 4 multi-kills, if my math is correct.
So they're lining up for an A explode here. We were talking about that arch side and trying to punish. They're doing it again. So Smoke's over to Shiro's position.
But he's always good for one. Is Shiro. Not this time. Can he get away? They're hunting him. Hammerneck might put some bullets into that smoke. He's jumped across very fast. Hobbit's flash is great to suppress and catches him on the push. 4, swinging up short. Good find. Again, his Hobbit is so good. Not another. 3, charging in. He snatches them all. 17 frags to his name. He is sending G2 into a very dark place.
And that was with having to take some risks, flashing himself through a smoke, rotating over to bail out. He's A defenders. He's everywhere he needs to be right now, Hobbit. Great stuff here.
I thought halflings were supposed to be good with the daggers, not the bloody AK.
I don't know if that existed back in the Lord of the Rings days, did it?
Well, D&D, I think there was a set of...
AK-47s?
Well, the Kalashnikov, yeah. You can write your own D&D campaigns, dude. We could have a Counter-Strike one.
I haven't looked into it. Might be something I consider going forward. What if we start doing Counter-Strike matches where we roleplay like they're doing in GTA?
You know how we're struggling to find friends in Malta? You know how we've got no friends, Chad? Yep. Well, why don't we start a Maltese Dungeons & Dragons Counter-Strike theme night?
Okay, well, if you guys are interested in that, you know where to find Alex on Twitter.
That's right. I'll start hosting it. My
in the basement as well.
My dad used to be a dungeon master.
We'll put it in the basement.
That's a sentence that doesn't land nicely on the...
Someone clip that and send it to Alex's dad for him.
Yeah, Sasha Richardson, he used to be a dungeon master.
Okay, final round here of the first half. First map. Gambit looking good for the 11-4, and that's due to G2's buy. Again, hamstrung. Only 1 AK for Jax, 2 Galils, Mac-10 and the Deagle. And they've pressed the issue everywhere, A and B.
Well, last time G2 had a wonky buy, they won. Seen more chance than these commitments into this ridiculous B site, the turret of Hobbit, who's actually been everywhere. You think you were avoiding him by going A. He got 3 kills. So.
They're doing the right stuff, though, G2, right? They're taking this banana control early that's being gifted to them. They're just unable to crack the nut that is the site. Here they go. They're going to explode again.
All right, try it again. The simulator begins. Hobbit familiar. This time it's Nafany that strikes first. He can drop off the new box. The crossfire is hard to break. The spray seems so good. Jax brought low. Nexa, that's a crucial find. That could be enough. G2 at least to get the bomb down. A bit of breathing room unless Hobbit plans to... Oh no, the nade. It's new box. It's over Nexa's head. The spray's there a little late. But the bomb goes down. A 5th would be a gift for G2.
All these nades for the retake.
Yeah, and their health is so horrible. Nico smoked himself out of position. He's just going to have to sit there and hold it. He knows the boost is possible. There's so many from Gambit. They are such a suffocating force. Oh, Hobbit walking in. It's a good find from Hunter. Tucked into Emo, back into the flames as he blindly walks straight on into the crossfire now established. Axile needs to go down quick and he can't. It's only Jax and he just doesn't have the health for this.
It's not planted great for him either.
A Hail Mary through the smoke. He tries his luck. They're defusing in front of his face, and just one frag, a consolation prize, because 11 is found by Gambit. This is G2's pick, and they're going to have to prove it on the CT side.
Найс!
Хорош!
Хорош, найс.
Давай, кулачок.
Молодец. Хорош, Диман.
Спасибо, спасибо, спасибо. Куча и краче. Куча.
Nice!
Up balcony.
Ah, no, it's fine, it's fine. It's all good. Good job, guys. Go.
Звук.
Ставит, перед фонтаном.
Я дал.
Найс!
Лучший,
хороший. Подождите, подождите.
Ави где-то тут.
Well, G2, they've got off to a start. It's not to dream, though. In fact, feels very dreamy for Gambit. They have been to the playoffs 5 out of their 6 attendance of DreamHack Masters, not ever making a final. Well, the semi-finals have started in hot pursuit of that. I'm Machine, I've got Chad Sponge Birchall hanging out here in Cologne, Germany. These boys bringing you all the action for our first semi of the day. We've got 2 big games for you, and I'm hoping that this lives up to the expectations. It's up to G2 at this point. They are on the defense. Let's see what Gambit have cooked up to start their pistol campaign.
Oh, Nico with the full utility anchoring B here, and looks like it could be a charge down mid.
Yeah, they actually want to bring the fight straight to them. Shiro's got an armored P250, though. It could hurt. It really could. This is a great weapon for the job.
Oh, no.
Jax has taken down Amanek. He quickly makes good on his promise, but the bloodshed does not stop for Jax. He's taking teammates and enemies down the line.
Oh!
Every shot connects. It's actually savable. They can recover. As Jax decides he wants to kill 4 of them, make it he wanted the full 5. Took down Amanek as collateral damage, and now Hobbit to come up clutch. He's been the best player from Gambit. Hunter's gonna have to gamble, right?
Yeah, this all just comes down to Hunter just sitting and waiting and hoping that the bomb comes to him. With that type of aggression and so much time on the clock, Hobbit has no idea where Hunter can be. And now Hunter has lost Hobbit. He's lost the bomb. Hobbit go looking.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm concerned about. Hobbit is just exuding so much patience. I have a feeling that 12 HP is just going to come walking into his crosshair at some point. Oh, hang on.
Noisy.
Yeah, and Hunter.
Oh, shot fired.
Did he fire a shot?
Yeah.
Did he fire a shot as he smoked and run straight to A, hoping Hobbit would pivot? Ooh, this is all 5D chess. Hobbit's second-guessing it. Oh, gosh, Hobbit's booked him. Okay.
Well, he's going to get the plant for free.
Yeah.
The retake will have...
He's faked it!
Well, he's going to get it down. Okay,
Yeah.
so he will get the bomb down here. Hunter's about to realize that it hasn't paid on off, and now that he has to try and get stuck into this... He didn't buy Kevlar, Hunter. He still has $800. You see that?
I do see that, but I also see that he's made a lot of noise. So at this point, Hobbit, a lot of the hard part done. That's a fight he was looking for. And will secure a 12. Wow, I mean, to recap that pistol, it was all Jax, and then Hobbit came to ruin the fun.
Yeah, it kind of just was all Jax, wasn't it? Like that last shot he hit, like this is the opener. And he's done the right thing here, ladies and gents. You got to shoot through your teammates sometimes.
But I mean, he was right in front of him.
But he's like in the flashes. He's in the thick. Oh, that third shot.
Yeah, really good shooting out of Jax.
Oof, all right. Good attempt from G2 there, but this is where the round gets interesting. Now, Hunter, by not investing into armor, he's had extra cash to spend for this second round. He's got himself, with that 2,700, into a Famas with Kevlar. Jax has got a Famas with Kevlar as well. Pistols are upgraded. There's some light util, mainly smokes. You love to see that for the CT side of Inferno. And Gambit are even taking a timeout, so G2 get a chance to talk through this Force Buy for practically free. Now, if they lose this, we could basically put a bow on Inferno and quickly move on to Vertigo, which will be our second map of play because G2 are going to have nothing to operate with for round number 18. If we want to see any resistance, it has to be now. Standard 2-3 split. We're not seeing that deep mid smoke coming out at all. Shiro posted up to deal with it. Need down mid. Bit of an indication of what buy they could be dealing with here. Pretty direct with this one, Gambit. 3 players quickly over towards second middle, and now they're just trundling up mid as a bit of a pack here.
Good shot for the setup then. Hunter's anti. First contact to be taken by Amanek. Shiro's only got the scout. If that's the... Oh, that nade's right on the unarmored Amanek. He'd love to drop his smoke before he dies. They're already into the pit, though, and that really screws all of Hunter's positioning. Jax again steps up for his squad. He had to with the FAMAS. Amanek's only got 20 HP. He's going to get shredded by that Mac 10. Vision's restored. The frag and normality is as well. Need a Nico 1D here. They want to keep fighting. Such a nuisance. There's Nexa with 1. It is all now back to Nexa. The bomb, however, under his control. Hobbit has a smoke. He may want to underarm it. That could be the window Nexa peaks. Oh, okay. Bomb recovered. The threat of Shiro. Oh, his crosshair placement's banging. Bomb has been planted. But it gets significantly harder now for Nexa. Gambit would have to just step a toe out of line here. Shiro's got the cross. Hobbit doesn't have to move. And Hobbit's been having one of those games.
They double peaked as well. I thought, you know, you're looking at this and you're sitting there and you're going through Nex's mind, right? He's committed to that angle. He's committed to those fights. If you wait until the bomb's about halfway ticked, at that point, they've already been sitting there staring and waiting and thinking, okay, maybe he's grabbed a gun and he's saving.
Oh, he's long,
yeah. He could just be bailing on out of this situation. But they peaked together, right? They peaked together at the same time and they were still ready for this. If Nexa gets a cheeky kill in that environment, it becomes a one-on-one. We still had roughly 20 seconds of the bomb left at that point. Could be around. So the best crack he could have had there, Nexa. But Gambit, they just stay so focused in every situation. Back into the blender we go. Fast down middle for 3 CTs.
This is a big push from Hunter, and he has got a lot of significant damage onto Axile. Can't really build much on that unless Nico somehow channels them out of Banana.
Nafany's in a lot of trouble here, I think.
Yeah, he seems to have the element of surprise at least. They will swing out. That's 2 frags from the G2 pistols. What did you say? 1 in 10? 1 in 15?
Still looks very unlikely here. Look how quick Shiro is. He's going to run down the site player. Nico in a lot of trouble here, just dancing around the fountain. We'll get the dink off. And now it's Hobbit's turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, all coming through CT. U2 is good for Hobbit to come through with a couple of second waves. Has that smoke, molly, nade combo. Even more utility strung across Banana.
Inters is so pushed up. Jax would have to be one very, very sharp player to have been ready for that. So now the bomb can go down. Hobbit does cross his T's and dot his I's with a Molotov to stop the swing.
Considered everything there. This is the wild thing about Gambit is they always seem to have just enough time to consider all of their options.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and they've locked them into ruins as well.
Made to look too easy at times with Gambit. Looks like he wants to take a couple more down. Inters, he knows he's back sight, wants to catch him as he's leaving, but instead, an instant headshot. 1-3-3-7, indeed.
Yeah, it becomes difficult when damage becomes the name of the game. And when you're looking at a 14-4 scoreline, right, it might be easy to hype up that moment. Yeah, he's done so much damage. But realistically, when the scorelines here in G2 aren't really showing any threats just now in those eco rounds, you have to wait and see right here, right now. Round number 19, everything's out, all the goodies. AWP, M4s are plenty, they got a kit. And they're not doing that deep mid smoke that's become familiar for G2. They're going to do a 3-man B lane. Nexa, aggressive out towards the sandbags. Axel doesn't want anything to do with that. Lobs out a couple of nades of their own here just to deny.
Fake molly might lull them into that. Bang. And Amanek gets it. Very cheeky. You can see that it basically looks and sounds like your typical Apps molly. Can peek behind it. Jax jumping up on the hay bales. Nafany was there and a real opportunity to have brought us back into that 4v4. He's the only one, though. Isolated for now. The rest of his gang are gathering up middle for step 2. Back to the apartment.
Yeah.
Odd. Very odd.
I guess because the AWP is usually going to either play short side or rotate around to long, and they've kind of booked it here. It's just Jax on short. Smoke towards long. Big gap, though.
Yeah, big opportunity for him to punish Inters there. Don't stand in front of me. I've got a lot to do here. Slither gap. Punish. Oh, couldn't quite catch on the hip swing. Nice find. Into the site. Nafany's there and does deliver. Needs another. He's pushed up close. Oh, and a clean headshot. They can turn this one around now. It's only Inters and Nafany, 2 versus 4, but the site is his, and Inters catching Amanek in the face of the smoke. Piecing it together just to break G2 hearts. Inters is set up for this Apps hold. Now we need to deal with Nico's walk up. He may not be having his crosshair for the... Oh, drops off. Nico's ahead. The timing favors G2 significantly. They're pushing in and they're ready for the fight. Nexa and Nico save G2's hide there with some great reads. Good understanding of the crossfires established and quick reactions.
Yeah, just there. You bang on in terms of getting in front of that Molotov. It made a huge difference. You consider they're separated by that. Maybe it's a save from G2, but they really needed to go for that round. So huge for them to stay in contention. Discussions to be had about the utility, and a great way for Amanek to find an opening, right? Using a bit of a gimmick to find them an opening kill. It doesn't matter how you get there, just as long as you get across that finish line. And for Gambit, well, how much of a rush are they in to finish map number 1? They could force play if they like. They have enough money on a few of their players to get the rifles out. It looks like they're staying extremely conservative. Inters has 5.6k, and he's not going to invest in anything whatsoever. Probably an indication he'll drop that AWP for Shiro in future rounds. Just 2 needed for Gambit. And let's see how far they can push G2 in a round like this. We spoke about the woes of Astralis and G2 with the 4 spies. This isn't a 4 spy, so you're hoping this is the type of round where they don't take too many casualties whatsoever, and that's a great start. Jax onto Hobbit. Immediately goes down towards the A-bomb site.
Oh, that's a great nade. Delicious. They are taking a lot of liberties onto Nexa's position. He's flashed the pool. He knows they might have tried to disrespect the smoke, and they are coming straight through it. He has a crossfire. Nico, Nexa, previous heroes of the 2v2, now making it very quick. Well, just the 1 casualty on the anti-eco.
Yeah, not too much there to really dig our teeth into. But now that AWP was dropped from Inters over towards Shiro, and we're in the same place, just 2 more rounds, and G2 need to get, I would say, we always put it on the double digits, right? If they can get 4 more consecutively, then we can start having a conversation that this comeback is possible.
I'm happy to draw the line there.
It's just one of these situations where Gambit, right, they've looked so clean and they weren't really getting pushed. Everything. Deep breath there from Hunter as he thinks thin as he crosses mid.
Yeah, just tenses the glutes for a second as he spots an AWP up. Oh, hang on. Nico's done a lot of damage with the silencer, but he is getting hunted. Nade finishes off what he started. I wonder if Nex is good for another. Tucked in anti. Inters does recede. And so Banana control is completely and totally maintained.
Oh, Jax is low.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if Hunter finds him. It's important that he lived on to save his teammate there. Now, Shiro's got this T-side up, which does actually put them into a bit of a dire strait, given that it's already a 3v4. They try and punish Hunter. I think he spotted one on the jiggle. He could go down here. He's been kept very honest at 20 HP. And now Shiro's punish comes in.
They're going mid to B as well on this.
Oh dear,
all on
Nexa being
Nexa.
on sandbags. That's just the worst opportunity for him.
This banana smoke actually just fades, so there is a chance they're going to go safe around ruins here. They have a smoke for banana or CT. Actually, they have a smoke for both. If Shiro can help on out, he's still towards T stairs.
Jax communicates T-ramp. They still have Hunter on A, understandably. They've completely taken the site. The smoke is for CT. Shiro's trying to fend off this rotate. Jax to pop his head up, and a quick shot from Shiro. That's the trade required. Hunter very late to this. Kits plenty, no smokes. Health is incredibly low for G2. I don't really know how they can force these fights into a favorable state of affairs. Easy for Nafany. Nexa can't seem to find the head either. It's another double. This time Nafany snatches it for 18 frag total. And Gambit do break G2 early. That was an answer to your question as to whether or not G2 could chase those 4 consecutive rounds. Their weapons are going to be significantly hindered for defense of map point.
Yeah, Nico's down to an MP9 here for what could be the last round of play. That was Hobbit bailing Jax out in a big way, but this from Shiro here, right? He gets this kill, that facilitates the mid to B. You know that Amanek's been playing over towards A, then he just lives. The value of your life in this and just holding a little bit of real estate, you don't need to be searching for a kill. You don't need to be locking down a key part of real estate. Even you just existing as a number they have to look at every time they look towards the top of that scoreboard, you're a problem. And Shiro there, a big problem. You've got Hobbit with 20, Nafany with 18, 21 for Shiro. Really loving what we're getting out of Nafany.
I mean, dude, what they called there in the 3v3 was perfect. Absolutely perfect. The fight, like forcing the fight. Where do you think you're going to find a 2v1 on that A site when you've got mid control? It's long. You're not going towards that balcony. You're not going towards graveyard and pit. Those are horrible triple angles you want to fight with. There's a good chance it's only Hunter. You have a flashbang, and then all it does is just lulls Amanek into that peak. Shiro's been holding for 30 seconds. Really great, masterful stuff out of Gambit, and it's put them within touching distance of a very quick close to G2's map pick.
Yeah, look at this hodgepodge buy here. Amanek having to defend A with just a CZ, and 3 players leaning top banana for G2. They'll have to rotate back towards A very swiftly. Hunter's starting to get a move on now. Nico's taking the banana control with the MP9. Next, they're trying to help one out with a couple of flashes, but all this util being dumped and it's in vain. Sure, you've got map control, but look at how much time is left on the clock. About to get real brawly here, top mid. So many eyes. Both teams here ready, poised to take this mid control and fight for it.
Not sure that Org is going to be feeling like the ideal weapon. Up against the Mac-10, nice flash, completely nullifies Axile. Inters is into the pit with the bomb. Jax got a lot to contend with here. If he mantles up, he's vulnerable. 3 through, safely into the A site. They're playing it from short. Hunter's there in support, but he's being pushed. Jax found straight through the bales. Gambit so rigid, set up. G2 have a man advantage for this retake though, and they do have a smattering of util they'll have to drop. Shiro responsible for this pit peak. Not easy for Nico to break through with only an MP9. Their weapons just really making this so difficult. That was the bait of the shot, better than any nade. Hobbit could get hit here. This is the trade. Needed that. Amanek arrives. And now they know there's one in pit. Amanek's responsibility. Inter standing strong in the site, though, and it is all onto Inter's now. They're so low, he can finish it all, and he has. Time so close. He just has to live, and he is doing enough. It's not. Gambit have done it. 16-6. Beautiful stuff out of these boys. They've come into the semi-final looking poised. We'll be breaking that one down at the analyst desk, so don't go too far, and then we'll be back with your second map.
Три, 4, 20.
Даю флеш на 15, даю флеш на 15. Найс!
Хорош!
Неплохо.
Молодцы, обалдеть.
Nice, guys.
Let's go, boys!
There's the
Small pit.
Very good balcony you have as well. I killed Shiro. Good comms on A, boys. That was clean. Yeah, let's clean fight. It's good.
Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I old. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Hey, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binge it. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance. No. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. I gotta get it, don't mind it.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring. G2 chose to play Inferno against Gambit, because what could they really do, Yanko? They had to pick something, but was this the right choice?
Listen, I still don't want to blame them for the map pick. Obviously, you know, tough loss, but for G2, their strength is the city side, and that's also where Gambit's weakness really is. But when you are already having to start being 4-11 down, losing the pistol, losing the force buy, right? You don't really have any room for mistakes. And I think a team like Gambit, you know, they're going to win a couple of rounds. So if only G2 could have gotten a couple more rounds in the first half, we might have seen something happen, but this way is just a convincing win for Gambit.
Yeah, and if you did study the scoreboard just now, Jax was really lacking entries. He was 2 for 5 in open kills on their T side in that first half. He was 5 for 14 in the first half, Maniac.
Yeah, that was tough for Jax, obviously. I also think that the way Gambit played the CT side is not prone to giving away a lot of entry kills for a man like Jax who wants to fight, want to get stuck in. Gambit, they don't make mistakes. They play a very classical type of Counter-Strike where they trust in their own ability to stop the rush if need be. And then you have a man like Shiro who knows all the boundaries of Counter-Strike. He knows exactly what kind of space he can take, when he's got to take a kill and pull back. So if you're Jax, this is basically nightmare Counter-Strike.
Well, do you want to take us through round 5, Maniac?
Oh, yes.
Because that was when D2 tried to do an A split.
Yes, and it is, as you say, it's Gambit showing us how you can play that CT side of Inferno. We have here G2 trying to hit the B split, which is a very good strategy. We know that Gambit have had some issues with long, but look at the positioning. Shiro is here, and not only is there with the AWP, but Nafany is already Speedway helping him out. So that prong of G2 is completely negative. And then Shiro flashing through for Nafany. He's got 2 kills flashed, and that's it. This is what Counter-Strike can look like when you have the right timing, the right positioning, and also, obviously, you can aim. That was beautiful for Gambit, and it set the scene for the whole first half.
And Gambit are still also diverse in their CT setup. So they're not only classic in their approach, have the fundamentals down, but Janko, have you noticed much variation that you appreciate?
Something that they do really well that is really annoying to play against is how they move the players around, right? So you have teams that the AWPer sometimes starts B, sometimes starts A, but if he's the A player, he will just open B and probably just go back to the A side, right? But Gambit, sometimes they just leave Shiro there with Hobbit, then Nafany is on A. So then when you kill Nafany on A, you're thinking, oh, this could be a 4A setup. So you just maybe go into a B split mid-round, you make that adjustment, but it's actually 2 players waiting for you. So it's really hard. You know, you could see G2 a couple of times were relying on a read that they were thinking it's a 4A, so they speed up towards B and they still have either 2 players waiting for them or just Hobbit was a beast that first half. Even when he's playing retake, he just gets a kill, you know, through a smoke early on, just buys a little bit of time for his teammates to come in, and just all across the board game was really, really on point in that first half.
Is that my moment to talk about Hobbit? I do it every single time. People are going to get bored of me. They're going to get bored of me. Listen, the thing about Hobbit is that not only did he have a perfect map in here, but in general, he's a cerebral player right now that has a sharp aim, and that is the deadliest combination you can find. He's not playing roles where he should be shining, but you will see a lot of these plays are coming in as an anchor on the B side, but his multi-kill ability, and even if caught off guard, as this clip is playing in front of our eyes, he still gets the double kill, stays alive. We talk about the pistol round, for example, the way he plays that 1v1 against Hunter very cleverly. So he's got all of it right now. He's got the brain, he's got the aim, and he's styling on his opponents. And I just like the story, you know, Daddy Hobbit with the younglings next to him. I just like the arc.
Daddy Hobbit and Younglings. Is that going to be the debut album from
Maybe,
you, from DJ Maniac?
From DJ Maniac,
Bring
yeah.
him back, all right. If you haven't seen that photo, I'm sure
There is a
Maniac will
picture out
post it
there.
later. He's very proud of it, all right. It comes out all the time. Now, let's talk about Vertigo. G2 don't have that bad a win rate on this one, but Gambit have obviously picked it for a reason. It is one of the maps that they have a huge success rate on. Janko, what are you expecting?
Listen, it's going to be a tough game for G2 either way, right? With Gambit, as we saw with a couple of examples from this game, they're just playing very solid fundamental Counter-Strike. They don't give you a lot of gifts, right, in terms of rounds, so you really need to play at your best. We saw G2 again falling to those old issues they had at the start of the year. Couldn't win either pistol, couldn't break their opponents, right? So you need to have better openings to the game when you're playing Gambit. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day at the office.
They did actually play...
Or at the skyscraper.
I like it. Floor 42, 50, something like that.
Right.
No, 42 is the meaning of life. That is a reference that's going to go over everyone's head. It's fine. Tweet me, though, if you get it. The last time they played... Do you?
It's the, how do you say, I don't know, hitch to stop to guide through galaxy.
Oh my God, you're a fruit. All right, you know where your towel is. Okay, so...
I know everything, Frank. I know everything.
21st of February, Back at IM Katowice is when these two teams last met on Vertigo. Gambit won that one 16-11, but it is a very different G2 now, Maniac.
It is, and I'm throwing a silver lining. If you think about the first time these two teams met during this event, right, it was the same story. Gambit punished G2 on the pick, looked poised to win it nice and easy, but actually they fought back. They let the lead just a little bit, and that could be the way back in for G2. If there's one weakness we can point out for Gambit, is that maybe when everything looks great and they're about to win the series, they can take the foot just a little bit off the gas pedal.
Do you think that's old Gambit, though? That's young Gambit. That's Gambit from like 2 tournaments ago.
I mean, it's Gambit from Train against G2 in that tournament, so there's a little bit of that.
But that was Train. This is Vertigo. This is one of the maps that they feel most confident on.
Yeah, I know. I think the principle remains the same, where Gambit might have the tendency to just let it go a little bit, but maybe they prove me wrong.
All right, well, that music means that Maniac is not far away from being proved right or wrong, because we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Machine and Sponge picking things up on Vertigo.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Back in Sweden for the second time in Malmö, the third DreamHack Masters kicked off in late August. Everybody wanted to test their strength in this world-class competition.
In 2017, I was in a really weird state of mind when it comes to CS. But yeah, in general, the G2 super team had a lot of pressure on them.
Going undefeated through the group stage, G2 gained confidence. Now, the Brazilian powerhouse SK Gaming waited in the playoffs.
They were like the best team in the world, literally at this time. And I remember that we should have lost that game.
Very good now. Apex has been playing like an absolute beast. 3 in total, all headshots, of course.
We knew that the task we've just made was probably like the biggest step of the tournament, you know?
One pistol's here, but that's giving it up. Kenny-S hits the first 2 shots. Of course he does!
The semi-final was really exciting to play because, well, first of all, everybody loves an IP. So it was really exciting for us to play against the crowd. I personally enjoyed that a lot. We never let the game go, you know, which could have happened, but we never did.
In the grand final, G2 faced a somewhat unexpected opponent. North, with newcomer Valde showing off his strength.
Back to pistols for the north side of things.
The flank for Apex, not quick enough. Valde comes charging through it. And North winning a critical round here at the grand finals.
We didn't have a beef, but I would say that it was a pretty cool matchup to play. And we are really happy to destroy them every time we had the opportunity to destroy them.
20 seconds flash into the middle. A great setup here. Body gonna get one, and shots will follow it up close range. 10 seconds left now. 9 seconds. Flick comes in on Valde, dropping the bomb. G2 Esports have played an incredible tournament, just 1 kill away, and it's gonna happen. 16-9. SG2 are your DreamHack Masters champions.
I'm bulletproof, don't ever lose. Put the evil in the devil and I'm let it loose. I'm an earthquake, make your bones shake. There's no question I'm the king, I always dominate. A force to be reckoned with, better remember it. Look who
Hello, everybody. We're back in business. I was ready. I'm sure you were as well.
You were doing something with your necklace.
I decided, I was trying to be fancy and do the top button thing, and then I realized I'm just kind of gradually choking. So decided to go
you need
for
to talk.
Yeah, get the chest out a little bit.
Airflow.
I am. Well, if our AC behaves, Chad, we'll be able to do this.
I'm keeping my eye on your mini orange motor.
Yes.
I've even Googled it.
POV streams, let's remind them, because they exist and they're a lot of fun, especially if you're looking to develop your game or you have a particular infatuation with a player and want to continue to develop your parasocial relationship with them. You can do so over on dhk.gg/POV. Vertigo, Chad, it's a map and it's 52 floors.
Yeah, 51.
Alex Richardson.
You were close again. Remember, only one off. It even says it on the logo right there for everybody at home.
Obviously.
So, as we get underway into this one, G2 will be starting on the CT side. It's their T side where we have a massive amount to talk about from their Australis game just yesterday. But let's wait and see how this one rumbles on down. Nafany, he loves a good fight over towards A. I think he's going to get it.
Bada bing, bada boom. Jax's pistol, he is fast. Running away with a lot of the pistol stats. Unfortunately, Dust settles and his hard work is all for naught. He's got a one-man disadvantage for his squad to overcome. It's going to be Hunter and Nexa equipped with a pretty perfect set. Admittedly, looks like Hobbit's got Molotov and a smoke still to play with. Hunter has to acknowledge that they could go B. Gambit cut noise.
Perfect play here as well, and yeah, not only Hobbits, Util, but Inters. So if they want to just set up the standard smoke wall towards the back of the site, they can. Left side being smoked off. Molly towards Sandbag, just some insurance required. Hobbit will fill the gap and even have an HE for the boost as well. So everything they needed.
They're not even planting. This is just to see if Nexa wanted to jump up with the boxes, if anyone wants to push the smokes. Enables Hobbit to set himself up in a very powerful position. And now the bomb is delivered. Still Nexa, yet to reveal his tricks. Very predictable position for sure. And he's got a smoke. He intends to use it for sure. That's interesting. Yeah, now Hunter can isolate Inters. Hobbit's there in a prime position to catch the walk up. And look at that. That's calculated from Gambit in this afterplan setup. Impossible to break. You can see how little of Hobbit Hunter could see. Oh, so frustrating. You can see his backpack sticking out. But as soon as you walk a step further, great shot from Nexa. Only the first. But yeah, I wondered why Hobbit was so tucked in, a little tighter than I'm used to seeing. And you could see why. It just meant that Inters could only be responsible for that right side of default.
Yeah, it looks like they've worked on that type of a crossfire there before. But all in all, Gambit, under pressure again, they just hit the brakes and they walk away with a simple round, all things considered. You know, when you can see the util you have, and we can see with X-Ray what the best option is, and they still manage to do that best option, right? Things are going very, very well over there. Now, if they want to keep this one quick, we can be done in 2.
So just when you have those Gambit reactions, like the dust settles, you've lost your early frag, 4v4, 4v3, and then they cut noise. Oh, Nafany actually walking through that smoke enables Jax to collect what I was just talking about. So now my question stands. How on earth do you trifle with Gambit cutting noise, and then you know, they're waiting for your CT info pushes. That's what they're waiting for. So how do you get the info to actually be in the right place? At the moment, it's just Nexa. Very tight line. Drops the smoke for himself to play around, and now we'll peek over it perhaps. A chance here, good chance. Oh, damage. Finished off by Hunter. He surges forwards, wants to punish that quad cross, can't connect. Now the 3v3 with a very clear indication towards B. A great shot from Nico. It finds the head. And that will lead to a bit of hesitance on that plant. Shiro planting default. Nico slinking into another headshot, and his deagle is working wonders today. Axel to come up clutch.
He's been heard now. He's even worried about the flank here.
Well, Nico's not going to be finishing it off. Maybe it's Jax or Amanek. Both have their SMGs, but the shots are being hit, and Axel is such a threat. Pulls them across the line. 1 versus 3. Gambit will not go down to the Deegs tonight.
Oof, kid's an animal, and we haven't even had to say his name too much of series so far. Just poised there with that AK, no pressure.
I'm calling it now. Once Axel's, you know, lands back, he's lifted a couple of trophies, he's got a bit of an ego, he's getting the full sleeve, dude.
You reckon? He's that type of kid?
I don't know, I can see it. I can see it now in his future.
Okay.
Maybe his graffiti from the major.
Something that you're going into the future again, have you?
Yeah, I have.
All right, well. Back towards B we go. Flash on over, no real aggression here.
He's even got a nade for their aggression, naughty boy.
Yeah, that's really cool. From here, you can also throw a molly. So if the CTs do cross the stairs, you can actually molly them out of position or contain them. Either way, Axel just being a bit of a bully over towards the B bomb site. Defensive utility used, forces this rotation for G2 all the way back. And on the map like Vertigo, where the layers are above each other, you have to be very sneaky beaky. Shift key, important for not giving away those sound cues. You can see how quiet this rotation is. Oh, and it was the right rotation, but it's not going to matter. Nafany's taken down 2 already. They've stacked the bomb site, sure, but you have to make the kills. Hunter has something to say.
Ooh, Hunter has a lot to say, and paired with Nexa, it's threatening. Can be finished here, though. 1 bullet is all it takes for 1, but there's a trade, and Hunter would need a 4th. It's just too much to ask of him. With a little CZ, few bullets left in the clip. Hobbit is there to finish it off. That's a threat. They're always a threat at G2.
Expensive rounds, right? Like, that was a very expensive round, even though Gambit got those 2 opening kills. So great work there from G2 to make it costly. Now we can get underway with these weapon rounds. Amanek back into the big green.
I'm interested to know how he's going to be plying his trade over towards the A side. AWP can do an awful lot in terms of just enabling more bodies to replay reactively through that mid and B. Let's see if he posts up. If he gets there in time, he is going to be partnered up. And the smoke does completely block him out. Now, Jax did catch the Navity walk-up. Extra hesitance in play.
This will be the interesting little game. We remember in the past, Amanek was the madman for G2 who'd run into this position with SMGs. Well, he's doing the AWPing. Jax has to fill that, and with the rifle, this smoke is going to fade.
Yeah, dude, is he planning to stick around here? Nafany's walking on him. There's 3 people looking at him, and he still gets the frag. The swing could come in. Flash to keep him and enable his retreat. That's great. Jax 2 for 2 on his ramp containment.
Oh, they're boosting for this. Oh!
A one-way drop for his teammate. That's nice. Jax can confirm and maintain some degree of control there. Amanek so flashed off the line. They have progressed. I wonder if they're ready for that. That gap, it could be pipped by Hobbit here. Nico finding another. That's Inter's gone. Hobbit does have to be the hero, and he does step up. Amanek could fall victim to Hobbit as well. The space has been taken. He has been so good for Gambit here in the semi. Yeah, Nex has been jiggling relentlessly. He confirms that Axel's on his way. He tries to time it perfectly as the molly's released from his fingers.
Oh.
Caught on the move. Shiro shuts him down.
20 seconds.
Hobbit did catch that Hunter A play. So now a Jenny smoke is thrown, and they go B. Nico will be ahead of it. God, their util usage, dude. Now he gets a chance. And that chance is seized. Time. No time for this. Hobbit does find us a miraculous frag, and he'd have to kill him now. Okay. Amanek's movement is just enough to save the day, but he gave it his best shot, didn't he? There's a universe. There is a universe where that impossible 1v2 with 8 seconds comes through.
Yeah, where it's not a jiggle, or not a jump, and it's a jiggle, right? And he's able to convert in that moment there. But all in all, great stuff from G2. Sketchy round, right? And it came down to the time. I didn't even realize there was only 20 seconds left, and it was quite spread from Gambit in that moment.
That one.
Yeah, just, right? Just. But Gambit, they buy back in. Pressure towards B. Axel, a little bit more heads up this time, and Amanek peering on over. Him and Jax have taken a chunk of nade damage, and they're continuing to fight.
Yeah, that's a great smoke. Just arrives late. Nah, and enables a frag. That's 3 for 3. Jax, every round so far, has managed to house Gambit, at least initially. Of course, the rounds haven't always been translated or converted. He's sticking around on the edge of this smoke. He'd be asking a lot of him to get another frag now. 60 HP, close quarters against 2 of them. There it is. Hobbit will find it. They flash Amanek on the advance.
Well, they dropped that one way again, not playing behind it this time. It's going to allow Nico to tuck into one sandbags, and there's only 1 Molotov left from Inters, so if they decide to get back to A, Nico will be a big problem. It looks like B late on the docket again here. Smoke towards the stairs will buy a bit of time, but it also allows Gambit to try and boost on up.
What's the legal ramifications of assaulting an air conditioning unit?
Nothing, I don't think. I think it's just destruction of property.
Okay. But like if I just got a bat and just...
Yeah, look, if you let us film it, we can use it for content, and ESL will be okay with it. But if you just break it, then we might have to pay for it.
Well, they're on their way to Nexus domain. He will be Molotov'd. Oh, he won't. Here we go. Oh! Axel strikes. Nice from Hunter, even nearly a third. Inters is forced off the angle. He has got the bomb. If he could just find the frag, that's enough for a round. Nice from Hunter. Doesn't let things spiral. Hobbit, of course, is a threat, but with 25 seconds, the clock is G2's best friend at this point. NS in the chat. Nexa compliments Axar's nonsense, but Hobbit, he seems alert that they could have taken a lot of space here. And with 10 seconds left, he seems to be giving up the fight for the bomb, would rather just try and do more economical damage and survive himself. Seems like a perfect little hidey hole. G2 aren't going to get greedy. They're just happy to be putting a second on the board, and courtesy of Hunter.
Yeah, that shot from Axel onto Nexa was brilliant. That little leap on over the top, you can see him just bounding up like a gazelle. Oh, ridiculous stuff there. Absolutely ridiculous stuff.
But what a clever movement path as well. You know, like he's A, got a very effective and accurate weapon while moving, and B, he's managed to land it so he's only getting the info on the jump and can be accurate when he returns to that little lip. Very cool. Timeout immediately upon the loss of that round.
Seen some funky move, not funky. Well, funky in the good way funky, right? You know, like we're getting funky. Not the, oh, that's a bit funky.
Yeah,
you know what
like
I'm talking
funky
about.
feet, not a funky party.
Like Quesarada yesterday in the vent room in Mirage when he did a little bop.
Yeah, that was funky.
Kill. That was nice. And this one here from Axel as well. So it's cool. Doesn't result in a lot, but always fun to watch.
Just anything that stops us from saying the word smooth and move together. Now, they do sound nice, but everyone has made that connection now, and it's a daily struggle to not say it out loud.
We can talk about, you know, if somebody stuffs up the movement, they got 2 left feet.
There it is.
Yeah, see, we can work on this.
Foot loose, we can start making references. He's got a good idea about the boost there. That was behind the box, tight from Nico. Brings them down low, and the knee puts them even lower. Gambit, there is a ring in, and their knees a little wobbly.
Good CT side defense so far out of G2, and they're looking good to convert another here. This harassment over towards the A ramp, just the way that they're doing it, it's not the all-in, right? It's not that we're just going to stop you at your smoke and vice versa. It's actually quite well thought out. Sorry if I sound a bit surprised there, but...
This is a real problem. That's their hero, AK, who's taken a brunt of that.
But they continue to harass. Like, the aim on the likes of Nico and Jax to just re-pick this, some of the best in the server right now.
Yeah, and this smoke is such a great threat for their walk-up. Oh, spots out Axile. Could get swung on and realizes it. Anthony from the sandbags. That's a quick one from Jax. He had to find the head. It was only the only thing visible. And now the broken Gambit chipped away at. Limper smoke.
Not the weapon for the job, Axile. Trying to fight the boost position with a MAC-10 from Sandbag. Look, they've been able to scrap back some real estate.
Check in on this Hobbit Nexa exchange, because I think he's got up completely unnoticed, unscathed. They can't be planning to go back to B, can they?
Not with 20 seconds. Instance is starting to get a move on. Hobbit's now making noise. They just need to die at this point.
Yeah. Well, Axile's managing to make it hurt. Nico keeps them just away from that default spot. And this frag onto Axile's everything. Nico's the one to provide it. Shira just doesn't have the time.
They need to push in.
They do need to die.
The lost bonus, you need to die.
They're working on it. They're working on it as best they can and making it hurt along the way. Hobbit will keep hold of the AK. Again. Yeah. Well, they do manage to make it costly. Like, they're just milking everything they could possibly get out of a lost round. And they did, actually. Fair play.
I think that's the mindset. The point that you just made about that, the lost round, right? At about 20 seconds, when 2 players are on 7 HP and you don't have any real estate on the map, it is a lost round. But the best that they could do there was keep the CT economy honest. You had to die or save like Hobbit did. So yeah, sure. That's maybe one of the ways to look at Gambit. Every situation, they're going to try and get the most out of it. It's not just one of these where they, well, that's not true either. They do the 3v5s where they just save sometimes too. So I get it's all situational.
I wonder where that input comes from. We're operating in a bit of a blind spot in that respect.
Yeah, it might not even be live input. It might just be stuff that the theory side of Counter-Strike that they've discussed before.
Where do those foundations come from? Is that group conversation? Is it Nafany kind of laying down the law? Is there a big input from Constantine, the coach? It's a conversation, of course, that I think I'd love to dig in deeper once we get our hands on the players.
I think the key is, as long as, whatever happens in the round before, they don't allow the negative to go into the next. That right there is key for any team. And Gambit never really looked flustered.
So again, the battle, and this has been a big component of G2's success so far, has been winning this duel out and really making life difficult for Gambit's ramp.
Yeah, the constant harassment, right? The different looking smokes, the one-ways over the top, the constant spamming. Amanek hasn't even gotten a kill, and he's one of the A defenders right here, so you can see how much they're doing just with their bodies.
I'm not in love with a walk-up shot against potential pistols, never mind AKs. Puts himself in a bit of a box. He will have to hit this first shot. Hobbit's definitely going to be a nerd about the jiggles. Okay, so they're just going to use this AK to try and keep CT feet planted. A little poke and prod for information. Hobbit's making as much noise as he can.
Yeah, and noisy over towards short as well from G2. Maybe trying to bait up a pick into that AWP.
Oh, and Nico actually giving them the duel. It's an even trade. Neither of them goes down, both on a scrap of health. Passes the buck to Shiro. Axar's look towards B has been neutralized. And now, well, obviously a bomb plant would be a dream. By keeping Nico honest, he has fallen into a passive line. Now, Hobbit could try and overwhelm this aforementioned AWP Jax setup. This is surely going to bait him in. And there's the miss. Nice cover from Jax.
Well, they all survived. Great round there from G2. Actually, 4 great rounds in a row, really, and 3 of which have been all timeout rounds. So there have been saves for Gambit.
Well, Nico did tweet that finally we're playing our map pick.
Look, I made a tweet the other day about G2's map pool. I feel like I have no idea where it is, where it's at, where it's been for a long time, right? Because there was always the joke about them picking Dust 2 and always losing it and finding their identity. I didn't think it would happen on Vertigo, but if this turns out to be one of their stronger maps, great. Back we go. The guns are out here. It's not a full buy. You can see Hobbit there struggling a little bit with a Galil. Utility's not great either. This is a pressure round for Gambit to operate in. Jax just continuing to be an absolute nuisance.
Just saying, in the silence gun watch.
Well, it's helping him a bit.
Admittedly, this is probably the best team to use for the example of being a proponent of that silenced 2900 M4. They can boost for Hunter here. It's going to be about how well trained he is. Yeah, next jiggle they'll have a shot. But he's with the Galil, and he makes it work. Hobbit, that's such a big find. Gambit sees an advantage, and in response, smoke is dropped. Jax, aware he's being hunted, or at least concerned, he might want to take this fight. Shiro's posted up, though. He really cannot toe this line anymore. Tucks in as Nafany clears. Gambit are gathering A, and G2 are on the wrong side of the map. He doesn't have any util. It will have to be his weapon that does the talking and the defending. Slipping through short as they aggress through ramp. It's not the worst case. Inters has been given the responsibility of housing that. Oh, and Jax, he does strike beautifully. Not ready for the Hobbit swing, or at least unable to convert it. Just like that, the round will fall apart. Gambit just committing to the A site after finding that opening pick.
Yeah, and great work. They've watched the demos. They've done their homework. We saw that setup out of G2 yesterday, right? The jiggle from that construction position in middle. And that's all it took to unravel this setup. I love how much they're allowing Jax to just be his own entity on that site in a lot of these scenarios, right? Because the fights that he's taking, I think, really suit him as an individual. Very sharp aim, can constantly be a nuisance. It's not something where he gets to decide when and how he wants to rotate on back, depending on the conditions. So it's a lot of pressure. But so far, so good, as now we're tied up 4-4. And you will be seeing this buy come out of G2 again. So there's plenty of cash. They can drop the guns across. No dramas whatsoever. And that was the opening. So not working with a lot of util to help again, but working with an idea of the setup, able to find that initial pick. And maybe now we'll see a gear shift. Full nades, AKs, all the goodies. Both teams with a full buy brimming over here as gap smoke has been thrown. Shiro and Nafany looking to go quick over towards A. Amanex now over towards the B site, initially smoked off, and both teams just stopped on out here.
Jax, he got no silence at that time, still unloads 30 and they can't find him. Very brave stuff, wants to keep them honest on A. Axel walking through his own smoke here, Nexa playing up close, previously of course catching Nexa in that very same spot with a Tech 9, he's aware of it. Supportive util from Nico, he can actually do a full util set from mid for that B clear.
Ooh. And that's a very difficult spot to clear on out there for the CTs. Axel will be able to take it back. The Molotov has subsided. And now they can creep on in, even boost up if they'd like. Nex is behind the tall box in sight here, just on the jiggle.
He's been holding this angle. It's powerful. He still doesn't finish it off neat and tidy. Finally takes Axel down, but the space is taken. Look at Inter's go. Flash, perfect. Frag, better. Tight, no problem onto Nico either. Well, that's the round. Unless they fancy their chances, Amanek yet to frag. He does have all the equipment he'd desire for this, and maybe they are going to dip their toe into the site, see what they can find. It's Jax with a full util as well.
Yeah, these nades could be nice if they can get a molly. Displace them a bit here. There is a chance.
Yeah, Hinter's incredibly low, crossing back towards that site. They are testing. Shiro is such a threat, posted up on both sides of that gens, and I think Amanex thought better of it, would rather grab that AWP and AK respectively. Even Nafany wanting to try and...
He might get one here.
Well, if he'd have not made so much noise, I reckon he had a pretty good shot at that.
Know exactly where they can stand, barely taking any damage. Not in the line of the CT's fire and able to drop back and hold on to everything. Gambit get back in the lead here, 5 for them. It's so interesting that G2 just had, like, Jax was sole away that round, and we saw him aggressively spamming down through the smokes. They had so much more of a lean, heavily ready for mid, ready for B. Still dropped the rounds, and even after that initial exchange there, so great stuff from Gambit with their trades, the conviction behind their B execute, and they forced G2 into a weird spot. They've decided to take a partial here, a couple of deagles, and well, one goes right. Hobbit now below the ladder. Hunter, well, he's pinned on in here.
Oh, there's Amanex first.
Hobbit's climbing up the ladder. They even knew that Hunter crossed and he still went up. Okay, brave stuff, but he's got all this for free.
Oh, he's ready for every exchange. Nico does avenge his fallen cousin. And unable to piece together Inters.
Oh, they're straight into B. This is very quick stuff.
Yeah, but Nexa he's only got a USP. I mean, I don't know if there's anything... Oh, I say only a USP. It's the pretty new one. Not going to save his hide here, though, as the util will likely burn him out or spray him out. Combo. It was so perfect.
The smoke, spam into the smoke, molly to flush him out.
And the 2 save rifles
Picture perfect.
Nothing available to them. It's impressive stuff out of Gambit. They've called a perfect game there, avoiding both of those potent weapons recovered from the previous. Jax won't be holding on to his, though. Inters make sure of that.
Yeah, look, the loss burner starting to build here. 2,400 in the next for G2. This orb, Amanek, he's given up the position now. How long can he retain it? Well, not much longer. Axel swings around the corner, takes it down, picks up one for Shiro, and things are looking great over there. G2 are working on their buy now. Amanek can get back into an AWP. We've got the silenced M4s coming on out again. So there's 3 in play. Nico, Hunter, and Nexa all into the silenced M4. It's just Jax who has the M4A4 equipped right here, right now. But Gambit have been showing, you know, a bit more focus towards middle, a bit more focus towards the B bomb site. They've been deterred from A with the fights that Amanek and Jax have been winning. They're changing it up again. Back they go.
Yeah, let's see if Jax can once again send them to the other side. And on the push, it's Nafany that wins the fight. The trade is not there. Nico gets absolutely bamboozled with just a Mach 10 as well. Hunter, he knows he's under a lot of pressure now. He'll fall back into an elevated line. Would need 2 heads immediately upon the cross, and he does find them.
Nafany's low still.
Yeah, it's a competitive round if Nexa and Amanek can piece it together, but their rotate is so delayed. He's gone round the world. Amanek's still uncertain of the mid lurk.
The bomb hasn't hit the site just yet. Gambit hitting pause again. It's this fight right here. If Nafany can win against Nexa, it's all over. Now there's a chance.
It does to find the frag. He actually takes contact so early, but it does leave Amanek in a very dire situation. A smoke, does he have the kit? No. Could find this Hobbit close line, but he's perfectly tucked in. Hobbit's positioning.
It's so cheeky.
It leads him to such favorable duels. 13 for Hobbit. He's having one of the best series I've seen out of him in some time. Just consistently at the top of that scoreboard, against G2 no less.
It's crazy these first 2 from Nafany, right? The second kill is huge. The first one, he's actually lost out on this duel time and time again to Jax in this series, but the fact he gets away with it, and he gets the second, that felt like the round. Hunter did his very best from that passive position with the M4 spray, but not looking good here for G2 as they are once more back down to just pistols. Got flashes and smokes to help contain and contest. Jax just loving playing over this ramp smoke. They've already pushed on down, very disconnected here. Amanek's already dead. More damage done. Nades are following through, and this one looks like it's crumbling for G2.
Oh, same fate. And the fight's just come to them. Even Axel on B now, just in case Nexa thought he'd be safe. They know he's not hiding on the site.
Oh, bottom might be showing. Just got around the corner there. Oh, this won't be extended for much longer. Exile's had enough of this silly business. That's 8-4. Seeming very Inferno-esque right now. And we asked the question at the start of the day, especially considering the two matchups we have, Gambit and Heroic, the world #1 and #2 right now. I don't think anybody could really disagree with that. But the question is anybody else on that elite level right now? Is anybody else able to tussle with these two big boys?
Or will we have another full 5-map best of 5 between those two nerds?
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If we get that matchup again, we get to see the two best teams going toe-to-toe. If we get somebody to disrupt that status quo, it's a whole new conversation.
He loves it, doesn't he? And Anthony's going to hear that pin pull. He might try and punish on the back of that.
Smoke's about to fade here.
Jax isn't ready. Oh, he does adjust. And no possible trade this time for Shiro. He smoked off, flashed off. And G2 given a red carpet run to their 5th here. They've got Nico and Hunter partnered up in middle. That's very quick to rotate into B should they be required to do so. Next up, he's been alert of the right side boost, but perhaps the left is a challenge. A step too far for Gambit. They do nade him down nicely, so they will try and take this space. Jax, however, walking straight into Shiro, and he's going to charge forward, not backwards. He wants more, and now Amanek's getting run down. Shiro opens the door to A, and Gambit complete 180 off the back of one man. He's got the full util set, no worries. Nico's been forced to acknowledge it's possible A. Gambit are up to their usual hijinks here. They've parked one. Oh, so much depending on what Hunter finds here, and that's perfect. By clearing it out, concern of Nico grows even more. Oh, and Hobbit's hitting everything. That was a one-on-one. He didn't even need to call upon Shiro.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a lot of info.
He's low.
That's a lot of info, and Hobbit will just be the bait. Shiro looking to finish it. And just as he looks away, Gambit strike again.
I don't know what you're meant to do in these situations because that, like, Hunter just cleared. Now he's just looked away, and as soon as he looks away, he picks off him.
They're boosting B. Our B player just died. I'm going to walk down ramp. It's all justified decision-making, but Shiro was there. Like, this is what happened.
But look how good this is with the util, right? As soon as Axel jumped up, they identified where he was, and there was like a nade and a molly that landed directly on Nexus. I was like, oh, well, I've done my job, but I'm immediately dead. Nico, just sitting waiting, takes that fight. Head blown off. Hunter, he knows that there's two left, knows where one is. As soon as he looks away from the other choke point, they swing. Like, how... if you looked at the faces there, they just... Both Nico and Hunter just shook their head, because what are you meant to do?
Yeah, it's too good.
There's just nothing you can do against that. Like, I don't know why Shiro swung then. I don't know what sound cue he heard. I don't know what intuition he had. It could have just been on a jiggle. But either way, 9-4, pistols again, double digits, almost a certainty for Gambit here in the first half. It's clean Counter-Strike, but it just looks mean, right? Like, they don't... in a lot of these situations, it doesn't even feel like they have a chance.
Clean and mean. It's a very succinct summary of Gambit. Yeah, it's no coincidence we use words like bully, we use words like just dominate, because there are games, and this is a semi-final, I will remind you, this is the playoffs, where Gambit make the most rigid, the most developed, and some of the most expensive rosters in history look foolish. Now, Almanek has got a bit of an opportunity here. It's a double dink required. It's an unretrievable AK. He'd love one. He'd love one, but Naphani's too ready for it. Nico is on a fast flank, so if Hunter can just keep him busy, perhaps that deagle from his brother-in-arms will be able to do some damage. Nice from Jax.
Oh,
okay.
huge from Jax.
Has just popped off, and if he finds it, he's so good. Okay, Jax is doing what Jax does best. Inters is not going to get that bomb down, and G2 have an olive branch presented in the name of Jax and his Desert Eagle. I want to see that one from his side of things. The second shot came so quick on a complete 90-degree turn.
It's wild. Like, his aim for one of the older boys is phenomenal. Like, absolutely phenomenal. The first is, this is great shooting here.
The third, like, he's just cleared scaff.
Great shooting. Jackie boy. All right, well, yeah, that smile. Yeah. Why not? I'd be happy with myself too.
A state of disbelief of what you're capable of.
Oh, remember when this game? Oh, hold up! Here's the fight again. Nafany onto Jax. They're going to trade each other out. Amanek's nade saves the day. 4v4. Back into the chaos we go.
Supposed to be a guaranteed 10th. Jax decided it wasn't. Shiro is now ahead of everyone with this AWP, and he might even try and take down Nico, you ballsy boy. Sweeping into the site now. Amanek, you better be ready. Or Shiro will strike. He's quick. You can see why he's compared and put in the same breath as Simple in hot pursuit.
Oh, Nico's forced forward.
Nice find. Needs another. Shiro firing off a warning shot, but Nico has managed to perfectly slip down the scaff. Inters is not ready for this, and this is a powerful double. The fact that Nex has got another as well puts Shiro on notice. 1 versus 3, and Nico, his first. Wants the rifle. Doesn't get in time, and Hunter's there for revenge. Damn, okay, well, they kept them honest in the last 2. Vertigo continues in just a moment. Don't go too far. This semi-final's got more.
Хорош!
Молодец!
Хорош, красава. Не суетите только это.
Nice, Jackie. On side. Planting.
Nice.
I have a.
G2 6, Gambit 9, just pulled into that competitive scoreline by Jax and a little bit of magic from the G2 boys. Great Deagle work. myself and Chad are here to bring you the action. Maybe we get to see a little more out of the G2T side. Chad, we've seen a G2 Vertigo recently. It's in our memory.
Yeah, just versus Astralis yesterday, and a couple of things stood out. We had that B execution they had where they overrun Dupree time and time again, and the mid explode where they have this smoke. They just bank off the wall. It's quite passive, but it gives them the ability to run quickly over mid, split B, and get in the face of the CT. So let's see how Gambit handle a couple of these. The 1x bet odds are heavily favoring the CIS squad here. Did also note G2 were quite passive and slow in their approach, more than happy to allow space to be taken, only to take it back later. But Nico's been boosted up very quickly here. 2 on the site to receive this. Here they come.
He smokes his teammate out. Nico is fully blind, but right next to 2 of them. His back is turned. Intus can't believe his luck. It's about to be a big brawl. Looks like G2 have come out on top. Shiro hunted. That was the bomb, though. But Amanex delivered it behind the gen. That's not ideal, especially if Hunter goes down. That's a big if. Big if, and he doesn't. Finding the frag now relieves a lot of pressure. They put a lot of bullets into the smoke, enables Hobbit to perhaps take some space if he could hit a quick bang. Okay, they've spotted him out now. Does the bomb go in A? It might do. Jax is going to finish our problems. And G2 will take a pistol.
Now we have a game. Now we really have a game. As long as G2 can convert this one, might even see that third map and Mirage there. Things are going to start getting interesting from this point onwards. Looking much more threatening than map number 1.
That's so long as they don't fall foul to any Nalfany funny business here in the Force Buy.
Yeah, he's got the perfect weapon for the job here. So if we get an A-ramp smoke coming out to assist, he will be creeping on down. I think Hobbit's lining that one up. Nalfany fast for that crane peak. Meanwhile, G2 are working on more of this B action. Nalfany secured A immediately. This heavy rotate over towards mid and B. Definitely possible, but he's going through. Nalfany, absolutely insane play. Nexa receives, knocks him down.
That was the funny business, wasn't it? That might change things for G2, finding such an early scalp.
Oh, okay. Staying very interesting here. They're being pressured all across. This is the moments in where we see G2 fall apart after they've been a little bit tagged up by the Deagles. It gets late round and then...
Oh, he's going to pop Shiro in. They're going to be blind here, dude. Jax needs to find his frag before it pops, otherwise they're doing the dance. Nice find, he was tucked in tight. Inter's ready and receives with the Deagle. Jax gone, that's one of the big guns. And there goes another Hunter, this time losing the AK. It's in with the retrieval. Nico wants to take space, but if Axel hears this, Crosshair's in the right place. Nico's got a lot to do. He's pushing him. Axel is caught on the retreat, and that enables a little bit of space, and it's only a little. Bomb to be planted. Nico's got to hold a lot here, and if they deagle, oh, fully blind. Intus gets him, and Gambit immediately snatch away the response. It was supposed to be 3, Chad. 3. Convert the pistol, the second force, however, even though they lost the early man advantage, 5 versus 4, and G2 get knocked on their bottoms. Let's recap. Walking into B, in response to the man advantage, it was all too easy. This is a horrible death for Hunter.
Yeah, after that man advantage, Amanek walking on his own, you know, untradeable. That one right there ties it up 4-4. Give me a second, Alex. I'll be right back.
Let's see. Nico actually does punish that missed spray from Hobbit. Deagles of their own design. G2 are chasing this dragon. Oh, tough one for Nexa. A tut of his tongue as he goes down. And the rest, I'm afraid, gets very difficult for this Deagle adventure that G2 are trying to forge. They've invested all their schmeckles into it.
These are the type of rounds yesterday versus Astralis that they somehow pulled off in the last 20 seconds, but the low HP... That make this even more difficult. Hunter's going to be first.
Oh, there you go, mate. There you go. It's Hunter this time. We know what Jax and Nico are capable of. Hunter reminds us as well. This is so easy to fall apart, though, with their low HP.
Yeah, if they overthink it as well, they might just run back into one of these rifles.
With 2 smokes up, you can't resist, can you? You want that plant. You're going to go for it. Jax using that smoke to pass safely. Playing safe now. Important round for G2. All of the red faces from the previous would be completely relieved. And Gambit are out of there. They're just straight out there.
They just don't know the HP right now, the G2 members. If they knew that combined we were looking at not even one full man standing, they might consider going for this, but the correct call is being made.
That'll do. That'll do nicely.
And Hunter really just silences them right there. Jeez. Huge shots. Wow. I didn't think it was going to be possible with the HP looking like that, and they even all survived. They only get their 1 AK out of this, but sure, they've the MP9. Look, it's a round, and that's what G2 are playing for right here.
I mean, it started the same. Poor old Amanek has been having a nightmare on Vertigo, and you can see it really did look dire. Nexa losing that duel, then Hunter happens. This second fight, oh, he had no right to win that. Look at his HP, 14. Shiro, one more bullet of that spray, and all his problems are relieved, certainly not restored.
Force by Wars are on, though.
Yeah, and, well, Nico hands a headshot to Winters. No debate about that one. Hobbit is in a very committed position. He won't be able to escape now with this much presence in mid. He's just looking for one and done. Volleyed out. Get out of there, dude.
Focus on A right now. And
He's actually caught it. Nexa was holding the one side of the box. Nafany with an audacious push. And he's channeling them now straight back into B.
Full control, a weapon upgrade.
Hunter knows he can't lose the bomb, but he also can't just completely abandon that bridge flank. Amanek, he's been having a real tough time with Axile. This time he's got a team behind him, or at least he did. Past tense.
He got control. He wasn't just stopped at the door. Bouncer didn't go, hey, ID, please.
Yeah. No, it's actually, it's from Canada. It's provisional.
I know it looks fake. I swear. We just do things different. This is perfect for Shiro. Oh, couldn't get the tag.
Drops their own smoke against them. Hunter running up and caught just as he swapped to the util. Nafany's such a thorn in their side, and any of these scout shots hit are only going to make Nafany's job easier. There's a prime example. He can peek out again. He's even going for wild no-scopes. Oh! And it's going to work! Jack's caught straight through the box. Shiro can do no wrong. Yeah, just get out of there. Nothing you can do. Resigns himself to a T-side save.
He's been heard, though. Very noisy about this up the ladder. Hobbit's going to find him.
He might even. Yeah, 2 seconds to spare, but an AK is recovered all the same.
Oh, trying to get. Oh, the safety railing's a little bit too safe right there. You're trying to hook his teammate up with an upgrade. Couldn't get it past the bloody rail. All right, well, that's a nightmare for G2 losing everything. Do they want to continue the Force by Wars? We saw them get it done with the Deagles before, but if the game continues in this fashion, Gambit, with the round advantage, doesn't take a mathematician to get you this one right. We'll get across the line first. Watch this out.
Let's just do that every time, I guess.
Bang. No scope, through the smoke, through the wall, headshot. That's what the hieroglyphs read, in case you guys aren't too familiar.
Never considered them hieroglyphs before, but it seems cool, actually. I like that.
Wow, they didn't force here. They've just gone for Glocks and a Deagle.
Get to see just what G2 are made of when they are forced into this 12-8 scoreline. Nico's boosted position is already pre-aimed, and Exile seems very well drilled with his B defense. He's got his Angs, and he's got his Crossfire. Has his partner in crime, Inter's doing damage as well.
That shows you how good both teams were there. They both peaked at the same time, and both players got the kills immediately. So that Crossfire set up perfectly. And look at Nafany. He's going to lock the door on this. The MP9 is about to get a huge cash injection for his bank.
Might even be just as they're setting up the boost. Nexa's Deagle. It's done ridiculous things. Gambit, however, not going to let that happen. Look at their immediate reactions to 4v1, by the way. Take a look at the minimap now. They just spread out, make sure they've got all of the potential cubbies covered. No route into the site. Just has to stand and fight. And Exile's not going to let that happen. Lovely find for Gambit, 12th found, and it was just the eco. G2 going to persevere now with what they can. I say what they can. It is going to be light in some respects. Ugh. Oh, they ride such quick highs and low lows. It is reminiscent of that quarterfinal we saw from G2.
This is the thing with the force by wars, right? It hurts a lot more on the CT side, but when you continue back and forth and then you find yourself with a 4-round gap, you have enough cash for most of your players to get a reasonable buy. It's not enough for the full buy. It's not enough for that game plan that you discussed. We're like, okay, we need everybody to have the full set of nades. We're operating with the AKs. We could take these heads up. Now you're going to be, look, Mac 10. You've got yourself coming in here with an interesting looking buy. I think that's the best way to summarize it. Amanek, Mac 10 for him if he'd like to keep this one fast. A Galilla's possible. Hunter could go AK head armor. But either way, G2 really backs against the wall in this one. Would need some more individual brilliance to come on out. Amanek has gone for the Mac 10, so maybe we get something a little bit quicker, a little bit more in your face. Here we go.
Big one for G2. Anthony, desperate to contest the ramp. It's him and Shiro set up on the A hold. Hobbit's on sandbags, and they do have an opportunity to strike B, but how? As we established, Axile and Inter's B-site nerds, they've managed to find some great angles, and it does look like Nexus Adventures have been cut short.
There's
Here
two
they
on
come.
the side.
They're ready for this fight. Jax is completely blind, and it's going to be a 2 from Axile. Oh, even a 3rd on the cards. Hunter quick to the draw. Goes down to the nades, and Nico needs so much more. Fights left and right. It's just way too much, and Gambit will ease into a 13th.
Yeah, I think all the oxygen getting sucked out of the room here for G2. It's just the lack of the buys. It means the lack of options. Now we go into a round like this. It will just be the pistols again or another save. Well, they're one and the same, really, at this point of the game here. Almost destined for the 14th. Double AWPs. And we go again. Just looks too easy for Gambit here.
Staring at the flames, it's a Tech 9 flash push. Hobbit and Inters already seem very equipped for this. First contact found, they swing out. The flash not going to stop him. And it's just Hobbit having way too much fun here in middle.
He's loving this, isn't he?
Yeah, even the nades look great. Oh God, that's going to hurt. Hunter, yeah, crosshair, we know it's not a problem. That was the smoke we were talking about. A huge gap this time. Oh, not far off the mark. No margin for error with health like this.
Before was ridiculous that they won. This would just be, this one here would just be insane, right? Like when they won that round before and Hunter gets 2, that was great shooting. This time, if they're able to walk over 4 Gambit members with 23 HP combined, it'd be a miracle round.
Yeah, I think we've got a set amount of miracles that are allowed to happen. This one's not quite going to work out for them.
Just how passive Inters was. They're not showing anything. You can see how much Nico can see from this boost position, but still couldn't see Inters in that passive line. And now, as the clock hits 25 seconds, he'll swing back in, gets the final kill, and that's 14 for Gambit. Set up for another grand final here, and it's just another day at the office, really.
Yeah, I mean, this was the question coming into it today, right, Chad? We wanted to know whether or not anyone else that has, you know, weathered the storm of the group stage, that's managed to come out on top and be threatening, can make any sort of mark on what is the indisputable #1 and #2 currently.
And with that, you would have thought G2 could be one of those names that could be in contention, right? You consider the matchup these two had back during the group stage.
Ooh, Shiro's actually in a lot of trouble. Nexa will finish him off, and if they get Nathany, that was the round right there on a silver platter. 2 frags. 1 death favoring them. Hobbit and Inters are already reactionarily in the right place.
He's going forward.
Yeah, they want the fight, and just bodyguarded by Nico as another double frag is found. Axile's AWP, you know where he is. Being walked up on by Hunter on short as well.
If he gets Amanek on the
he
flank,
might actually catch him. Oh, he's already slipped. Loudly stepping.
Seems aware that something's possible.
Yeah, wants to contest. Draw fire, jumping straight into Amanek, and he wasn't far off the mark.
Oh dear. You know it's a problem when he's in a 1-on-3 and every move it still feels threatening, right?
Yep.
You know, oh, he is going to hit him through the box. He is going to jump around the corner and hit that no-scope. Well, that didn't happen, and G2, one more round away from cracking the double digits. That was quick reactions there from Nico.
Jeez, he flew around that corner.
Hops to his doom. Guns back out. You notice Gambit aren't using any silent step force, Alex? Just thought I'd point that one out.
Okay, okay. Point Chad, point Chad.
A bit more careful this time, Nafany.
Yeah, and it's actually great work from Hobbit. Drawn in. Hunter goes down. Very little opportunity now for G2 on this ramp fight. God, the Gambit util is so suppressing. Every pop flash seems to connect. Off the ladder.
Even more.
Yeah. And Hobbit, they knew he was there on sandbags. That's a great smoke to enable him to just tuck on in for the short cross. That's a big find from Jax.
Sorry, what?
Just over the smoke. Predictive perhaps, but on the flash, it's a good chance. Nafany can't seem to finish off Amanek. It's always Inter's nades, though. It's not the first time we've seen him finish off a close duel. Brings him straight back into the even keel.
Don't think there's any dropping back for G2 this time, though. They're pretty committed to this. Naxal, he's secured that.
It's a question of how much he wants to push it. Knowing Gambit, not too much, but he is walking in. Nico's holding it, spots him out, and a big find. A couple of big deliveries out of Jackson Nico. Fakes the steps away. Full, loud, towards B. Shiro and Inters. Burrow deeper.
Calling the bluff here.
Oh, this can fall apart for G2.
Multi-kill potential for Inters right here, right now.
It's Jax. He is that blunt object.
Oh, back turned.
Nice find, only Shiro. Already caught the cross. The bomb needs to get to default. They don't have the smoke. The flash could have bought time, but Nexus
9
trapped.
seconds.
9 seconds. That was the shot he had to hit. Good God. And now Nico, he needs the frag. It's a USP versus an AK. 2 and 1. He's actually got the clock. Gambits take it. Shiro steals it. 1v3 and style points galore. His pre-aim, it was for the jump, not the cross, the jump across the box. I want to see that one again.
Jeez,
and he has that hunt from Nico. He knows Nico's got a bloody AK dancing around the box. Let's see that shot again. God. 1, it reads 1 as he pre-fires that corner, just tucked in tight.
Yikes, that one there is rough. Nafany loved that one right there, and so did we. That shot, jeez, under pressure as well. Just under all the pressure of the world right here.
He is one of the quickest.
Okay, well, they did lose everything. They hit the round, but they lost all their guns, and G2's buy will be looking better for round number 25. They need 6 in a row right here, right now, just for OT. Oh, look how rough that buy looks. Shiro able to get an AWP out of it still. Famus's UMP, very, very light on nades.
This is just the B. Util will stop him. Exile, wow, punished for his nade. His nade is punishing.
This B execute yesterday, they ran it against Astralis a bunch of times and it looked great. But they backed off already.
Yeah, and they're doing a double elevation mid-hold. I don't know, I mean, Jax is good, but there's no way he can get both of them, or one of them, without losing his life on this double peak. Never mind. He's shut down, and there's more on the way as well. Gambit's set up perfect. They do choose to Scarpa.
Yeah,
they're happy to take that advantage.
Oh, the clock might be G2's biggest enemy here. There's a minute, they're down a man. They're really working with no map utility. Hunter's working on A.
Look how much they're moving around. It's constantly dynamic, the CT side. Shiro was B, he's now A. Very few Qs given as well by G2. They've been sitting still for most of this. It's just Gambit having a full rejig of their setup.
But there's 40 seconds and the bomb's out middle, right? If Hunter goes and tries to sell this, it's going to be over mid to B. They might catch Axel and Inters. Axel's the low player floating towards spawn. That was the chance.
That was the find, and Nokorashiro already aware that he may have to go and take contact elsewhere. He's tucking into B ahead of the molly and even doing damage. Nexa does get tagged. Axel's the one with the frag. 15 seconds. It's a Mag 10 from Amanek. A good find. If he could just have dealt with Axel, maybe Nico can. And will, 10 seconds, get that bomb down. Naf need to play spoiler. He can win it right here, right now. He's just going to close the gap. Nico is vulnerable on the plant. He's pushed up. Nico has to hit this shot, and he just can't. Gambit steal it, and they're off to the grand finals. Another one for the world #1. G2 humbled. And they just couldn't keep up. Unable to break double digits in both maps. The best of 3 goes Gambit's way, and they'll be waiting patiently for the grand finalists.
Anyone?
Just bien. Allez, bien.
Let's swing together behind. Behind.
Let's swing together. 3.
Nice!
Nice, guys.
Let's go, boys.
Вместе с тобой. Давай, играй. Давай.
Победим.
Хорош.
Хорош, Тимоха. Давай.
Сейчас, подожди.
Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
And just like that, we have our first grand finalist of DreamHack Masters Spring. Gambit managed to get it done in 2 maps, sending G2 home. It was the expected result, but G2 put up some individual highlights. Yanko, there's definitely a good, healthy takeaway from G2 here.
We lost him.
We might have lost
crying.
Janko. He's
That's
gone
it.
to find himself a
G2's performance,
sandwich.
like, you know what? Not enough.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Not enough.
He's gone to console the Serbian contingent. Absolutely fine. But that was the thing. The point that I was kind of interested in hearing about, Maniac, is actually G2. We have seen some fantastic performances from Nico and Jax. You can see the numbers there. And therefore, do you think that G2 in the future, as their individuals become more comfortable with each other, we could actually see even better results from them?
I think that it's pretty much a case of G2 not having a say in this game, honestly. You know, we started this day with the question of, is there now a distinction between the elite of Heroic and Gambit and the rest of Counter-Strike? That was one of the leading questions in that day. And it's so far so good. Gambit have proved that they don't play on the same level as G2. There are a lot of promising signs for G2. Would it be the structure? Would it be the individuals shining? The Nexa, the Jax, obviously Nico Hunter. Promises are here, but the problem is you play against a Gambit that's on a different level right now.
Well, let's just close things out with G2 by taking a look at round 15, last round of the first half.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Let's do this.
I think we should close the door on G2 after commending them a little bit.
Yeah, I actually have 2 rounds, a package that we can show. And in a way, it speaks for Gambit, but it's also great for G2. It's just some individual flashes of brilliance, right? It's going to be Jax with the Deagle, it's going to be Nico with the AK. And these 2 players, when they find these skills, we're going to see here right there. It got the casters screaming, and for a reason. Jax with the Deagle, I mean, at this point in time, it's just beautiful. First shot, and then this one is so crisp and clean, and he goes again for another one. There's going to be a flick and adjustment right there. I cannot do that myself, but it's great to see and witness. But if we move on to the next round, the problem is that when you see this individual shining, and here it's Nico with a very intuitive, you will see here, he pop flashes himself in and then jumps down left, and he completely bamboozles interns and get that double kill. The point I'm trying to make with these clips, besides just praising them, is that that's the type of ingenuity, of idea that you have to win rounds against Gambit. You cannot have that as a long-term plan. Sure, individuals are going to give you rounds, but not always.
And this is the thing about Gambit. They always have such well-timed, polished executes. They never really put a foot wrong, Maniac.
No, they don't really. And honestly, they play with the time in a very clever way. You never think that Gambit is pushed by the time. They have this ability to decide the pace of the game, and whenever they play it slow, it's all right. They have the end of the round on lockdown, but they change the pace at time. It's not a team like Na'Vi of old, where you would know that you can keep your utility until 15 seconds. No, sometimes Gambit will just execute on you at 50, so they keep you guessing, and when they do play the clock, they play it nice.
Oh, I think we have got a call scheduled with a finalist. Hello, Nafany. Congratulations.
Hello.
How do you feel about making the finals?
It's really nice to be in final in such tournament like DreamHack Masters. So it's really nice.
It's your 3rd ESL Pro Tour big final in a row. So this is normal for you now. I want to talk about something we saw on Vertigo. Once the score got to 3-3, G2 caught up with you. You had a team talk. What did you say to your team?
First of all, to be honest, I was a bit nervous, and probably I fall in like in emotions. So so we just speak a bit about this. Shira just said, "Okay, Nafny, calm down a bit, and we will win." So I just also tell our guys to be a bit focused on like trades, because we was like a bit scared, I guess, or I don't know. So that's all what we say.
That's interesting, Nafany. So sometimes when you're having those team talks, you're looking for words from your teammates to help you rather than the other way round.
Can you repeat, please? Sorry.
So if you were actually seeking some help from your teammates, then I was wondering, when you have a timeout, it's not always so you can tell the team what to do. It's because you need them.
Sure, it's like I have amazing team. We have like Hobbit, who is really like the most impactful guy ever I see. So we have like Shira, best AWP in the world right now, in my opinion. We have like Axid, it's like the best rifler, and Inters, he always doing like worst work. I mean, he really sacrificer, I guess.
Nafany, first of all, congratulations. That was such a clean match. I want to ask you a simple question. Do you realize that you are the best team in the world right now?
I don't think about it like at all. I think like we, Heroic, G2, and maybe Navi in the same level right now, in my opinion. We just want to win, that's all. We don't think about like who first or second, care about it. This.
So you don't really have a preference in who you would face in the grand final, whoever comes?
I don't like to play versus Heroic, to be honest.
Why?
They really would prepare for us, so that's why.
So tell me what you learned from that final at ESL Pro League when Heroic beat you in the final map.
I understand how I should call strategies, and you know how to play versus them. So I think it will be not so easy like it was in Mirage. So I think we will have a good fight.
Cajun won't get a knife kill this time.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
And if you do face Na'Vi, if they win against Heroic today, what are you expecting? You normally beat them, but we are seeing with Bit, this is a Na'Vi that seems to be getting stronger.
Na'Vi, it's a strong team, so I expect that it will be a hard fight as versus Heroic and as versus Na'Vi. So I mean, both teams is really good.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us, Nafani. We'll see you tomorrow in the grand final. Congratulations.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, with Nafani taking an exit, we can now welcome back Yanko.
Is he now?
Is he here?
I don't know.
There we go.
Do you guys hear me?
We do.
Welcome back.
What happened?
All right.
Who did you annoy?
I don't know, 17 seconds, the timer is on, and everything just gets choppy, and I'm like, oh no, try the quick fix, but it had to be restarted, you know, just turning it on and off works wonders.
Yeah, it turns out it does. What were your thoughts on that series then, Yanko?
Yeah, I mean, I was secretly hoping for a G2 upset here. You know, all signs were pointing towards it in a sense of they've been playing better, they've been getting momentum, they've been getting some good wins, and then Gambit just comes in and makes them look average, basically, is what it is. You know, they don't even get double digits on either of the maps. We see some of the issues they've had previously with opening games and playing against those force buys come back to haunt them again, and Gambit just outclassed them in every single way, pretty much.
It is what Gambit do, quite simply. Maniac, do you want to take us through round 19? Because this was a force buy that really changed the direction of Vertigo for Gambit.
Yeah, completely. We can roll up round number 19 to illustrate that point. It's a force buy. We see 37 seconds, but please have a look at how Gambit play off of each other. After that shot from Shiro with the scout, Nafani finds the kill, closes off Speedway completely with the Molotov, so he knows he can pull back. Shiro's going to be coming in with a bit more of a tag with that pesky scout, and then Nafani comes again. There is so much synergy, and G2 that were in a position to potentially retake control of that round are now facing a 2 versus 4 with 17 seconds. This is, by the way, just gross. I'm calling the police. We should do the Overwatch that we did just to call that one out, because that was insane. But the thing is, for Gambit, this is the moment where they retook complete control, because before that, as we can see, this used to be a back and forth affair between the two teams. But when Gambit strike right here, this suddenly becomes the show of Gambit. Beside round number 23, they did not share anything from that moment. We call that pivotal rounds, at least that's the way I see it. When they win this force buy, they put G2 on the ground.
So tight. Well, I was going to say the CT sides, but their T sides as well. They get it done. So Gambit are our first grand finalists of DreamHack Masters Spring, but it's not official until we see it in animated form. So let's take a look at the playoffs bracket. It's like
Let's try that.
I really like the move.
Thank you so much. I didn't say the magic word, which is please. So as you can see, there you go, Gambit grand final, and we're going to have Heroic versus Na'Vi as our second semi-final of the day. But because that was a 2-0 and quite an efficient one from Gambit, it does mean we're going to have to take a little bit of an extended break. So just keep your eye on the countdown timer on your screens. Keep a tab open while you play some DM or whatever you like to do during your breaks. And we'll see you shortly.
We had Team Heroic
and we don't fear anyone.
It's hard to see how anyone can keep them from the title. But Na'Vi are the kryptonite to many a hero.
I think we can win all teams on this tournament, and I want to win this.
If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out CSGOHub.com. Coming!
The leader of the professionals can be described as cocky, wisecracking, and scarily indifferent with regards to the suffering of others. He would say he's just a bloke that likes to have a bit of fun on the weekend with the local armed tax collectors. He downplays the severity of any heavy situations that come his way. Even if he's the last man standing, riddled with bullets, with only seconds left to blow the safe. This white hockey mask and floral shirt were popular choices during his vice phase.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally we are gonna be ready, and this crowd has been completely off the rails already all throughout the playoffs here. It's gonna be NIP and Na'Vi in a best-of-3 game. Edward, oh, what a headshot, the second one follow-up. Guardian looking into lower dark from a different angle than the earlier round. Hard to predict here, and Freiburg is going to be going down. Good entry, solid play from Na'Vi.
Freiburg just decides to challenge on his own.
Wait a minute. They're going to peek just as they're setting up. They wanted to throw those flashbangs in. Get-Right going to be going down. Forest as well. Look at Na'Vi. They rotate 3 men to long to catch NIP as they're setting up for a smoke that was going to go on the catwalk, but Exist with a great double return. If he would have stayed alive, it would have at least bought them a chance now. Pick going to be alone, and he goes down to Guardian, who picks up a quad kill. Forest playing a huge round right now with 3 kills. Still not that much HP left, and he's finally going to be taken out. Flamey returning with a double kill. And all on Freiburg here. 1-on-2. Plants with 9 seconds left. Stands up from the box. Sprays down. One has to turn around. Got the deagle in hand. He's looking for the shot here. Flamey, he can't jump. If he jumps into the deagle, he's going to die in 1 shot. He really doesn't have enough health for that. And he's on the other side with the M4 in hand. He's going to make the jump shot once. Freiburg there. 1 bullet's all it takes. Freiburg, he's got 3 left and 2 in the mag here. He's going to take the chance and reload. And Flamey trying to get closer. Oh, top of the shot box. Flamey, what an incredible clutch coming through. And Na'Vi going to pick up a 9th round. Unreal play here. And again, he was also at the bottom of the scoreboard earlier on. But there seems to never be a big tournament where Flamey doesn't show up.
No, and Exist is so far away. He is rotating in now. He's trying to put the flashes in to help Freiburg out. Freiburg turns away. Good comms there. Does spot the one at the exit the house. He knows that somebody's behind blue as well. So there's a little bit of information for NIP to go off of, and just full faces, but he gets tagged down to 60.
Oh, but look, they're rotating Piff in as well. They got the setup here to try and deal with this, and now come the Molotovs. There's the spray coming through. Exist just saving Freiburg, and he gets a 3rd kill as well. a fantastic shot down of the Na'Vi push out there. Oh, they're coming around this corner here, but the thing is, they don't have armor. He could chew them up right here. Not checking the first one, Get Right, letting them through. There's a 1-2, goes for the triple, Get Right, shutting down every single member coming through, leaving Seized alone. Just a few seconds left now. Gonna go for the shot, and there it happens. Edward takes one down, Seized in a 1-on-3, dodging through the smoke, but he gets found by Freiburg. And NIP picking up Dust 2 on the first map of the Grand Finals. No one there to back him up from Plateau, but he's only got the MAC-10 here, so there's not a lot to lose, and he knows they won't have armor, so it's very easy for him to go and look for these kills here. And well, I mean, 24th round is gonna be coming out.
Patrick just waits for it, man.
Just enjoy it. It certainly seems like it. They want to take this fight instead of defending and spreading themselves thinly. Actually, they're setting up for a bit of a trick play this time. Freiburg just drawing their attention away. And Forrest nearly lining them up. But what a great trade. Flamey taking both those kills.
Yeah, 1-for-1 is not quite going to cut it here. And there's the quick push. Actually, look at this aggression from Get Right. He's going to catch Flamey. Flash. 3-on-3 now. That was the kill to make the difference. And the dunk nade going sailing onto the site, doing considerable damage to Zeus. But the bomb will now be planted, and Edward lurking on a balcony will catch out Pyth. He sees the follow-up man, but Get Right just runs him down. No fear at all. But he's in a 1v2. This used to be the best clutch player in the business. We'll see if he can deliver again. The wall bang on a Guardian, dead on, nearly takes him out, and he's going to be able to get the headshot on Zeus as well. This is his moment. Get Right looking to bait out a reaction, but Guardian, he's got nerves of steel at this point. Not giving it up. Get Right homing in, he's got the kit, and he's trying to cheat forward. He's finally going to just go for the run, but Guardian not going to miss the point-blank shot, and he saves it for Na'Vi.
Forrest hoping up on one, there's Guardian going down, he's hiding in the corner. They do have another backup, two of them backing up behind him. That's Forrest with another one, Flamey with an important refrag, but Get Right is there. Zeus and Edward are left, and they're simply out of time, 30 seconds here. NIP, what a story it's been already. Get Right, and here it comes, NIP, your DreamHack Masters champions!
New day, new clip.
Okay.
The suspect.
Why the suspect has been muted for receiving significantly more communications abuse reports. So he's already annoyed his teammates.
Okay. No, it's decent.
I don't know if there's anything too suspicious about this yet.
I haven't really seen yet. It was a bit of a weird shot, but I don't have any.
Apart from evidence of him being a bit of a...
Okay. I didn't like the 5
headshot
bullets.
rating.
Yeah, that's my problem so far. That's my problem. He only headshots, and the 5 bullets were really weird. Just the last one in the head.
He's 10-0-0. No assists because he's completing all the kills himself.
Yeah.
We're only 4 rounds in.
He doesn't need any help.
2 3Ks rounds so far. So that's 50% of the round so far. He's had 3Ks. What happened there?
What was that? You see, that's my problem. There are new cheats out there. Did he just like, I don't know, did he break the time-space continuum or something there? Like he straight up went into a vortex?
208 ADR, there's absolutely no way this guy's not cheating.
Okay.
The only reason he died then was because he got caught with an ADR.
No, but I'm not okay with what happened in Connector. Like there's straight up something wrong. Yeah, no, send him to jail.
Also, what is it with cheats and bunny hopping?
I don't know. Okay, I'm good. I think we have a beyond reasonable doubt. Book him.
Book him and ban him, Val.
The Empress. The bastion of femininity. A woman that is as intimidating as she is striking, with her blonde hair waving behind her, kept only in check by the crown adorning her head. If the Empress is a femme, the AK-47 makes up the Fatale. A devastating weapon fit for a queen, with a sumptuous design that only exists to accentuate her. Lead us into battle and beyond, dear Empress. We hang on your word.
Another one here, hold overnight. Arrogant, disrespectful, belligerent. All round bad apple we got here today, Mr. Richardson.
Disruptive. And I bet you feel bad afterwards, don't you? Like after it's happened, you've lost the game, so you feel bad, and you feel even worse because you've ruined the experience for the strangers you were partnered with. Like, at what point did you catch yourself and realize, oh, I'm projecting my own insecurities and my own frustrations with my current situation onto these strangers on the internet? Did you realize that? Did you catch yourself? It's not fun. You know, you're never going to feel good at making people feel bad. If you are, congratulations, you're a psychopath. You belong here. We'll keep you a couple more days. But I'm sure you don't. I'm sure it's just, like all of us, you know, you fall into that trap. Your frustrations get the better of you. Emotions dominate logic. It happens to everyone, but you gotta be strong. You know, it's a frustrating game, but that's because the payoff is so good. Victory feels so good. Competing and winning feels great. But mouthing off to people that may have not played or dedicated their life to the game as much as you have, pretty sad, bro, pretty sad. Right?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Get hyped. This is the grand final, Astralis versus Na'Vi. Device was an absolute monster with the scout, and as I mentioned it, Simple has been eviscerated. This is a weapon Device has been very good with. Zipex in the meanwhile going to be holding down Rampant. Device has landed 2 more shots. He will finish off onto Edward, looking like Astralis going to take a comfortable 2-0.
Yeah, he's just tearing them apart limb from limb right now. And it will be 2 players remaining, make it 1. That's a tagged up Zeus. You can see the contribution Device has made to this round. 2 kills, 2 more tags, and Electronic. He won't be able to find anything with this one, I don't think, Vince. This is going to be 2 clean sweeps for Astralis. Device finishes off in style as well. Actually a bit of a ruse, dropping the smoke and perhaps walking towards upper and seeing if Zipex will react to the smoke.
Damage inflicted again. He's going to get pushed. They put in Zeus first. Zipex has ran out of ammunition. He literally has no bullets left. So the fact that Devices came in for a kill is so huge. 14 health. Simple charges out onto the site. 20 seconds left. And finally picks up the bomb. Now Zipex has got an AK-47, so both players are able to wreak down some chaos onto Simple. Post-plant, they're going to allow that to happen. Don't want to isolate themselves into 2 separate 1v1s. Need to push him together. As good as Simple is, if you don't, he will win the round. There's the first one. Flash out into the open again, and Simple is going to go 1 step short against Device.
The auto shotgun is out, a fan favorite, and maybe a straight up upper rush. Will the Alligator be able to find any food today? It will! It eats 3! And now it's a 5-on-2. And my God, it's a lot of fun to watch, but the round ain't done just yet. Electronic will be the last man standing.
And he's actually moved away. He's in garage instead. Simple goes down to the hands of Dupree. Not like this, Na'Vi. Not like this.
It could be happening, Vince. Every single kill is connected to these pistols, and that one is no different. Mages to schools, Flamey. Zipex is there on the door. He sees action towards Squeaky Door. Simple takes care of that. 1 versus 1. Zipex is doing it again, Vince. Edward up against him. He's currently in the lobby right now. Zipex seems to be aware. He thinks that Edward is in towards the lobby. Goes to the fake plant, perhaps. Edward thinks it's slower. It's all gone wrong. He still thinks it is. He's fully committed. And oh no, he's realized, and that could be it. Zipex waits for his kill, and it will be delivered. The 3-on-2 goes in favor of Astralis.
They're going to try and overwhelm Astralis. They're just going to try and completely decimate them. Magisto's got himself 1 kill in return. Device comes through with one of his own as well. And there's Magisk again. This round could be collapsing, but no, Electronic, the man that was absent, the invisible man, has now shown himself with a 3K.
Zeus does get himself up, but he's made a lot of noise, and he's been spotted, Vince, and this could be dangerous now. M4 picked up for Device, 5-on-4. Zeus thought he was completely safe with the smoke down, and that's pulled a rotation. Simple, like you said, could be overwhelmed here, but he's hitting shots, so is Electronic, and it looks like Astralis might be out of luck here. It comes down to the 3-on-2.
Oh, still so much damage being inflicted, though, to Na'Vi, considering it was just CZs and Kevlars to being a 2v2 with a very possible bomb plant following. This is far better than I anticipated. That being said, Flamey's been playing super well so far. He could be the man to clutch this, or perhaps not. He's been drilled by Device. Devastating accuracy. Edward's gonna show his hand, and Device will rip it off. Edward has gone down. This just mounts the pressure on Simple's shoulders. And he did land that no-scope, but it's only gonna be taking 87 off Magisk, so he's still alive and kicking. Will that vulnerability be the way back into the round for Na'Vi? Zeus is going to bag himself an extra 1. They only have a couple of HE, so no incendiaries to throw to the back of the site, but that one's good enough to claim Magisk's life. It's all on Glaive. He's on the new box, and he's going to have to strike 3 times if he wants to clutch there. There's number 1 and number 2. He's on for the clutch. It's all down to the in-game leaders. Which one has the broader shoulders? Glaive's also on for the ace, it should be mentioned, and he's going to try and use a CZ up close with the sidearm. Can he get this done? It's so delayed, it's so labored, and Zeus is going to deny him. And he's not going to have enough time, is he? It's super close.
Super close, could go either way. Oh, he's not going to have it, Vince. And Glaive wins the 3-on-1. Absolutely sensational stuff from him.
Edward's going to be using that UMP to get up close. Wants to play very aggressive, but his teammate as Simple's gone down, and Magiska's got the double.
Glaive will be tested first, and he passes it with flying colors, hits the headshot. Zeus will go down. In-game lead removed, but so is Zipex. That's the power of the P250 right there. Oh my God, this guy is good. He pushes through, and it's going to be Na'Vi with the 3-on-2 advantage.
Very isolated, the 2 CTs. They're going to have to wait a while for Magisk to get close enough to Glaive. That wouldn't be a problem ordinarily if they had a kit, but this is valuable time that is now being drawn out of this round. And Simple continues to land headshots. He wasn't as usual, astounding self in the first half, but he's here to stay now.
Beautiful counter-strike. Mages waits patiently for his chance to get another kill. He spots one. Can he convert it? Certainly can. This could be everything. Mages takes back the man advantage.
That's a hell of a shot. He's going to double up onto Simple. Magisk pulling the rabbit out the hat for the 3rd. And that could be it for Na'Vi. Astralis move 14-10 in the lead. But they've still got 2 players on B. This could bait Na'Vi out. They may expect this to be very thinly contested. Glaive and Zipex both come in for kills, though. It's a 3-on-2 now, though. Flamey, in the meanwhile, puts his Galil to use alongside Simple's AWP. Magisk and Glaive, weight of the world on their shoulders, but the bomb is actually dropped out in the open. And there's a smoke separating Na'Vi. They can't go for it just yet.
This could be everything, and Glaive strikes round the corner, takes off the head of Flamey. Bomb still down. 2 more kills will do it for Astralis.
Nature's going to prime that nade. It could take Edward down. He's on 9 health. They're going to be able to get the bomb. They have enough time to rotate, but they're not going to go for it. Here comes Magisk. He's not going to get the spray on point, but Glaive could. Through the smoke, he's trying to find a way to kill Simple, who simply will not fall. And now Glaive's going to be pushing this smoke, and he's got the kill. Astralis are victorious.
My, Astralis have done it in convincing fashion in the grand final.
They say that if life isn't up and down, then you're not living. As a rise comes before a fall precedes a rise. You can't fully enjoy success if you've never tasted failure. Cadian, the Redeemed, is alive.
He's a hyped up guy, and he always takes us the energy to the next level when we are in that 4th or 5th map.
Life is a marathon and not a sprint. and nobody embodies that spirit like Cadian the Redeemed. Nobody tells the story who fell at first, second, or third hurdle. Sometimes you hear the story of the guy who fell at the final hurdle. Cadian lost games. Cadian has faced failure head on. Cadian considered giving up. Only joking. He can't even comprehend the idea. Cadian, the Redeemed, fell from grace once before. That won't be happening again.
The guy CT.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's knifed him, and he's gotten away with the AWP. I'm starting to get nervous. There's no way, Cadian, you can't win Pro League like this! You can't win Pro League like this! No way! Exile's left, 40 seconds and the bomb's on A. Take your time, son, you're about to make the play of your career. A knife kill? You can't. Cadian, he's thinking about round. Jumps
Saw him.
Exile gets the info, he just has to hit this shot and he's done it for Heroic. The leader, calling well above his years, clearing corners again!
Don't miss the feel-good film of the year, the rags to riches story of one young man's treacherous journey through every single emotion you can imagine.
Whatever the breach was set up to contain, it has escaped. There are frightening creatures afoot on this bad boy. But don't worry, I'm here to keep you safe. Nestled within the ruthless vines of the AWP containment breach are some scary-looking faces, but none of them are fearsome as the boom of the sniper bullet leaving the chamber. Take care when handling the green machine. Do not let the monster overtake you. You must tame the monster.
Hey framtida proffs! Swedish Rush here, and I'm on Ancient. Train is gone. Well, not gone, you can still pretty much play it everywhere. But Ancient is taking its place in the active map pool. Normally, I try to show you nades that pros throw, but you're gonna have to settle with some nades that my friends and I discovered while playing the map before the update. Today, I'll show you a CT aggressive play to take back lane on the B side. We call this strat Polly Wants a Cracker, and will require 3 future pros or some past pros if you know any. Pass pro number 1. You'll be pushing B ramp with an incendiary, a flash, and a HE. Get to B long as fast as you can and dump all your nades starting with your molly off the wall deep towards the B door and then just play behind your molly. Pass pro number 2. You'll be rushing the B bedroom and throwing a molly. To throw your molly, just bang it off this white scaffolding section. Then you can peek out and also check mid if you don't see any Ts. Finally, future pro number 3, the best. You'll be throwing a pretty nifty B door smoke. Also, you will be throwing your incendiary for, as my team calls this area, Polly's Pocket. Hence the name of the strat, Polly Wants a Cracker. To throw your smoke, stand next to this pillar, aim at this section of the big brick, and jump throw the smoke. Then aim in line with the top of this scaffolding and running through your incendiary. Also, do a better job at spamming than I did. That's about it. Ancient is going to be all about CT control, so get a head start with these nades from your good friend Swedish Rush. Adio? Or is it ayo? Any Swedes?
And now, it's time for Wrong Answers Only.
The aim of the quiz is to give me the wrong answers only.
It's not easy.
So it's quick fire, so you got to answer as quickly as possible. If you're stuck for an answer, say pass or next question, and we'll keep it moving. All right?
Yeah.
What animal can you shoot on Inferno?
On Inferno, I can shoot. Well, it's hard.
So you have to deliberately give the wrong answer as quickly as you possibly can.
There's nobody except chicken, but I can't say chicken. It's weird, actually. So I need to find.
If you're really stuck for an answer, you just say pass or next or whatever.
Okay. On Inferno, I can kill some wild animal who is rushing banana all around.
How does the bomb sound?
Like your heartbeat. I think it's a good comparison because it's like a metal.
And that's all of the time we have on Wrong Answers Only.
Whether you like to keep it straight-edged, or you like some curves on your knife, the pastel purple gradient, or the fade design, makes even the most rugged shiv into an elegant, swashbuckling sword. The bayonet and the M9 bayonet give a sharper, rougher feel, allowing you to stab and cut your opponents to shreds, while the sleek cut-on-beat slices through enemies like a hot knife through butter. Stabbing people has never looked so graceful.
This is all I need, it's easy. People tell me that we move too fast. They don't even know what we know. I feel like we could face the whole world, 'cause I know that you're so good for me. 'Cause they don't even know what we know.
Some days you wake up like the world is on fire. Last call came late last night, you're caved in and tired. One more lover that will never be found. Just another body in the cold, cold ground. It's a game show world if you think you can dance. It's good to be alive, give it one more last chance. I know the words burn you down.
throughout the history of Counter-Strike, we have seen nations rise and fall. Like in a symphony, we have the upgoing crescendo and the fall in diminuendo. Once, in the dawn of DreamHack Masters, the Swedish teams were standing high. NIP started off the Masters era with their historical win.
When we opened the door to go out on the stage, the whole place was like shaking and everyone was screaming NIP. It was just amazing.
We also saw a strong team, godsent of Swedish heritage, going strong all the way to the semi-final, losing out only to the Ninjas. The year after the great win, NIP was back at it again in Malmo, this time with two new proteges to the lineup in Draken and Rez.
Oh, what is that flick from Draken?
In the first DreamHack Masters in France, in Marseille 2018, both NIP and Fnatic came out strong. Later that year, in Masters Stockholm, NIP fought their way to the semi-final, where they fell to the #1 team in the world. Fnatic had a rough tournament, but changes were on the horizon. Maybe some new instruments to the ensemble? Soon, after the tournament, we saw some shuffles in the Fnatic roster. The young prospect of Brolin joined from Red Reserve, and JW took him under his wing. Back in Malmo, where the Masters saga all started, it was time for Brolin to show what he had learned, and for Fnatic to be taking the trophy on home turf.
We believe in us. We don't think about the opponents. We just believe in ourselves and play our own game, and that's work.
As time goes, nations rise and nations fall. The symphony fades out. In the online era of Masters, we have seen the Swedish teams fade out and disappear.
Can't feel good.
For Spring 2021, they are nowhere to be seen. Even the greatest composers take inspiration from their peers, but NIP crossed the Öresund Bridge to bring Device over to the dark side.
I definitely think it's a boost for Swedish Counter-Strike that he goes to NIP. You should look out for NIP in the future.
Device now has to train them up to his level, betray his own country, and drag Sweden back to where it belongs. A beautiful symphony and a beautiful ace have a lot in common. 5 different parts working in harmony to create a coherent piece. The strings, the woodwind, the brass, the percussion, and the conductor. If any of them are missing, the melody would fall apart.
Torres eventually there to shut it. There's just been too many losses.
Again for a 1 versus 4. He's already got 1 kill, tapping away and taking down. He needs 1 more kill. We'll be a historic clutch if he can do it. Grenade landing on top. He's down to 50.
A clutch is more like a violin solo. 1 man or woman and 1 instrument, working in unison, dancing across the battlefield like a gazelle.
Oh, wow. More headshots. Oh, no! How could that happen? Oh, he's going to clutch it. He leaves to try and fight them 1 versus 4, and he's got the first kill. So that's right, the only thing going for him. 1 more headshot. They're going to find him. Oh,
Much like a violin solo, without perfect mastery, it can be horrible to watch. But when everything is in sync, it's beautiful.
ridiculous one! And he's landed on the side. Oh, the spray transfer from AZ. Just enough gives him enough time to get the plant. If he goes down to 1v1, his time is going to favor him. Yes, it is! No Molotov to use as a smoke on the site anyway. Forrest has picked up 1. Can he go any better than that? He knows to be back. Oh, my God! Magnifique in Marseille! That was ridiculous!
Michael Jordan once said that love is playing every game as if it's your last. But what if that game was your last? This is the story of Chaos and their last dance. It started on a dull note. However, quiet starts the prerequisites for a grand final. Chaos began to emerge and cut from the same cloth for the final 2 maps, to deny Rugrats the win. And Chaos had arrived, washing Rebirth away in just 2 verses. Took 3 stanzas, but Chaos put Ye to the sword to push on to the last dance. Chaos were fiddling with the hands of the devil while Rome burned. The deal being that they'd get to the final, but after that, they must break apart. Swan song time.
Oh, with the MP9.
Once more, Chaos was setting up for a crescendo. Slow start, this time more extreme. Team 1 sliced through them. Team 1 wanted that crescendo just as much and made it dramatic, stealing the 4th map. Chaos took the win, but now they had to face the consequences of their deal with the devil. A bittersweet symphony ends with an anticlimactic finale. Or did it? While Chaos was seen as a symptom of NA's implosion, they were also a large part of the solution. Jonji's revival on Bad News Bears has them as the one to watch in NA, while Marquee is taking Europe by storm and bringing NA back to life on Extra Salt. Chaos might be gone, but they're also a part of the new movement that's striking a chord with a new breed of North American fan. The show must go on. In 2019, DreamHack brought Masters to Dallas. And although it wasn't the first time we had gone to the land of the free, this time it felt different. Inside the arena, there was an overpowering sense of excitement. This time, we might get ourselves a North American winner. It echoed off the walls of the Symphony Hall like a baritone voice. Every team that had been a champion at DreamHack Masters came from across the Atlantic. But at this point, Team Liquid were arguably the best team in the world, and almost certainly the best team at the event.
Oh, really impressive stuff.
They waltzed past Lucid Dream and danced past North. North now met South as Liquid faced Furia for a spot in the finals. The Furia had overcome Vitality. This one was all Liquid and their string quintet to slice the Brazilians open. Ends was the final performance. Team Liquid struck first on Entz's Mirage pick, thanks to an electric solo from Twists. But despite a weak start, the resilient Finns forced overtime on Overpass and took us all the way to a deciding map for what is a crescendo without build-up. The crowd held its breath, North America held its breath. But do you really think we'd tell this story if Liquid weren't the first North American winners in their home country? This was North America's magnum opus so far. Welcome to Sin City, home of casinos, insomniacs, and the memory of the Golden Five.
And a strike, nice shot, snacks up close. And a straight flash high in the sky that will be able to dodge, means he can go back for more. Finds a second and a third. Snacks on fire, what a shot!
No team personifies the spirit of Las Vegas more than VP. A stampeding gang of Valkyries riding fearlessly into battle. A Polish rhapsody. Virtus Pro are playing against SK for the DreamHack Masters Las Vegas final. If you were a gambler, you knew better than to bet against VP on LAN. This is a team who will take a gamble, ignore the rules, and roll the dice in your face. And it's versus one of the most calculated hitmen in all of the world, coldzera. Everyone else is at the table, and coldzera is the dealer who puts himself with the winning hand every time.
Looks to be enough to shut them all down as Config's the next in line. He'll be giving up the AWP due to the HP.
Cobblestone goes the way of SK. The Brazilian shut down VP. VP have their backs against the wall, but it's not unexplored territory for this team. In fact, they feel confident.
We'll be funneling this terrorist towards our ramp, and Taz lights them up.
A slow start from the Poles doesn't matter as they come back to lead at the half.
Not gonna take it back. It looked like he would strike. He won't. Neil's got it. And Versus Pro will force out Mirage.
Mirage is a back and forth affair. When it's grand final time, you'll need the grand piano. Who else is there to ask the man who's done it all before? The odds were against Taz, but fortune favors the brave, even in Las Vegas.
Directly inside of Taco work together, but they don't go at the same peak.
Sadly, what happened in Vegas stayed in Vegas, and that was the last time the Golden Five were perfectly in tune at Masters. Maybe it's time for a new symphony.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Shit. I won. What? I won. Where the fuck are you? What? Nice spawn, nice spawn. No, you're just so good. Oh my fucking god. Morning aim. Yeah, it can happen. Fuck, I thought you were under the ground. Oh yeah, there's a surfing in the back. Oh. That's not a bad position. Can't see you. You're hiding so much. I have to win. Yeah. You don't. What? Oh. Okay, what the fuck? Shifting around. You like it? Oh. I fucking looked at the bird. I just died. Oh, fucking spray control. Oh, okay, we did the exact same almost. What the fuck? I'm so fucking bad. What is happening? You're too good.
Little brothers all grown up now. Some fighting between brothers is expected, but it's not usually this one-sided. Like Macbeth killing Banquo, or Romulus killing Remus. Taking down those closest to you is just a necessary part of taking the throne.
Being back and beat Astartes like we did in the group stage was just perfect. Now we're used to play the top teams. One more semi will be perfect for us.
With the destructive tendencies of a rambunctious Tessus and the calculated guile of Shush, it's hard to see how anyone can keep them from the title. Nobody has even been able to take a map off them yet. Hell, nobody has even got within 3 rounds of doing so.
We are Team Heroic. and we don't fear anyone. So if you want to beat us, come and join us in the semi.
Heroic might think that their name gives them the divine right to heroship, but Natus Vincere means born to win.
I think we can win all teams on this tournament, and I want to win this.
Furia thought that their plot armor would keep them safe, but Na'Vi are the kryptonite to many a hero, and the Danes are no different. It's going to take something special to take down the team who slayed Astralis, but that's exactly what Na'Vi have. Na'Vi aren't stuck in here with Heroic. Heroic are stuck in here with Na'Vi, and the only way out is straight back home.
Let the best team win.
The last time these two teams met, it was ESL Pro League Season 12 in October, and they had very different lineups, at least Heroic did. And now with fresh energy and ideas, this could be a clash to remember, Janko.
Yeah, absolutely. With these two teams, especially looking at how Na'Vi played in the game yesterday against Furia, you feel like they can be a match. So me, there's no doubt right now in the whole scene, it's Gambit and Heroic, right? So it's up to all the other teams that face them to prove that they're up to the task.
Indeed. And we've got to talk, of course, about Heroic first. Because this team, these individuals are absolutely on fire. And it kind of seems like there's no definite star in the lineup, to be perfectly honest with you. All 5 of the Heroic players are at least in the top 20, maybe even top 15 at this event. Janko, is it simply a case of them having super strong individuals?
I mean, a lot of it was, you know, Tess, as you can see, he's leading the way. He almost had a 2.0 rating against Astralis in that winner's game, so that really propelled him to, as you can see, the second rated player of the tournament. And yeah, like you want to say, you know, Kadian is the upper in-game leader, Refresh and Stone, they're probably like the 2 star riflers, and Tessis and Sue should be the anchors. But here in this tournament, they're the 2 actually highest rated players on the team. So Heroic has just been lights out so far in DreamHack Masters, and you know, if they keep playing at this high of a level, it's going to be very hard for Na'Vi to match it.
I think the theme for Heroic right now is that this might very well be the most skilled top team we have at the top. And Tez's this man has completely flabbergasted me, impressed me, shocked me with his spray control and his mechanical abilities. I grossly underestimated him last year, I have to say, and I do make amends here because his level, individually speaking, has been insane. And everyone on Heroic is actually firing on all cylinders. Their results here, basically a walk in the park. No one has challenged them at all. But it is important to say they haven't faced Na'Vi, as you mentioned, for a long, long time.
It's interesting when you think about Tesses, because I think maybe his first DreamHack was Malmo in 2019, and he was with Optic. And I guess we didn't really talk about him much then. We didn't get to see much from him. Then he goes back to Copenhagen Walls, and now picked up in Heroic. Does it feel like he's the biggest discovery, Janko?
I think he's definitely one of the players that have impressed out of those newer pickups, the Danish players in the last year or two. And, you know, even when we spoke with Kadian after the Pro League finals or some tournaments or some of the games there, he was also praising him a lot, you know, for his role, that he's doing a great job for Heroic as an anchor, and it just helps you so much for the team. And as an in-game leader, right, when you have that player who's a rock who you can rely on, that he's always going to be good for a kill or two, he's always going to play intelligent, not overextend. And yeah, so far he's been doing a great job for Heroic.
Not to be totally devil's advocate here, but when you look at the competition they've had here at DreamHack Masters Spring, Pain, Big, Astralis. Yes, Heroic haven't dropped a map, but as you kind of hinted at earlier, they haven't faced a Na'Vi yet, Maniac.
I know, and it feels like it's a star, it's an asterisk that we can put next to that tremendous winning streak they've had, because Gambit's the only team who actually have been able to beat Heroic in quite a while now. But also, who did they face, right? You think about Katowice, Gambit actually took care of Na'Vi for them, so they didn't have to face them. But then you can only beat the opponents that's in front of you, right? Their numbers are insane. I know they haven't really faced elite competition yet, but the fashion they've dispatched of it, we can only clap and wait for the next game.
Well, let's hear from Coach Hunden. He's newly returned to the squad, and he has some thoughts on Na'Vi.
Oh my god, I hate to play against Na'Vi. Like in 2020, we couldn't beat them. Like we lost 2 or 3 times last year against them, so it will be some kind of a revenge game for us. We want to beat them. We want to beat every single team in the world, and Na'Vi is also one of them. Now we have more firepower, in my opinion, so I think we can match them on firepower as well. I'm pretty sure our system will work out against them, but this time we also have the firepower to match them.
It makes sense what he's saying, Yanko.
Yeah, it does, and also as a coach, right? Sometimes even you guys, when you watch the games, you feel like, especially before, like Na'Vi, they're not really doing much, on their T sides. Then somehow, just late round with some combined peaks, good trading, they just get some crucial kills and they win a round, right? So that's why sometimes it feels frustrating, because you feel like you should be beating them, you feel like you can game plan against that, but they can still make it work. And yeah, Handen is on point. That's actually a big deal that I don't know how much we've talked about it in this tournament, that they have Handen back. His ban has expired now, so he can be back with the team, and I'm sure that's going to help them even more.
Well, Maniac, do you want to take us through some of the numbers from Na'Vi's recent T-sides?
Yeah, because actually I agree with Yanko. It's been something frustrating in the past, but if you look at this tournament, their T-side has been quite good. We've used here Gambit as a reference because they've had the best numbers on the T-side, but we're talking 60% of the rounds won, 83% of conversion when they get the opening kill, which is extremely high, and close to 40% even if they lose the entry kills. So these numbers are here to show you that on the T-side, there's actually way more resources than in the past, and I believe that a couple of names need to be mentioned here. Bit and what he's been able to achieve on that T side has been instrumental, right? He's used as the second entry fragger. You have Boomich, obviously, who's going to go first, and we know he's going to be the tank, but Bit is right behind trying to make the difference, and he's been doing so quite successfully.
Well, let's hear from his teammate Perfecto to see how he's finding playing with Bit.
I think Correa is a capable guy, very capable guy. He is only 18 years old, and he is showing decent performance his role. And we are helping him to develop with all our knowledge. And I think every day he is only getting stronger.
There you go.
Hard to disagree with that, Maniac.
No, hard to disagree. He is getting stronger, at least from what we are seeing. I just want to quickly touch on the fact that we have Perfecto here talking about how they are helping Bit to grow, right? Perfecto is not a veteran on the scene. He's also quite a new player for the top, so it's great to see him already passing knowledge onto Bit. But yes, his evolution has been great and nice to witness.
They are the 3rd highest rated team at the event, Na'Vi, but what is it about their game that could potentially knock Heroic off balance? Because right now, when we look at the grand final, we're expecting to see Heroic there. And when we match up those two teams, we can't tell who's going to win. So just looking at this semi-final right now, before I get too convoluted, Yanko, what does Na'Vi have in their arsenal that could exploit Heroic's potential weaknesses, if they have any?
There's definitely one thing that Na'Vi has that Heroic doesn't, and that's simple. Obviously, the best player on the server pretty much every time they match up. I think team-wise, but the main talking point is still Na'Vi getting better as a team, right? And their T sides, adding more variety to it. We saw it in yesterday's games against Furia, especially on Nuke. Some faster executes early on, right? So it's going to be harder to read Na'Vi. It's causing the other players to play better individually as well. So that has to remain the same, but you still feel like you need to have a little bit of a push from Simple and maybe another player to really get them over that hump.
Well, before we go into the veto, got some Na'Vi DreamHack Masters trivia for you. They have attended 8 of the 10 iterations of DreamHack Masters. They've made the playoffs all 8 times. They have made it to 2 grand finals, 1 against Astralis, 1 against NIP, and they've never won.
The eternal conundrum. That's Navi's situation right there. A consistency that is crazy, but yeah, maybe not enough trophies when you consider the skill that's always been in that lineup. But somehow we tend to forget that Na'Vi never fade a tournament. They're always here, they're always in the last 4, and they always fight for it.
Well, Yanko, into the veto.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. It's the same for them at the majors, but here at the bans, we get rid of basically the perma bans for both teams, Vertigo and Dusto. And now Navi's, what are they going to pick? They still decide to go for Mirage. It seems like after that bootcamp and everything, they've gained a lot of confidence on the map. Even yesterday, we weren't 100% sure that they left it in the end overtrained, but proved out to be in the end a good decision for Na'Vi. And Heroic, they still go for that Nuke pick. They love it, and despite the fact that Na'Vi also feels really good on it, yesterday we saw them play a great T side against Furia. Heroic just doesn't care. They're just going for it.
I mean, we saw what Heroic could do on the T side against Astralis. Granted, not the most oiled Astralis machine we've seen in a while, but their T side is so complete and deep, and there is a strat with that's almost endless. We end up on Inferno. I'm a little bit surprised by Heroic picking you. I mean, I can agree that it's a strong goal for them. I thought maybe Train could have been there because we haven't seen Bit there, so maybe it was something to exploit. But they go for the safe pick, Nuke, and then Inferno as a third.
This is interesting, actually. Just to look at what the stats are telling us, Heroic have only played Nuke and Inferno and Mirage this event.
Oh.
Yeah, and also listen to this, like Heroic is 31-7 with this lineup. 4 out of the 7 map losses are against Gambit, and the other 3 losses, 2 of them are on Train. So you really can't point out to too many situations of them. The one other loss, the last one, is a Mirage against Big, right? So out of Gambit, like there's 31-3 outside of that. So I think it's up to Navi to show us that they can play up to Heroic's level. Otherwise, we can see a very similar result like we did in the first semifinal.
Well, if you would like to see what it's like to be in the shoes of a pro player, maybe Cajun, maybe Simple, head to dhk.gg/POV, where you can check out the individual player streams. Maniac, if you were going to watch one of the POVs, which player would you choose?
I'd go for the usual one, usual suspect, Simple. I mean, Simple aside, which basically always going to create miracles, right? I think that Perfecto is a player that's quite nice to watch. I mean, his evolution has been great. The role he's playing is not always the easiest, but he's been doing such a great job at it at this event. So if you want to have a look at Perfecto dancing through smokes and hiding in Molotovs and making difference, that would be one to watch.
I'd kind of rather watch you, to be honest.
How do you
can we get a Maniac dancing gift, please, on the broadcast?
I mean, that one just because these moved on or why?
Whenever you make a prediction, I feel like that should, and it comes true in the server, I think we should just like fly your little dancing Maniac gif in. Yanko, I imagine you're not going to dance for me. Yeah, you made a slightly different stuff.
Well, it's really also hard to dance sitting down, Frankie. So you're really putting me in a difficult situation here.
I feel like you've got a party boy deep down inside you. I feel like you could do it if you really needed to. But tell me,
maybe somewhere really deep, hidden under a lot of layers. You know, I'm generally a quiet guy. I don't go out much.
You're a quite good liar. So POV, whose would you watch?
Be Simple every time. Just watch the best guy out there that ever did it.
Okay, quite easy. Well, we're waiting for the server to be ready. I know that Chad and Alex are just doing their vocal warm-ups.
I saw the Mirage thing, so I was like just
ready to cast.
So you stopped. You stopped. You're just like Simple. So leave it at that. You don't get to leave until I tell you can leave, Yanko.
Yeah. I also like with Maniac, I generally try to do the same. Like you don't want to say Simple every time, but just think about it, anything else, right? Yeah, you have Michael Jordan on the court, but why don't you watch like Scottie Pippen? Watch Dennis. He's really good at rebounding. Like, he couldn't do that. Jordan couldn't do that if, Rodman wasn't there to catch all the rebounds. So yeah, you go to the game to watch Jordan play. That's why if you have a chance to watch any player, just watch Simple and what he does.
Well, in that shirt, you're definitely the Rodman of the desk. So we're going to head over to our very own Michael and Jordan, our casters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Our powers combined. We're like Trunks and what was the other guy? Almost had the Dragon Ball Z reference.
Yeah, man.
We can do the thing.
I'll be the green guy.
The green guy. Piccolo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be Piccolo. Because I like saying his name. It sounds good.
All right, what we got there?
The green man from Dragon Ball Z. Hello and welcome back to the semi-finals. Chad, this could be the banger. I honestly, not yesterday, but the first game of the day, it did leave a little to be desired. I am excited to see if Na'Vi can trifle with the indomitable Heroic. They've got the individual aimers. We heard from Hunden. He believes now the difference is that they've got the aim stars in Shush and, of course, Refresh joining the ranks alongside Stown, Tessus, and Cadian. Getting this one started, then it is going to be Na'Vi on the T side. This is their pick. Therefore, Heroic given the gift of that CT start. They're surging towards Palace and middle, a 3 split, 3-2.
Simple has a Zeus.
Vision denied. They'll be fast up short. Boomich goes ahead of the bloom of the smoke, so just a little bit of util deployed for space. And they're trying to threaten B as best they can, but they do stay very rigid in this stance towards A, and it's the right call. Simple and Electronic. What a pairing to be coming out of that Palace position. And they've got a lot of space, and Simple takes some more. That was the first shot out of his pistol. Shush, he's always good on the USP, and so is Stown as he catches 2 on their cross out. Electronic's still there. Perfecto trying to make the Glock work long range, and he's done significant damage. Has to do the dance now as it's just Perfecto. He's going to be finished off by one of the 4. Well, it started strong. Simple certainly did with the first opener into the site, but well handled. It was Stown and Shush combining as those A defenders.
They're going to have to call on Shush a lot over towards that A side. We know he's the anchor. We know that he plays an integral role as this heroic CT defense. Here's Stown just baited on in. Perfect. Look at this. Lovely shots. Gets it done. And Tassus finishes things off onto Perfecto there. Interesting to see Na'Vi with this Mirage choice, and knowing they get nuked next, you wouldn't be too worried, and I think that works for both of these teams here today.
Yeah, Heroic's nuke was very scary. Last time we saw it against Estrada, 16, what, 4, 6? It was a stomp. Absolute battering. Well, seeing Na'Vi being reserved, obviously didn't get the bomb down. Perfecto treats himself to some Kevlar. I'm not sure how far that will get him. Obviously, should they find a weapon, that's going to be the target of Perfecto.
Really curious to see what Na'Vi we get here today. And we've been saying that for years now, but it really just is the case with this team. They need to consistently show the form of their quarterfinal victory for us to start considering these guys to really be a contender with these other 2 elite teams, right?
What we observed as well was, yes, Simple has to be having a normal game. We have to be seeing that typical Simple style of 1.2 rating or more. But outside of that, it was everyone else combining. You know, Electronic was looking so good on T-sides. Boomich was actually looking once again in that form when Na'Vi looked their most threatening. It's when Boomich is hanging with the big boys. Bit, of course, joining and finding much more consistency than the previous 5th ever could. Now, it is obviously just down to these pistols, and Heroic have managed to suss this one out to a degree. Oh, it's down. Perfect backup. Some Deagles connect, and if Refresh doesn't find it, which he has, things could have gone awry. Instead, it is only Simple, and only, perhaps not the prefix I should have used. He is closing the gap here. 2 clicks to the belly, 1 to the head, and he's been spotted out now. It does get distinctly more difficult, but still finds the headshots. The X-ray perfectly toggled just to help you understand how ridiculous the shots he can hit are. Heroic, though, do extend to 2-0, and, well, it was only Perfecto that invested. They were biding their time for the 3rd. They look to strike now with those AK-47s.
Yeah, so Perfecto will see him operating with a Deagle yet again here, but everybody will have the big guns, as it were. Heroic, after a couple casualties there, will need to reinvest, so they're going to walk into this one with the FAMAS and the MP9 as the only real emissions. But all in all, looking pretty good here. Boomich selling a bit of a fake over towards mid as the rest of his teammates now are setting up for an A-piece. 2 out ramp and 2 out palace. They're just limping in for the fights here.
Yeah, let's see if Shush can do okay, because he's always on that ticket position. You'd think it's a predictable shot for the bullets of Simple. He does hit it. Smokes the con, starts his crawl towards taking that jungle side. With the smokes up, there's nothing that really Refresh can say about this, but Na'Vi aren't in a rush. Taking as much space as they can off the back of their smokes, and just as it fades, Electronic does manage to patrol to contain Connector.
Another smoke just landed as well, so this is looking perfect for Na'Vi here. Just need to be patient.
Already with a man advantage as well.
They know where Boomich is.
Yeah, but he's just keeping, like, by living, he's rotting that Glock. He confirms he's still dealing with 2 in middle. They're pushing it for him, and he's still taking headshots. Stown finally shuts him down. Galil, not that tempting of an offer, and the round is just slipping away through their fingertips. They'll maintain what they can. Would have loved to have denied some of the AKs, but it was just Boomich hanging out in top mid. His utility was a big component of that take towards A.
Oh, there you go. Perfecto even gets himself an M4 out of things here. So lovely stuff for Na'Vi, and it was just that shot onto the pillar of defense. Shush destroyed on the walkout. And Na'Vi, yesterday, the team that we saw in the server is the one that inspires hope for this team and hope that Simple can have a team behind him. This conversation, if you're a Counter-Strike fan for many years, you'll have heard it time and time again about what Na'Vi need to do, that it's just a one-man band, and oh, now it starts to look good, the team's together, the smiles are on the faces, and then out of nowhere, it all just falls apart again.
Yeah, I think T-side calling consistency, or at least having their T-sides feel consistent, which they did yesterday, over the course of all of the maps. We saw all 3 in their series versus Furia. Double digits even found in some of those maps on that T side, which is a huge change-up.
Interesting little look here from Heroic in the second gun round. They've actually lent 4 players over towards A. Shush, Refresh, they're tucked in towards the dark position. Cadian was supporting from Ticket and Stown was dealing with Connector, but now they're rotating back over to Tessus' position on that B bomb site. So very transitional here, Heroic on the CT side. Strong towards A early. Now the pivot will reinforce the B site, and the default spread from Na'Vi continues. Bit with Boomich, the big Bs, working their way down that mid area. And now that Bit's being posted on up, he's going to make a couple shots, let them know they do have full control.
Yeah, but this very early gamble, conceding so much control, but it does bode very well for Heroic here in the fourth.
The utility needs to be perfect out of Na'Vi on this execute. They've got the mollies, they've got the flashes, and there's 3 lying in wait. Tessus is pushing.
Yeah, as the flashes arrive. Tessus, what are you planning to do with that? Damage onto Boomich. He'd love a frag. It's more, but nothing lethal. Here comes Na'Vi. Refreshes boosted position, gets him nothing. Stown will have to drop the smoke just to survive. You said the util had to be good. Perfecto's into the site. Stown lives on. Time becoming a bit of an issue, but Perfecto's given him so much room with that frag. Refresh still on the bench. They're trying to pivot. Bit's made space on A.
Oh, he's got the rotation as well. Bit just can't go down here. Boomich can make it across to the site.
And Bit's got Cadian's rotate on lock. What a play from... Oh, Cadian actually catches him. Now the plant is not a guarantee. He has to tuck into default. And that frag alone has put them in good stead to find a third here. Boomich wants to deny it all. He's low, but it doesn't matter. Boomich comes up with the clutch. 3 HP and a dream. And that dream is realized. We have a 2-2. Heroic sent back to the Bronze Age.
Oh, I can't believe he just takes the fight like that, finds the initial kill, sets himself up for a one-on-one, and just peeks straight into it.
Jesus, it looked so good for Heroic. They were handling everything Na'Vi threw. Bit making space on A did lead to the plant. It was Boomich, though, that steps up to the plate. Look at this duel. He's just so ready to take it. Refresh caught off guard by the sheer aggression out of Boomich.
Happy with that one, didn't he? Good reason as well. Look at Heroic's finances here. Have to take a save.
Okay, well, they do leave the vent open. We'll have a nice audio cue should anyone be up for that kitchen flank.
There's 4 of them here, and Stown's going to flash from Ticket, but Na'Vi are already pushed up.
Well, here comes the USP massacre. It's open, it's shut, it's over. Wow. Courtesy of Heroic, they get us a quick one.
Don't often get those around these parts.
That's a gift for everyone involved.
All right, well, now we can get back into the gun rounds here. So AWP in the hands of Cadian, and, well, here's the massacre again, just from a different angle. Bish, bosh, and a bash, away we go. Easy as you like, no casualties for Na'Vi, and they're starting to sit pretty here. They clutch from Boomich into a clean sweep anti-eco. They have cash in reserve for another gun round. No kits for Heroic in this one. Fast towards mid again from Boomich. Utility affords him the cross towards the mid box, and more than happy to continue to swing and fight.
It's a powerful position once you're set up. Anything that Bit tries to do towards that bench, he'll have a... Yeah, that's the angle I'm talking about. He'll have a great angle for it. They are a little light on A. Shush is given a lot of responsibility on the CT side of Heroic. Na'Vi, after spreading a lot through their default and dumping the majority of their smokes, they've got 2 left to play with. They gather back in mid.
Looks like it's going to be a connector walk-up or explode here. We've seen them park Bit up towards this window before for the late round flank. Another window smoke, and yeah, there it is, the boost. There's no rotation for these A defenders, Alex. Cadian and Tessus are so committed to B.
So he's kind of smoked his team off. It enables them to kind of execute through it, you'd imagine. 30 seconds. Obviously, it's a very lurky smoke. They could be on the stairs. Down now has his crosshair in multiple facets. Here they come straight through. The flash doesn't catch him, and he catches at least 1 with the M4 spray. Simple, quick to equalize. Looking good from CT. This crossfire is broken by Perfecto. Simple tries to kick the door open. Slam shut by Refresh. Double from him. It's Bit to come up clutch. He's got a good shot at it. He's only got 9 seconds. He'd have to try and make space to triple. And that's held by Tessus. Right down to the wire there. I started to believe Bit might have had a bit more of a voice into that 1v2.
Good rotations from Heroic there, right? Bottlenecking them in that connected position, allowing Tessus and Cadian to rotate over from Cat. Once the bomb gets dropped in that position, the amount of time left, and Na'Vi, well, they go searching.
This was great from Refresh. Just making sure that trade was there. The crossfire broken.
Immediate response here, so a bit more of a competitive affair than our first series of the day. Na'Vi will be back into these rifles. Boomich has 7.1 yet to buy, can purchase whatever he would like. And Heroic is sitting pretty as well.
You were telling me this isn't a head-to-head we see all too often as well.
No, I was having a look at it. I think the last time was EPL Season 12, which was October of last year. You know, and you think in modern Counter-Strike, with all the games we have going on every single day of the week.
Yeah, and bearing in mind Heroic are, you know, 2 players different by that point.
Yeah, you thought maybe, you know, they faced up. It's nice to see. I think this could be an explosive clash here today.
In a semi-final, no less, so certainly the stakes couldn't really be much higher. Gambit awaiting whoever is the victor in this one.
More than happy to give Boomich this top mid control. You can see Heroic, they're just playing off mid, more focused on the bomb sites. Shush up close towards A against down. So much for him to do. You can see he's just monitoring mid through connector. They can walk up underpass, they can boost towards window, try and slither up close towards that connector smoke, and he's the only one really overseeing business right now. Cadian from the ticket position can jump up to help, but currently trained towards apartments. You can see this setup from Heroic, how it can collapse on middle late.
Yeah, certainly if Shush was to take any of that ramp control or Palace, enables Cadian to support that connector fight. Good Molotov, that's forced Bit completely out of the line of fire. Cadian was there to pick him up if he did fall down.
Oh, just drops out of dodge there. 40 seconds remaining, bombs over towards B.
And that's where Refresh and Tessus have made themselves comfortable.
.25 now.
Yeah, clock's not the best friend of Na'Vi, and they are walking into a 2v2. Tessus has found an angle he's happy to work with. Bit crawling in from short as well. First contact found. Refresh with 1. Bombs on the way. 12 seconds. Tessus survival integral. Can't seem to piece it together. Now the bomb will go down. As does Simple. Cadian can't contest initially. Confirms they haven't crossed the right side of sight. But Electronic, oh, good catch. He's got them both booked. Down's watching and finds it. The equalizing frag is given by that aggression out of Electronic. And now, if they just step a toe out of line, Cadian's there to punish. Aggression from Stown, silence, and now Cadian's chances diminish. Perfecto winning the round by just standing still, by not succumbing to that awkward cross. And now, of course, as he looks away, they slink away.
Can't believe Na'Vi stole this one away so late. This is the normal Na'Vi where you'd see them kind of freeze up in these situations, but winning fights across the map, it stifled the rotation. Great trading onto the site, and they walk away with a big round. Na'Vi seal up 4, and Cadian saves that AWP. It's necessary save. Check out the finances for Heroic right now. Interesting to see if they decide to force behind this. But this is a good struggle right now. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here, the back and forth nature early. Refreshing.
Season 12, that was a while ago. And Mirage and Inferno, no less, in the pool. See both of those. Inferno, a third map decider if we need it. I certainly wouldn't be complaining.
This map pool looks great for a banger of a series here.
Whew, well, they're charging in, and the AWP is in the right spot. Cadian is going to have to play very aggressive if he wants to find the impact necessary on that AWP, and they've heard it. He fires off a shot, Perfected with another lurk smoke. They're playing it very different, knowing what the ZTs are up to and equipped with. Boomich.
They're pushing up mid. Boomich has already taken vent room. This might catch them off guard here. Bit and Perfecto running, very noisy.
Yeah, there's a wild where they could catch them with an element of surprise. This info is everything for the CTs. And Boomich, he seems unaware and unprepared. Tessus with the double dink out of the USP, and now the AWP is in the right place.
They're locked in.
They're even flanking. There's a lot going on, going into this. Tessus using the AK already to draw fire, and attention, Cadian now with the AWP, and from behind they strike. It's an absolute catastrophe. Na'Vi ripped from the server. And USP's a saved AWP. They leave with a round and a second for free.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, an early time as well for them to be conceding a round like that. Na'Vi, you know, when flustered in a third map, overtime maybe, but this one came out of nowhere.
I don't know what happened to Boomich there, right? He was up towards that vent room with like 1:35 on the clock, so really early mid control. And the mid push from Heroic, right? They had to be aware. You could see that they were glancing at that mid smoke as they were pushing up. That's practically a full eco victory. It was just the saved AWP. Insane scenes from Heroic to steal one back like that. But look, Na'Vi don't want to give up. They're going to force themselves. AK for Simple.
Here we go then, Chad. Strap in. It's starting.
They're going to run boost out mid, or is he just going to peek? It will be the run boost.
Cadian's peeking over. That'll soften up the hero AK considerably.
Have the same mid space granted again here. You can see they're just able to walk on out. Heroic, they posture early and then they dip on back. Util now drops stalling out about 1:10 on the clock when that smoke dropped. It's just wild to see, you know, so little mid presence coming out here, just all the focus on the extremities and then just dipping on back, occasionally glancing at mid, keeping an idea of what's open, what's closed. More utility and response here to deny towards connector. That one hasn't dropped exactly.
It's going to serve its purpose, I think.
They could boost over it, but still very risky.
Gosh, so much of time, resources, and bodies invested into this mid control. They have maneuvered back towards that ramp side. Heroic using their utility very well to keep the time in their favor. However, if Shush isn't actively holding that ramp, yes, down, you can't stay there. As the molly is up, so does he. He spotted some, and he missed shot. He was ready for the swing. It's refreshed to keep them contained and keep them honest. Simple's AK would have to do it all now. And at 15 seconds, I'm not sure how. Oh, but he is taking Stound down now. Shush is tucked in on Dark. It's Perfecto's job, but he's found it as well. Spring into life, spring into action. The plant cannot be saved. Simple just doesn't have the time. Caught by Cadian. And Heroic do recover from that. Very threatening towards the end of that.
Yeah, all things considered, they got a lot out of that Na'Vi. A couple extra seconds on the clock. Maybe that bomb goes down, but Heroic, great job defending. We'll be able to rebuy here, and Na'Vi, it should be the eco for them. Hopefully, that eco round loss is not the start of the end for Na'Vi. That's the rounds of past Na'Vi that would tilt them off the face of the earth, losing to something which is considered basically the full eco with that saved AWP. Still early stages in this semi-final. 2 P250s, a Deagle for Simple, and 2 Glocks, Boomich and Bit. Really going to have a lot to say in a round like this.
Good chance for Simple there, and he profits. Lovely nade barrage. Makes short work of 2 members of Na'Vi. Perfecto's been hanging out in these apartments for a while. He's had a couple of pot shots. A recovered M4 puts Boomich into a power position where that low HP from Shush could have haunted him. Perfecto somehow has actually won that duel. And now,
oh my God,
dink onto refresh. Why is Perfecto so threatening? Shush has gone down. Not a response, not an eco win. Up against the eco win. Back to back, they're doing it. Perfecto's got another. Now, Cadian, what on earth are you supposed to do? The bomb's going B. Maybe the AUG, yeah. Could be the best weapon for the job. Perfecto playing it safe. I'm not sure if that's heard, yeah. That's not bad, but it won't stop the plant. Boomich gets away with it. And full HP as well. Bit of deja vu for Cadian. He's been in a retake situation like this. It didn't go swimmingly the first time. Drops out of smoke. Now let's see if that incites any movement to his benefit. Needs a reload, dude, and They let him have it. Spots Perfecto on the top of the bench, and he'll finish the job. Perfecto is the hero for Na'Vi. He was just sitting there. They sent him to 2B apartments with a P250. He leaves with 3 frags in a round.
That was huge. That dinker as well. You could see that the pressure that put the B defense completely under. Shush was already low. Boomich had that M4 in the space, and this is how it all started. Simple with that Deagle kill. That dropped this M4 that Boomich picks on up, gets the kill onto Shush, rotates on over with that bomb, and Cadian stranded with the AWP. A retake looked unlikely from the get-go. And now Heroic are just back down to pistols, so let's see.
If they fought fire with fire, Chad, then, well, let's see if Heroic can return fire in any capacity here on the A setup. They're going for the 4-man lean. Could put an AK into enemy hands if Simple goes down, but he's not one to be caught out like that. Refresh is going to have to take some contact and quickly loses his head.
Can't get too far ahead of himself here, Simple. Lots of bodies around.
Yeah, he could get taken down. It's up to bit to tidy up the mess. They've got Electronic as well in position for the Palace, so it's all nice and safe in the Na'Vi hood. 6th found.
I think that response from Na'Vi with their own eco victory, now they negate each other, those 2 rounds, right? You can just wipe our hands clean. It doesn't matter at this juncture that both teams have lost a full eco. Now it's just about these gun rounds, and the double AWPs, preferential for Heroic once more. Stout, secondary, Cadian, primary, Shush, MP9. No defuse kit.
Just funny watching them stand still at T-Spawn as they're piecing this one together. Cadian, very aggressive for the mid-fight, and it does lead to success. Drops his smoke, expecting the punish, and Boomich walks straight into his domain. They're walking into Cadian's game here. 2 already. Electronic could be dry to test it. No flash available. Changing it up. Simple regroups with what remains of Na'Vi. Cadian has just completely thwarted the mid-hold. It is his responsibility, which is why you're seeing this hesitance between the 2. A big question mark about mid-control for the CTs, but it's not going to get any easier for them. They lose that connector smoke. It is almost more convincing at that stage. It pulls Cadian back into it. Simple's dropped a unique smoke. It's going to enable a bit of a walkout. Not if Refresh, though. Just smokes them off in response. Okay. Loudly. Needs Electronic can start to tighten the noose. Cadian's still paranoid about mid. This is going to go well for Na'Vi. They can still turn this around. 3v5 if they could just find 2 heads. There's the first, and there's the second. Perfecto opens up proceedings. Quickly silenced by Cadian's AWP. No fun for anyone here. Simple does molly him out and tags him in the process. It's Cadian's swing. A small window of opportunity. No one's in position to grab the second AWP. They got one anyway. 6-6. Heroic right back into the running.
Great stuff there from Cadian. Huge round. And this is the first time we've seen Heroic go more aggressive towards middle. The rest of the time, I think we were just seeing a bit more passive play. I was talking about Stout having that responsibility. He was just jiggling in. They were keeping connector smoked. But this time round, they take the fight to Na'Vi, and it pays off in a big way. Still tied on up here. And once again, we have a financial question. Do Na'Vi want to buy? They definitely can. They can drop some guns. They can make it work. But this is a tight-knit affair right here. Neither team really being able to establish too much of a bank, right? The longest spree of rounds we've had so far is Na'Vi with 3 on the trot.
Yeah, so maybe every game, if both teams just win 1 eco, we get a competitive financial situation.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Just have to win 1 eco every half, guys. That's all you have to do.
We go full Call of Duty, just remove the economy. Simple could have an AWP every round.
The one perk I'll say is when I was casting Call of Duty, they always went for the clutch, Chad. I never got upset about that Shiro 1v2 running away from the 2 HP. They always gave it a go.
It would definitely help the pace of our game at the moment.
Now, Cadian's posted up, but Perfecto's accounting for it, and it looks like, yeah, Bit could be vulnerable. Wow, great restraint from Refresh, and Cadian's aggression could be short-lived. He knows Boomich could slip the smoke. The lurk smoke's up. They know he's close. A lot for Cadian to do. A good aggressive flash. Boomich is gone, and Cadian, he's still making it work. Electronic could be his next victim. Walked into the sandwich. Good supportive flash, but still pulls the trigger on the peak. Shush keeps him honest. And now Simple dealt a 1 versus 3. Bomb on his back. And 3 members of the Danish squad to find. He is going to probably want to walk out on that smoke, and he catches a glimpse and a tag onto Tessus. It's Shush to finish. And Heroic, they have weathered the Na'Vi storm. It wasn't a perfect buy before. It certainly won't be this time. They're looking to close out this CT half of Na'Vi's pick with a distinct lead.
Yeah, plant would have been great there for Na'Vi. Could have given them a little bit more in the bank balance to go for a partial here, but things aren't looking great. The last few rounds, Cadian has stepped up massively. They've just been walking into the pointy end of his AWP, and all he's had to do is press one button, and away he goes. And here we go. We'll just be this economical debacle for Na'Vi again. We've already seen them win a round like this. Let's see if they can go for number 2. Focus in here. As if history's anything to go off, they'll take this quite slow, very safe. The jiggle towards mids down. Takes a pot shot, and it's a 3-man aggressive mid setup. A nade onto the toes of Perfecto and Simple, and they're already bleeding internally. But Tassus is down, and so's down.
No, it's happening again. Cadian, damage control mode. He knows they can cross, and they have.
That's the bomb.
Yeah, Simple's going to have a lot of power in his position. He just can't afford to go down to the AWP. He knows it's short. He wants to set up a smoke. Oh, the chance from Electronic forces Cadian into a defensive stance. That bomb is on B. This retake is going to be a brutal one if they could just find this lurk. That's what Shush was patrolling for. They know Electronic is behind enemy lines, and he's holding them up. Just by existing, he's winning them the round. That was it. And it is it.
Oh, you can even hear the run away, so they can call the chase. They can start looking for this Na'Vi.
Dude, how have they done it twice? This is I mean, Perfecto gets all the credit. Gold stars on his chart. Electronic's even going to get away with an M4 upgrade.
They may as well chase. Remove these rifles. There's not a lot of money right here for Heroic. This is an eco. You're going to have money next round, Na'Vi. Get stuck in.
It could get worse. It looks like Refresh has kept the Cadian AWP in play. And Shush is safe towards CT. But Na'Vi have done it again, Chad. I mean, Perfecto, Desert Eagle Master. He beat Tessus with a P250. Now he's beating him with a Deagle.
It was in a jump as well, I thought.
This is the shot everyone thinks they're going to hit.
Jesus.
Oh, God damn. And that is it. Just the first domino to fall.
That's crazy. That is an insane shot to hit, because that jump peak, you see everybody doing it. You see everybody doing it, right? And it's gotten safer and safer over time. Once upon a time, it would just jump up and down in the same spot.
Yeah, back in the day, you just use a scout and shoot when you jump. But Heroic undeterred, they want to leave this half with a victory. Bit is not surely going to be anticipating an AWP posted up on the tight line. No, baits it nicely. There's 2 to find. Refresh and Stown have found first blood. Now retreat is their next objective. Tess is
still brave, isn't he? Doing it again.
And it's up against the potential AWP here. Now he's in a lot of trouble. Drops the smoke to isolate the cross. Good find onto Electronic, and that's bomb spotted as well. Perfecto loudly descends. The rotate's on its way. Heroic have to fight for this one. They will fight for this one. A 2-man advantage. Quickly made just one. And they're losing a lot of health now to that spray. Perfecto cannot plant with Tessus on that site. They have space, but the Heroic boys are going to fight for this. They're going to contend close quarters, and it's working well. Even trades. Perfecto with more to be done, and Boomich takes ahead as well. 2-on-2. Will things slow down for just a second? A fake plant trying to draw more confirmation as to where that rotate's coming from. And they're walking into Boomich here. Perfect angle for it. Oh. Looking away though, Boomich has to spring to action for the clutch, and they're both there. Good find. Heroic will leave with a slight lead. 8-7, the score reads at the half. It's Na'Vi's pick. It's time to see how the Heroic T side, the Fakey boys, are coming.
Tæt. I indhækket desværre. Ja, jeg tæller.
Ja, jeg trækker det. Brug dækkerne.
Han er ude, han er ude.
Ja,
Sådan.
Sæt nogle skud, Rasmus. Sæt nogle skud, gutter.
Vi gør det her. Делай. Найс! Красава! Слушайте, Элик и... По-любому вым. Nice, mand. Sindssygt.
Sygt kræfte. Nice, mate.
Eller en. En mere. To mere.
Begge.
Nedside. Hot shot.
Ja!
Hey, kør her. Fuck, hvor I syge.
Jeg har Abby tilbage bare sådan noget.
Stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Late at night, I feel you on my skin, You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's
Stød. Jeg ved ikke, hvad sidste var.
Bæk! God tid. Nice! Sådan Rasmus, mate. God runde, mand.
We're back in business, and it's delivering in every way we wished it would. Heroic Na'Vi could not be separated. Everyone's winning ecos, clutches, Perfecto has the same amount of frags as Simple, and you are here in exactly the right place for your evening's entertainment. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall. He's smart, I'm not. This is the second half of Mirage. It's Na'Vi's pick, and I'm hyped to see what the Fakey boys are going to do, but also, as Chad was just saying to me before we went live, the fights are going to come to Na'Vi now, and they are to be tested with a lot in middle. They're just throwing bodies down towards that connector position. They've all gone for Kevlar. There's nothing fancy about this. It's just about the bounce. Look at the KZ. Tessa's quick up to the window, shush onto another. And I think at this moment in time, it's uncertain as to what Stan will find. He's the one that's patrolling into B. If he finds space, they might wibble that bomb all the way around into the B site. Stan going to be clearing 1,000 corners at once. And he'll confirm it. So if Tessa stays where he is, he'll at least be able to communicate any loud rotators. Well, survival is integral for Tessa's here. If they want to win this round, he can't go down without a headshot. And there it is, USP upgrade, as well as he keeps them busy, turning his body away to keep that hitbox minimal.
That's so cheeky and so brave.
But instead of sticking around, now they have to hunt him down, and Heroic just sealing the round. It's going to be very difficult for Perfecto. Admittedly, he has been brilliant. He does have a kit. There's nothing to suggest they can't and shouldn't go for this, but really unfavorable situation for the two of them. Walking into the Lion's Den. Stan would have to miss his first shot, and that does not happen often. Just like that, Perfecto has the win taken from him. And my goodness, Heroic looking very good.
Well, that right there is the perfect summary of what Heroic do best. They cause chaos, it creates gaps, and somehow, every time, they seem to find it. It's wild to see. It's like, I've used this reference a lot, but it's like water, it's the path of least resistance. When they have that individual, he's just able to worm his way into a power position. And that's a huge pistol for Heroic to pick up here.
Now, Na'Vi are one of my favorite teams to watch in this second round. There are so many individuals that can and will win you around. Let's see if Heroic can do some error avoidance here. They've put themselves almost in the same call. Chaos in middle, 4 of them.
Very quick about it as well. Window smoke, connector smoke, mollied off, pushing up. It's just a B split. And this is quick.
Perfecto's alone.
Oh, I hope he doesn't jiggle here, get the shock of a life.
Hello? Oh dear, Perfecto's happening. He's already got 1. He's nearly killed 2 more. Stown and Shush bleeding out. They're going to have to drop their util just to get the bomb across. I think Perfecto's done enough to make a real round out of this. Cadian does have a freebie handed to him, but Electronic's quick to respond. And yeah, it's game time now, folks. Electronic even landed the strafe, I think.
Perfecto had a kit on his body, right? No, wait, he went down.
Simple. Caught in the smoke. It's a big find from Stown. Electronic is quick to this. Loudly, though. Oh, and that AK retrieval's just a bit of a kerfuffle. Corners to clear. Nice find. Another one from Bit. And it's very damaging. Electronic hasn't got a setup for it. Crosshair not quite there. It's Stown and Refresh who do weather the storm just about, though.
Wild stuff, and the trading there was great, right? They're putting their bodies on the line, knowing they're close to that Deagle. We've heard about it enough. The 2 bullets to the belly, that's such a dangerous peak, and they get away with it. Perfecto doing a lot here.
I mean, hindsight is 2020. If one of those extra peaks actually resulted in a kill, after Electronic finding this, it really was game on. Stown, very low HP, could certainly have gone down in that exchange, so needed to find that headshot. And Copenhagen gets a little louder as Heroic can take a sigh of relief. They're doing it again, Chad.
Yeah, and I love the approach, right? It's so team heavy, right? they're just taking space together to trade off of one another, and this is the right approach. You don't want to give up too many kills to the pistols, allow them to pick up the AK.
Just a death ball.
Big gap in this.
And B is open for business. Lovely jubbly.
It's the same thing, right? So let's see if they go for the punishment once we get into the gun rounds.
Hello? $600 for Cadian. And only a MAC-10 to be retrieved. It is the perfect outcome for Heroic. Of course, it's not over yet. Na'Vi are going to try and find a little bit more damage on the way out. And it looks like Refresh isn't looking at Bit. Fortunately, that wasn't an insta-dink out of the P250. Bit of a meal out of his opportunity there for a weapon retrieval. It was obviously unlikely given Stown's readiness to trade.
We need a bit more out of Electronic here, right? I was taking a look at the scores on the doors after the first half. Now, when you're on the T side, and the fights are a bit harder, right? But on the CT side, not like it gets easier, but you're tasked in a position to get one or die, right? Or to get a multi-kill, or to lock down an area of the map. Electronic had a rough first half, but he can redeem himself here in the second. He's had 1 kill so far. If he's able to come alive here, like the Electronic we saw on the T side of Inferno yesterday to get them to this point, some massive entries, taking space, making plays. He seems to be the missing link right here so far for Na'Vi in map number 1. You look at the scores on the doors for that of Heroic, it's much more of an even spread. You've got Katie at the top with 17 and then Tessa's at the bottom with 11, but over for Na'Vi, it's 17 for Simple, 17 for Perfecto, and then everybody else seems to be dropping off a bit of a cliff.
Change up from Heroic then into Na'Vi's first buy. They went for the Augs. Weapon of choice for Simple and Electronic. Boomage is tucked in close, and he doesn't quite find the initial headshot. Neither does Electronic. Refresh has just gone and taken the site all on his own lonesome. Yep, there you have it. That was a 12-second round. Call it quits. They're getting out of there.
0 to 100 right there. Great stuff, great shooting. Not much more you can really say about that, but the question is, do Heroic want to start to hunt and try and take away a couple of these guns? We always talk about this, about establishing your economy, having to worry about their economy and where it's at. Well, there's enough money for Heroic right now to go for another buy in the next with what's residual. So they can throw a few bodies at this. Coming in through kitchen.
It's great to see the contrast as well between, you know, we just watched Na'Vi's T side and it was a serviceable, professional, 8-7. It's just interesting to see the direct comparison now to what Heroic have been laying down so far.
Yeah, it's like one of the things that I think is quite key here is how teams use anti-ecos or anti-force buy situations, because even though, right, they were going through mid and they were pack rolling, right, even though it was just against the upgraded pistols, you still need to keep that in the back of your mind that that is a tactic they have used, right, that they were quite heavy on mid in the first couple of rounds. And then we get into the first gun round, and it's just an explosion. See how they're ahead of the utility as well? That type of play right there is how you can catch individuals off guard, because when they see the nades sailing through the sky, some people play like a smoke molly defense. They'll drop out their own utility to deal with it. If you're ahead of it in a fashion like that, you catch them almost pants down.
Yo, Stown's ahead. He actually wants to dip his toe in. He found a lovely little haven before the spread. Quick denial of that mid-cross info. Bit will be activated on short.
Oh, Electronic didn't catch him, did he?
Yeah, no. Tessa's already taken down the short player. That was the bomb spotted in middle, but Cadian, he'll hear that. He's hearing all of that. And Heroic back towards A with Cadian parked in the window. He's going to be the linchpin to a lot of this. Like, Their rotation from B, completely caught off. Their rotation through window and jungle, nullified. They just have to worry about CT and close sight. And their dreams only getting better now that they're smoked off with still 60 seconds to go. There's no rush. For the Danes.
It's a bit more of a retake setup now. Boomich is outside.
Oh! Things change. Things change in a big way. Perfecto finding the Cadian lurk. Now, what do you do? Your Cadian leader gone. Here comes the commit and the Org, the perfect weapon for the job. Simple, with ease, dispatches of Shush. In 30 seconds, this commitment is coming in. Boomich is the next man for contact. .25. Triple plant to be denied by that short player. Perfecto's just biding his time. Now is his chance. Oh, and they've let the bomb go down. And Refresh with a frag from that Palace position. Perfecto with more impact for Na'Vi. This can go either way. Refresh is down, delivering, laying down the rounds. They're both half health. Simple finishes off one, and Refresh has got to win this duel, and he has! Now Simple hunting him in a big way. There is a kit in play. They're not the perfect plant. Simple's going for the full 5 seconds, and Refresh tries to call his bluff. Can't blame him for trying. Simple steals it away. Refresh, a valiant attempt. The worst place to be playing that 1v1 from.
Boy, oh boy, yeah, it did get a little bit rough for him there, didn't it? That whole situation, he made the right call, having to fight to isolate it to a one-on-one situation, and then it comes down to a coin toss. If you're Simple in that situation and you stick the defuse and he comes down and kills you in the back, you're like, oh. But if he doesn't, you win it. It looks easy. It doesn't get easy from here, because Na'Vi, they scrape through a round, but they only scrape together just to buy, and you can see this, doubting the full commit.
Ooh.
Did he see the toes?
I'm not sure if he did. That's a lot of nade damage, though. And they finish it off as well. Wow, Boomich and Electronic have just exclusively with their nades found a frag. That's a big response from Stown, and it does put a bit of a frown onto the face of Perfecto. Electronic would have loved to have done a bit more there.
MP9.
Yeah, but the smoke is actually favorable for him. If he catches them just as they start to look around, big fight, a second on the cards. Shush is low. It was Stown that goes down. Shush down to 50. He's already pushed up across. Ooh.
They have an idea, they know. Of course they know. Look at that, 9 now for Na'Vi. Oof. I love the explosive nature to the start of these rounds, right? There's so much biffing going on everywhere. Just happy to walk out while there's misdirection elsewhere across the map. Minute 40, he's just power walked this. Just power walked into an opening kill.
That started so strong for Heroic. You can see how it finishes. Simple and Electronic with a pair of frags. And Electronic with 2. Obviously, he's been quiet so far. I'm sure he's going to be activated now as they've strung together 2 consecutive defensive rounds. It looks like that AWP is postured for a good find, a good chance. Bit gets away with his life.
He's gone fishing there, Cadian, seeing if he could find them an opening. Now he's going to rotate back around with that AWP, reposition and take a pick elsewhere. Simple is over towards that window room. He's floating around right now. Lots of footsteps from Boomich here, not making any disguise of his footsteps. And well, they're actually heading back towards A with the bomb here.
It should have an advantage onto that Stown advance. But Stown is hyper aware of the flight path he has to take, and he does just pop up. Whack-a-mole.
That was beautiful.
Very diligent clear. Through the apartments is the objective. They cannot find the trade, but that's Refresh with the bomb. Stown does relieve the pressure of the stairs angle, but Simple just keeps finding more and more opportunities to make that AWP work.
Bomb's dropped up there.
Oh, it is. And how are you supposed to retrieve it? He's pre-aiming that one mantle up. And Shush smokes it, tries desperately to retrieve this bomb. A spray to suppress the AWP's peak, 20 seconds. He's actually accomplished an awful lot there.
B?
You can't with 19 seconds. You just haven't got the time. Oh, but Cadian does catch them as they go looking. 10 seconds, lads. 10 seconds. He could go down, and he has. Simple's alone, and they get the frag. This is some mad Counter-Strike. What? Was that the cut noise at 19 that fooled Na'Vi into a bit of an aggress?
I don't even, like, you were right with the time there. I don't know how much they would have had if Shush had ran the whole way anyway with the bomb back. Like, Na'Vi scrambled into the site here.
Beautiful start from Stown, but it did look like it was Na'Vi's round when Simple started to hit these shots. The bomb was loose. I mean, credit to Shush, right? I think that was his own smoke that he threw out as well, just for the retrieval.
But the thing is here, like, Na'Vi weren't committed to the site.
Oh, God.
They committed late. Was it like a desperate attempt here just to deny the plant? Either way, Heroic have just completely bankrupted them here with
Stown had 4 at the end
situation.
Of that. If you're confused, I'm sure so are Na'Vi.
Yeah, whoa, look how top heavy that is now. There's not the 2 men we usually see here. It's normally Simple and Electronic with that. Perfecto is having a great game. He is having a fantastic performance here today, but this is the same story. They need somebody else to chime on in. It's just a different name. Exactly, it has to be the 3rd star.
How many times has Na'Vi 3rd star in a conversation?
Oh dear, okay.
It's not the end of the road. Refresh has whipped out the 50 bullet Wonder. He's about to fill the feed with it, or at least attempt to. Bit takes it out of his hands for free. Good shots. In fact, 2 CT frags in the feed. Simple is happening. Electronic through the smoke as well. Na'Vi with a nonsense round straight out of the gate. They ain't done yet. He can't even see where he's getting shot from. I need to piece my brain back together because it's happened again.
That's their 3rd, all right? So before it was 1-1, then they got their 2nd in the first half. Now they've got away with another. So Na'Vi, you got the Boomich clutch that was in play as well. They've had a few of these. But this is a lifeline. This is more than a lifeline. A round like this, assuming they...
No, I'm just saying, it's not a knife. But... buying a P90 against Simple? And no, he's seen it. He's seen it now. He's holding it. He's giving him the pep talk.
He's thinking about it.
He's just letting them know. These boys think they've got this in the bag. We've just taken everything away from them with an eco victory. Deagles working wonders. 3 AKs for free. It does not get better than this for Na'Vi.
If that P90 magically turns into an AWP for Simple...
Oh, it could. It really could. He's looking ever threatening, and there it is, an idle AWP. Simple would rush over there, but it's not to be. Okay.
Let's see who's going to use the P90. Maybe Boomich. Not too bad. He plays up close and personal towards that A ramp. It's actually Perfecto. Can wield that over towards the B bomb site. Jack of all trades, Mr. Perfecto.
Sure. I mean, it's almost every time we start to think we understand how this game's going to play out, one of those happens. Now, Heroic, it's not pretty, but it is functional.
Very important rounds here.
Electronic taking some liberties up middle here. I'm wondering if Cadian's even ready. He's actually got his knife out at this point. The nade will get him back onto his high alert. Electronic has an advantage, a big one over the smoke. It's faded now, but that's just as he pulls back. Down meets his M4. 3 rifles in play for Heroic as they look to turn the tables once again.
Oh, perfect timing on that.
Yeah, even hitting them. Simple keeps that mid control very, very honest. Jumps for the info, can re-peek into this from a lower elevation. Their legs are through. Cadian swings out, and he does manage to just about tuck into the jungle position.
Oh, gets away as well.
How on earth?
I think they may have just scared Tessus there for a second.
Still no sign of how this is going to finish successfully.
Has to be a B, surely. There's 1900 as the loss bonus for the next round. Maybe they're even considering holding on to these AKs.
Yeah, that does almost sound better than the alternative, other than a round win. Perfecto's P90 comes alive, nearly 2 out of the back of that, but the site is now open for business. Boomich, if you could deny that plan, it would be everything. Refresh is bodyguarded successfully, pushing in now, though, and confirms Boomich is across. Tessus makes it work, and so does Refresh. Heroic are turning it completely on its head. We thought an impossible round win Cadian the Immortal actually going to punish Simple here on the walk back.
There's no way that just happened
they
again.
just keep trading blows, Chad.
How has that one happened again? Like, what on earth is going on? It's not like it's even sloppy situations there. Like, Perfecto swings out, he gets the kill he has to.
Yeah?
He does the job that he's needed for here. This is the next kill. This is the problem. Bit going down to Refresh on that Cat Pizza, and Refresh continuing to show his star potential there. Cadian, after surviving, that's what he was doing, surviving, he gets the final kill of the round here. And again, Na'Vi back down to one of these odd situations. Double AWPs.
Oh no, and Simple's missed his shot. His opportunities do not come
Oh, he's pinned on in.
frequently. He is locked in, and they are not going to let him get away.
No one can bail him out. No one can help him.
Well, maybe Perfecto can give it a go. Loudly on short. They can't mantle up and drop into Simple, who's just going to be very erratic with his mouse for a while. It's Perfecto who this time delivers. An equalizer unlike anything. Stown just doesn't check his corners, and Chad, they're trading blows again.
This is wild.
Na'Vi responding kind. Simple getting away with no HP. Now he's at least going to be met by Cadian, who bides his time for that safe shot. What can you say about this one? 50 seconds for them to piece it back together again. Perfecto's double still echoing in the heroic comms after what looked to be their opportunity.
They're trying to deny the second AWP here, which if Shush throws that away, they will be successful in doing so.
Maybe they just save this time.
Yeah, they're not looking for this one, right? The bomb is way too far away, and you bang on with that Perfecto double kill. That was all they needed, and I think that's the key here. Is it is the multi-kills. It doesn't really seem like the weapons matter too much, right? Like, we've seen them with Deagles, with CZ, with everything. It doesn't matter for either team at this point. Weapons will be scooped on up.
Yeah, after this one concludes, if we can summon that round recap, it will catch everyone up to speed with exactly what Chad is talking about. Yeah, not the weapons, much more just about the macro of Counter-Strike. Their money sucks, but they did save those AWPs.
Yeah, but double AWPs on the T side, right? That's not even a great place to be right here. I guess I'll just go back to the point. The weapons don't seem to matter, so we'll have to wait and see how they position themselves. Boomich was able to drop his AWP back towards Simple. 25 kills for Simple now. Here we go again. Where this one ends, it's anyone's guess right now. Flashes towards mid. Tass is picking on in. No aggression towards Connector. Boomich is under the balcony. Simple over towards Ticket. Well, that smoke's going to deny Cadian's pick. We'll have to wait this one out for 20 seconds or go for a jaunt elsewhere. This is a real chess match. The back and forth affair.
Anything can tip the scales in either's favor here. It could be Cadian's AWP fight. He is already scoped up, and no potential AWP support from that jungle line, so it is just Boomich versus Cadian. If that is the point of contact, it all remains to be seen. Down lurking B. His scoping's been heard, and so much so, Electronic's even pushing for a flank, so if the timing works out right now, it's a 4v2 on A.
Perfect smoke from Simple.
Electronics actually opting for a flank A. Boomich dips out. They need to put pressure onto Boomich somehow, because now the frags are coming in for Heroic. It's not the multi-bit, however, catching one. So now the A side's theirs, but Electronic is on the fastest of flanks. I'm not sure they're going to be anticipating it this quick. Bit's objective is to not only survive, but draw attention his way. Cadian's even considering the CT flank in all of this, so what does Electronic get done? Refresh tucked in default. Their afterplant positions look pretty damn good, to be honest.
This is tight.
Oh, and just as he jumps up, Shush has the advantage. And it is all Shush, 4 in total here on the T side, using that M4 to great success. And it puts a lot, 4 map points into the heroic side of the court.
Yeah, it feels like this one should be done. Na'Vi need another miracle round to stay in this. And we could list them off for both of these teams of how, oh, that is so good. Just continuing the spray transfer through the box. Oh, just, and how, you're right, the post-plant situation, look how tight they're playing.
Yeah.
Like they didn't take any risks.
Well, Electronic's flank is great, but the angle he's holding is even better. That's just as you're mantling up Tetris, when you're inaccurate, when you're surprised by that info and your crosshairs elsewhere. Yeah, really difficult to break through. I've seen Na'Vi do it so many times, I'm not even going to be surprised at this point if we do see a first blood come from a simple Deagle. This time, Stown very quick to dispatch of the start.
Has to sit and watch now, minute 30 on the clock. How excruciating are Heroic going to make this? Boomich might be next up.
Oh, damn, Tessa's okay.
Precise. 3v5 now.
Yeah, should just peter on out.
Writing's on the wall for this one. Look at this. Just walking in towards the B site. Perfecto's been good. Oh, he's dead now from B, surely. Drawn towards mid, left a massive gap on the B site. They're posted in his position. Tessus could even finish it himself.
Well, he's kept him so busy. It's just exactly what the doctor ordered. The bomb's going to arrive before they're a threat on short. That's a call. Boosting up that AK is a good chance for at least in a single frag, but Refresh is watching it and they are ready to go. Heroic, just 2 frags separating them from taking Na'Vi's pick away. It has been one hell of a game. It's the T side where they pull away though. You know, 8-7 on the half. This is going to be ending 8-4.
They have to go for this, boys. Come on, it's the last round here.
Give her it all she's got, Captain. Both from short, all eyes on you, just delaying the inevitable, and there you have it, Heroic. 1-0 up in the semi-final, looking very competitive. Both squads doing the ridiculous throughout our first map, and we'll be breaking down Mirage before we get ready to lock and load for our second. Do stay tuned.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Nej! God runde. Præcis pingpong CS. Sådan, mand. Gutter, hvor spist det.
Если я не ошибаюсь.
Да. Ай, слушай, блядь, Илья, Денис, Саша, хорош.
Хороший, Люка, жестко живешь.
Nej! God runde. Præcis pingpong CS. Sådan, mand. Gutter, hvor spist det. kort.
Jeg låser køkken for B-gang. Ja.
Jeg har kort stadig.
Kort.
Well, after a back and forth first half where we had no idea the direction the map was going to go, Heroic picked things up in their super fast-paced T side. That was absolutely electrifying from both teams. And luckily, we have two fantastic analysts to talk us through it in just one moment. But before then, it is DHL drop time. So get ready in Twitch chat. Right, exclamation mark, DHL drop, underscore, not even an underscore, just a space. And then you can write A, B, or C, the answer to this question. Who won the first DreamHack Masters? Was it A, Fnatic, B, Astralis, C, Naughty Sincere, aka Navi, or D, Ninjas in Pajamas? So just take the corresponding letter of the answer, put it after exclamation mark, DHL drop space letter. Hopefully that is simple enough. But what is not going to be easy is talking about this match, because this was wild. I don't even know where we should start. Do we start with the crazy amount of ecos that were won on both sides, but particularly Na'Vi, Maniac?
I think there is a lot to digest from that game. It left me scratching my head, honestly, because the amount of swing rounds on both sides was tremendous. And every 2 minutes, I'd say, oh my God, that is it. Heroic's now going to win that game. And then, oh no, hold on a second. Na'Vi is going to win it now with that eco round. And it just went back and forth and back and forth. And the fact that Na'Vi, in spite of winning all of these pistol and eco rounds you're mentioning, still not able to put more than 11 rounds, I'm not going to lie, it stresses me a little bit for Na'Vi.
But we did see some promise on those T sides, Yanko, because I know that you were pretty impressed with the way that they changed things up as opposed to what we saw against Furia.
Yeah, early on, you look at the first gun round, for example, same mid smokes, they throw them, and what they did against Furia was they were sending Boomich and Bit fast down connector to try to put pressure to do a fast A split. Now they use the same nades, they put Boomich by himself to go behind the boxes, and instead of that they explode onto the A side. Out of ramp, really, you'll see Simple getting the entry kill on Shush, and after this, Navi takes the whole bomb site, right? And Heroic players are so focused here on mid after that first kill happens that they're expecting someone to lurk, right? They have that agreement in place. Okay, if they do this, let's kill the lurker. But Boomich is just hiding behind the boxes, probably expecting it. This is probably how they decided to prepare, and it takes Heroic a long time. Look, all 4 players are there. It takes them a long time to get rid of him, and now we can take all the positions they want in the A bomb site and win that all-important first gun round.
So the rounds that Na'Vi were winning against the odds, these miracle rounds, was that a case of Heroic making mistakes?
Honestly, I think mistakes were made on both ends in that game, and that is why we ended up with such a messy type of round, right? In itself, Na'Vi and Perfecto, the man that opens up that situation right here. Perfecto in himself unlocked a lot of these pistol rounds. Here he's dealing with the P250, allows Boomich to punish that rotation, then he picks up the M4, and now it's all onto Cadian and try and clutch this. He's gonna get found through the smoke. That was Perfecto opening up the ceremony for Na'Vi, because he's done it a couple of times again. This one is one of the most satisfying one-shot with a deagle you can find. Then Pit strikes with the P250. Cadian's gonna try and do his best to, I wanna say, control the situation, but it's not enough. Navi's gonna take the B bomb site, and without the 7th round as well. The problem is, I mean, we have another one. Yeah, right, we have another one. That's how crazy it actually is. We have here the P90. I don't even want to mention the fact that we have a P90. That actually triggers me.
But it got a kill with it in the next round, shush.
Yeah, no, we should not. Let's not advertise it out there. By the way, Simple finding 2 kills, that is absolutely gross. My point is that when Na'Vi wins all these rounds and still not able to more than 11, that means that Heroic were ahead, right? And I believe we have to talk about the second half as a whole, because the T side, as Yanko pointed out, not too bad for Na'Vi. But the problem is, on their defense, they actually could not hold Heroic. The amount of time that Heroic just played contact base on the A side, Boomich and Electronic, both of them having a really complicated time trying to handle all that pressure, and they just couldn't keep up with it.
It's been a complicated time for pretty much all of DreamHack Masters Spring. We did see some promise from him in the series yesterday, but not across every single map. Where's he gone, Yanko? Where's he gone?
Yeah, this one is a bit concerning because, you know, it's fine if Electronic doesn't play lights out right there next to Simple, but you don't want to see him underperform as he did here today. He is a crucial player for Na'Vi, and despite Perfecto putting up big numbers, it wasn't enough for them. Just individually, the firepower was lacking a bit. As Maniac pointed out, when they play, when a Heroic plays that brute force style contact plays, like, you have to be able to match that.
Well, let's talk about Cadian. Because
Alright.
how can we not? If you talk about Cadian, you get to see frags from Cadian, and there's always plenty of those to enjoy in the server. He's almost like the opposite to Art in a way, even though both of them are AWPing in-game leaders who like to get messy. Cadian's often the clutcher for this team, and that's not to say he doesn't put up numbers. He's not a support player maniac.
No, he's a closer in the sense that he's gonna take into account all the information in the round, make a good decision, and strike when it matters the most. He had a couple of rounds on the CT side where he basically won on his own. He had that round on the A side. That's this perfect round production. You're on point. He's got that 4K. He's taking things into his own hands, right? He's pushing into middle, ready for the perfect timing, finds him through the smoke, and he's not done yet. Punishes, I believe, Electronic coming out of apps, and he's gonna have another one at the end onto Simple. That round was all Cadian alone. And that in itself is huge, because not only is he obviously the maestro as an IGL of that team, but if he can just offer a round to his teammates from time to time with the AWP, that is huge. And he's been doing it time and time again, and he didn't have an answer. I mean, Simple did the best he could, but Cadian with the AWP on that CT side, huge.
Well, we're going to Nuke next, and I didn't mention it earlier, but the map where Electronic did actually show some promise, show some flashes of his old brilliance, was Nuke yesterday against Furia. Could this be a close one rather than just miracle rounds from Na'Vi?
Look, I just want to say about Electronic, it's okay to have a downtime and to miss an event. What concerns me is that when I see him play, I feel like he's out of confidence. And I'm just extrapolating from like his decisions and when he decides to fight or not. There is a round in that Mirage when he's lurking from behind on the A ramp and he jumps on the box instead of he's got the perfect timing to strike. And you can see he's second guessing himself. And that to me is a little bit scary. I haven't seen Electronic in a phase like that for a while, which again can happen to anyone. We move on to Nuke. You said he had flashes of brilliance last time. Let's hope that the Navi's game style can just put him in the mix and activate him, because he was shaky on that Mirage.
Well, we do need to take a break, but before then, the DHL drop answer. This was an easy one, I think. So hopefully you thought so too, because the question was who won the first DreamHack Masters? If you're watching the show on Thursday, the pre-show, we revealed the answer for this one. It is, of course, D. DreamHack Masters Malmo 2016. It was the Ninjas in pajamas. Let's take a look back at that epic moment.
Well, Forest, a bit of a grenade to buy some time. They need that one good entry to fake it into overtime. Forest hoping up on one. There's Guardian going down. He's hiding in the corner. They do have another backup, two men backing up behind it. That's Forest with another one. Flamey with an important refrag, but Get Right is there. Zeus and Edward are left, and they're simply out of time. 30 seconds here. NIP, what a story it's been already. Get Right, and here it comes. NIP, your DreamHack Masters champions.
And there'll be more memories to be made after the break when we head to Nuke. Don't miss it.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Hey framtida proffs! Swedish Rush here, and I'm on Ancient. Train is gone. Well, not gone, you can still pretty much play it everywhere. But Ancient is taking its place in the active map pool. Normally, I try to show you nades that pros throw, but you're gonna have to settle with some nades that my friends and I discovered while playing the map before the update. Today, I'll show you a CT aggressive play to take back lane on the B site. We call this strat Polly Wants a Cracker, and will require 3 future pros or some past pros if you know any. Past pro number 1. You'll be pushing B ramp with an incendiary, a flash, and a HE. Get to B long as fast as you can and dump all your nades, starting with your molly off the wall deep towards the B door, and then just play behind your molly. pass pro number 2. You'll be rushing the B bedroom and throwing a molly. To throw your molly, just bang it off this white scaffolding section. Then you can peek out and also check mid if you don't see any Ts. Finally, future pro number 3, the best. You'll be throwing a pretty nifty B-door smoke. Also, you will be throwing your incendiary for, as my team calls this area, Polly's Pocket. Hence the name of the strat, Polly Wants a Cracker. To throw your smoke, stand next to this pillar, aim at this section of the big brick, and jump throw the smoke. Then aim in line with the top of this scaffolding and running through your incendiary. Also, do a better job at spamming than I did. That's about it. Ancient is going to be all about CT control, so get a head start with these nades from your good friend Swedish Rush. Adio? Or is it ayo? Any Swedes?
Is that chickens? Nice feathers. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The sound of the chicken. The chicken. Gallus gallus domesticus.
All right, let's get this party started, ladies and gentlemen. Map 2, and it's pistols. We're into Nuke, and already we're going to be seeing Simple's USP tested on that yard. Heroic and Na'Vi clashing, and already one to the good. You can see the odds leaning Heroic's way. Already saw a better side to Na'Vi's Nuke. Admittedly, though, on the T side, as they dominated their way to Furia. 10 T rounds, so we only got to see a fraction, a glimpse of what the Na'Vi CT side looks like. Now, Tessis is cooking up some magic in the utility department. I think that's for Heaven.
Whatever, this is a very, very slow approach. Mirage was explosive. This is the opposite of Heroic.
If I had to take a guess here, they're going to fake it top? No, they're full committing. This makes sense. Okay, well, there's Heaven and Main smoked off, and the entire Heroic squad are in.
Retake simulator.
Retake simulator entirely. Yeah, dude, they're even off down the vents. What are they up to? They've got so much time, courtesy of their smokes. They can really spread themselves out thin and start getting under enemy lines. Simple.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
He had such a good read. Perfecto is into the site and causing chaos. Cadian, however, does try and keep things level. He's being hunted down, should be finished off, and now it gets a bit weird. They're on the defuse, at least a fake. Tessis up the ladder, down from Main. You need to take that frag. It needs to be onto Boomich, and he does provide it. Down, round winning. And now it's all onto him. He just has to get through this Simple defense. Simple's the bodyguard. You have to topple him. He hasn't been able to do it. The body block is enough. Get down, Mr. President. He throws his flesh in front of enemy lines. And that will be a Na'Vi pistol. Heroic give us a beautiful plant. A 5v5 retake, as you discussed, but it is Na'Vi who do manage to come out with the frags and the round. It was a double kill from Perfecto, who just managed to keep it a bit chaotic. You could see that all of these afterplant positions as Heroic rustled around the entirety of Nuke, up Heaven, down ramp, that secret.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, couldn't find the head. Couldn't find it. Simple just throwing his entire body in front of it.
Well, they're going to buy anyway here. Heroic are back out with 3 rifles, 2 AKs, a Galil, a couple of Deagles. The action will not stop here today.
Their buy looks good, dude.
Yeah, smokes towards yard as well, so rotating out to deal with this will be Simple. Smoke's going to obscure the vision. And creep up behind that and drop the second. This is what we saw yesterday from Na'Vi. So refresh, he's through to warehouse already.
Yeah, it's exactly what we saw in Na'Vi, and they were thriving behind them. It leaves a lot of questions for the CTs to answer. They've lost the warehouse info. It could be secret. You may have to rotate. And it's in the end, it leaves with Simple's departure.
He just got pinned to the locker room. This is odd.
But now they're going down secret. And the CTs are still trying to piece together what they have lost.
They think they're all stuck over towards warehouse. There's nobody towards lower whatsoever right now for Na'Vi. They're just going to stroll into the site right here. Na'Vi are scrambling around, checking ladder, making sure they're not being flanked. And by the time they get down there, Heroic are already knocking on the door.
Yeah, Electronic is going to beat them. Only slightly, only just. And Cadian is the one that will make this very difficult now.
Oh, this position sucks.
It really does. He's got too many targets. He does manage to take one down with him. And Boomich's rotation cut short. He's down to 8 HP and down. Don't take the bomb, dude, you crazy cat. Bits on the ramp, and chances dwindling now for Na'Vi. They may just have to try and cut their losses.
There's 20 seconds left. I'm not sure if Boomich is looking to go pick up this other rifle, if they want to try and deny the plant. He's even going to find almost a kill. Refresh down to 3.
It's a very nerdy start. Like, Heroic's first 2 rounds on Nuke. Can we just discuss what they've hit us with?
Okay, so we had that really, really late top piece on Pistol, right? Where they're hunting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Cool your jets.
I don't know how close Cadian's going to get here. There's 3 of them now towards ladder base, Alex.
Bits got the flash. I mean, what have we got? About 10 seconds left?
Yeah, well,
they're coming.
+4 or 5 once the bomb goes off. They are coming.
Yeah. This pop flash will catch them. Someone turns. Oh, God, they're not going to leave with anything here, Na'Vi. Unless Bit can somehow make it all count. There they go. Heroic snatch away every single rifle they could.
Shush with 4.
That's better than winning the pistol. I mean, the fact that they've just taken everything away from Na'Vi's reinvestment. Now they're left on 1,500. It's a double eco either way. You may as well treat yourself to some pistols.
What on earth is going on? What a kooky retake on that top side as well. Like, the pistol round, wild. This second round, like, seeing Simple just get absolutely destroyed in locker room, and then Na'Vi had no idea. Like, they were completely juked. They had absolutely no idea of what they were looking at there. Great stuff from Heroic to bounce back after the pistol loss.
Yeah, but we know how Na'Vi's Deagles tends to go, and despite the flashbang, they still charge through, taking as much space as they can. It's Bit who they are running down. He's baiting in for Simple. Oh, they're not checking him. Simple's going to catch on a couple of heads, throwing a couple of hands. Na'Vi respond in force. He's going for the plant here. Lower sight is the target of their affection. Trying to save the day now. Bit and Simple did so much work. It may be for naught. Rifle certainly favored now that Shush has found that frag. The flash is completely eaten up. Refresh does not pull the trigger. Does not give them that info. Instead, it's just blind shots through the smoke. The clock is getting dangerously close now. Boomich running out of opportunities. He has found the frag. Can they stop that defuse? Looks like Shush is in a prime position to do so. Plant's too wide. It gets very costly, very close. But it's another one for Heroic. Na'Vi's Deagles just never to be underestimated.
Oh, Perfecto's right below him. Oh, trying to find a gun or something. I don't think both expected each to stay around. Okay, well, Shush, he's been phenomenal.
Yeah,
First couple of rounds of play.
2 quad kills,
wild.
I think.
You know, when Nico went, like, it was bow up Nico, we saw them go, right? I thought to myself, how are you going to fill the shoes of Nico, right? Because of what he does for this team.
Yeah.
Right, what he did for the team before was huge, but Shush is filling those shoes. Refresh is a star in his own right. The upgrades Heroic have made this year. Jesus. Okay, well.
He's 7-1. That's more frags than the entirety of his squad. And they're doing the same again. This time the wall of smoke's enabling safe passage. Straight down. Now, Na'Vi have gone for a full ramp stack, so they're going to be very quick to respond to this site being taken. Refresh has managed to spring all the way up that ramp, which does make this a lot easier. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be taking that. Thank you very much. A Mac 10 mowdown.
How do they read that so perfectly? They've just dropped secret smokes. They've run across with no resistance. Both Mac 10s bounding through, not even clearing most of the corners. And then both choke points are locked down for the descent. Mac 10s on either side of this ramp position.
It couldn't have been better.
I know it's just an eco. Like, I'm getting really excited, but it's because they don't go like that. We just saw it in the last map. They don't go like that.
Yeah, it was too easy, just too perfect. Now, we are seeing those Mac 10s carried over, a bonus of sorts, and Na'Vi back into the weapons. It's far from ideal, though. You can see how much of their utility they've had to dump just to house a fast play. And now, speaking of fast play, it looks like Heroic want to turn up the heat on this top site. They're pushing onto that Perfecto FAMAS. He's done very well to find the first. The trade provided by none other than Shush, this talent that keeps on delivering. It's Boomich's turn. Team Molly, Refresh to come up clutch. He's really not got enough left in the tank. 34 points of health. And Electronic, nice tight line. 2 points of contact, finished off, and Na'Vi back into contention.
I love this game. Keep it at this pace. This is fantastic stuff. They're trading the ideas, the explosions. Perfecto playing on top of the silo to avoid the molly. Gets one. Oh, it's great. This is fantastic.
It's almost too much for you to talk about in the 9 seconds you've now got.
This is great. I'm loving this. Okay, Na'Vi back in with another buy here. Same for Heroic. Continuing this pace with the AKs out. Cadian with the big green in his hands.
I'm interested to see what that changes in terms of the outside yard battle. We've always seen 2 variations of the Heroic smokes. Initial damage inflicted from the team, I believe. That's Electronic down early into the vents. And oh my God, Boomich has just run over Refresh. He was fully white through the smoke as well. Cadian's completely exposed, and Electronic finding him. He did pull the trigger onto Simple though. And Boomich has made no secret of his main active SMG play, so Tessus is the one to spring to action for that. This is a crazy game. I need to screw my head on tight. Hang on, I need to talk quicker for the type of gameplay we're seeing. There goes another. Perfecto. Molotov out of position. Now, he did go down the vents an awfully long time ago. It's brave to try and come back up, so Electronic's still holding his nerve. Perfecto behind the site. It's a 2-1 split, and that's bit gone. Perfecto's his next victim, and Shush is incredible. Down can hold this vent, rotate. Electronics walking straight into it, and there you have a heroic turnaround. Shush bails him out of trouble. It looked great for Na'Vi.
Shush, I haven't said his name before. We'll say it again. He is popping off in a big way here. Boomich gets an absolute freebie there. And then this trade from Electronic is perfect. But isolated, Boomich between a rock and a hard place. Stounce just crept out towards the vent. Tessus is aware. They drop on, they pincer him, and then this double kill. Perfecto swinging for the trade, can't get anything done, and then up the vent. There you go. Try and keep track of this because it's action everywhere.
Dude, imagine putting, you know, a team like this, Heroic, versus a team like that, Gambit. Oh. Do you remember how chaotic that could be?
Yeah.
You know, what the masters of slow versus the masters of speed?
Hope we get some of this action tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's see what Na'Vi have got. I mean, they've already proven that they can contend.
Well, that's the thing, right? Right now, the status quo of Counter-Strike, it's all over the shop, right? We know who the top 2 dogs are. Yeah. After that, you could throw a dart at the top 20, and you could probably make a decent argument for why the 3rd, 4th, 5th best team could be there.
Yeah, that's a perfect summary.
Oh, the double Zeus's.
Maybe we get a little bit of that Zeus ladder action.
We liked it with Furia yesterday. They kept it interesting. They just out-ramp. I don't understand how they pip this gap every single time.
And also, by the way, last eco, they stacked ramp.
Yeah. they went just straight down secret. So this time, they played more heavy for top and yard, and they just run straight out ramp. I don't know if Hunden and Cadian are 2 of the maddest men ever to do this, but wherever these calls are coming from, I want to see more of it because it just avoiding danger, avoiding these ecos. This was a scourge in the first map for both teams, having to deal with these low buys, these pistol rounds. Here, Heroic have just avoided having to deal with any of that nonsense. The bomb's already halfway ticked. We haven't even seen a possible fight yet.
Yeah, that's the safest acquisition we've seen. Is Down aware? It must have been a sound cue. He's already looking for the Boomich T-roof descent. And they're leaving with nothing? Absolutely nothing. Even caught by Stown, who is at T-spawn. I mean, like...
The bomb's lower.
Yeah.
His team's at ramp.
Yeah.
Na'Vi have control of a couple of little bits. And yeah, Stown's still in T-spawn,
Here is your highlight from round 7. Check that one out. Wow.
Oh.
Just completely reading them like a bloody book. Ages 3 and up. They're talking about big red balls.
Oh, here we go again. Well, the Zeus's are carried across. Warp out for Simple. Cadian with the Mackie boy.
What's he up to? What's he up to? He's straight down the vents. He doesn't have the bomb on his back, but that's a big slip. We know what Glaive likes to do with it. Let's see what Cadian likes to do. He's immediately opened the decon door. That will force a rotate, right?
Surely, it must do. They have to be aware this is open, otherwise Simple is super susceptible over towards ramp.
Dude, look what they're up to. Cadian actually has, I think he's got Simple dead to rights here.
Oh my golly gosh!
What a shot! Simple's gonna put his fist through his desk. And they're walking up close. They catch the credit card swing. They might go topside on this. Stown's already in the lobby. The crossfire is established. And Stown goes poking and prodding and keeping them on their toes all over the map. Every contact Na'Vi take is redundant to the end result. The bomb's going lower. Stown's just caging this animal. Just has to stay here. They can't come vents, boys. Ramp is the threat. And the round is yours. This is Counter-Strike, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy it while you can. Nice find. Consolation prize at this point.
Yeah, good shots. They now know where both players are. Boomich was in the top site, Bit was towards Yard. I think they may as well let them hold on to what they have here. Cadian's even grabbed the AWP. He went in, dropped down the vent, walked lower. Nobody had any idea, and kills Simple with a burst of a Mac 10 at ramp. And that right there is basically the round.
At range.
Yeah, like it's not like this situation is up close. This is some wild stuff. You know, yesterday when we watched Na'Vi play, I'm not sure if everybody at home caught it, but on their T side, it was much slower than what you're seeing here, but it looked the same result, right? They were clinical. Every single duel they took, they looked like they knew exactly where the opponent was. Same thing with Heroic here, and not necessarily just with the fights, but with their positioning. Like, oh, it just sees the tip of the head. Like, he has all day to line that one up, but it's so quick. And that's the power player. That's the rotator. That is the best player in the world, eliminated in a key gun round. They just had board again.
And the responsibility of that call, I mean, Simple's not going to hear that door swing open. It's the top side players that have A, let it slip, and B, not identified it was possible.
Watch how heavy they have to rotate now. Every time these squeaky mollies and nades land, smokes, flashes, everything, they're going to have to respect this.
That was a lot of nades from the CTs this time. I think Simple made it abundantly clear that it was unacceptable. The Ts have even mollied down the vent, which is interesting.
But see, the thing is, yesterday, they were denying a lot of control towards that vent position.
Yeah, actually intrigued to know whether or not that wall of smokes will be contested. Oh, Electronic, that is something else. A double just as they fade. Heroic punished by their own smokes. Now, I'm not one to write Heroic out of a two-man disadvantage. Neither is Stown. And they do still have, even in a 3v5, Chad, there is an element of surprise in the fact that the bomb has now gone lower, or at least has access to lower. Ramp is going to be their fight. Bit not going to be affected by that flash, and he has the power position. He chooses to drop off. Oh,
heard now.
Yeah, very, very audible. Cadian going around the world.
Attention is drawn towards Shush, and Bit had to drop lower, so they're aware of what's open here. 30 seconds left. It almost feels like they have to continue this play towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, it does. They need to basically find Bit so quickly that Boomich has to react. And, well, Boomich has reacted. And Shush starts to apply the pressure. This is the duel. Everything lying on that fight. Nice work from Boomich. Bit as well. And Na'Vi making another one of these, courtesy of Electronics double. Absolutely clean, spotless, as all five still alive. Cadian loses his life, and that AWP will fall into CT hands as well. Couldn't get better than that from Na'Vi to at least ensure that we have a competitive nuke ahead of us.
Yeah, great bounce back there, and we have to give credit to Electronic finding that timing there as the smokes faded. We were questioning where he was on Mirage, impact here early on nuke, and we're going to need to see more and more. A very integral player on their CT side, playing around that main, close up behind those yard smokes. What's Heroic going to look into here? AWP back out for Katie, and the rifles are there. And, wow, 4 AK-47s for Na'Vi as well, so things are going well.
Get to see that simple AWP. Back in play. Refresh completely undeterred by that previous shortcoming of the smokes. Staring at his minimap as he navigates. God, it's a nightmare to observe, Rush. Fair play, you are keeping up. Oh, it's not Rush anymore.
No, he goes home early. It's Jakey.
One of them has a voice, that's the issue.
We get Jakey to call in, maybe. Call him up on WhatsApp.
But yeah, shout outs to Jakey for keeping track of this Heroic madness. Now, they are boosting. This would have worked great into that previous line. Now, nothing to report. Simple called upon. Should be good for one here. Nice ahead of the flash and pulls the trigger onto Tessus. If they could just find Bit, he's right in the open. Perfect find. That was Cadian and the bomb. Na'Vi doing everything right now. Shush, Electronics' next victim of round 10. And Bit's even pushing for more info. That's a great find. Na'Vi, can they keep it spotless? The answer is yes. Heroic humbled here on Nuke. Their T side is not all going to plan as Na'Vi force a timeout out of the Danes.
All right, well, good stuff here. And we know that Na'Vi's T side, we were just talking about it yesterday, it was very good. Very, very good. For Heroic here, what we're learning, I think 6 is fantastic. 6 is a really good start here. Anything that they can put on top is just cream at this point. Na'Vi are the ones who need to bounce back in a big way. 9 at the half, they'll be happy with that. Heroic looking and staring down the barrel of an eco here. There's enough money for Katie and Refresh and Tess. Oh, actually, no, they're not staring down the barrel of an eco at all. I've miscalculated the finances there. They can buy this one, but still the timeout to talk things through. Coaches both getting involved there. You can't see Blade's mouth, but I can tell you he's probably talking.
It was very funny watching Blade play the wrong answers only game. This dude is such a logical thinker. It just could not compute. Just couldn't. It's just not in his wheelhouse to say the wrong thing. You know, he's only got right answers as Blade. Now
we need to see a few more of him here. Oh, great nade.
Last time they tried Yard, it was Electronic that put them in their place. God, you gotta be deterred from it now. Surely, Heroic. You know there's one secret stairs. You haven't even seen the AWPer yet. Yeah, this is a full ripcord pull. Cancel that.
Yeah, big issues here now, though. Not working with a lot of utility here, and still a minute 10 left on the clock. Denied the one piece of real estate they put all their pressure behind, and now having to hope to find a pick. Smoke will fade towards Squeaky, and this is a good opportunity. If Boomich gets a little bit lazy with his clears, might go down.
Whoa, significant damage inflicted. And with 45 seconds, there is still uncertainty as to the final play. Na'Vi have rotated accordingly, though. Feels like they're in the right place.
They could try and vent drop here.
It's ambitious. As another smoke arrives, they'd have to be fully grey screened through that. Gosh, this is going to come down to what? 15 seconds? They're stampeding towards ramp, and Bit wants to slow them down. Anything is good here. As they rip the bomb carrier down, Stown needs a double, and it's Tessus that steps up. Now they can go lower, and this round can continue to be competitive. Na'Vi have to spring to action.
Scrambling now.
Yeah, if they could just swing that door open and contest that plant just a little bit. Survival integral, they're being hunted. Electronic only 2, but that bomb can't go down. They've got no time, and I think Electronic has saved them. Oh, and even taking the AWP after. Shush is left with $350 in his back pocket, and they twist the knife, pour on the salt, and really hurt Heroic's chances. That one's going to leave a mark.
Great stuff from Electronic again here. Impact kills. This from Na'Vi looks great. 2 players ramp, 18 seconds left, but look at the kills from Stown and Tess. It's huge stuff to open the avenue towards lower. I love the tussle we're seeing. The thing is, Na'Vi was strong everywhere Heroic tried to go. Towards yard, strong. Came back towards top, strong. Went round, strong. It was great from both teams.
Oh dear. Just sending Tessus on a one-man mission, and it's worked out wonderfully. They could pull this across the line here if Bit Fowney's around with his nades. Solid defense so far, it seems, as both Boomich and Simple do manage to catch those pesky, aggressive pistols there.
Okay, maybe we get a chance for a breath here. Money again, good for 3 Heroic players. 2 not going to be able to purchase. Tessa's, as you mentioned, with that hero AK, just left with 3.6. Can get the Galil up. Shush, maybe into a Deagle. Confirmed with the purchase now, and on the RV, clawing their way back into this one, have tied things up 4 in a row to get the scoreline to 6-6, round number 13.
Their rotations have been real. I mean, to be rotating around a Heroic that this fakey boy unit.
At this pace as well?
Yeah. Communication has to be at an all-time high. Oh, wow. Simple's actually well above it. Top of warehouse. It's a rare position, often good for one. The element of surprise, and he does strike, refresh the lone wolf on yard. Howls his last howl. Bit with the Asimov.
This is the issue with when you're so trigger happy, you know, you're so quick on these plays. If you just keep getting denied by util, it's almost like ping pong, back and forth we go. And Heroic are getting softened up on the journey. Stown and Cadian Bit more than tickled for Stown. Cadian's still relatively healthy here, and again, completely denied map territory. If Refresh was able to park himself behind main, at least they're working with something, but here, denied towards ramp. No presence towards lobby now, and have to look back towards yard.
It's actually a good call in terms of finding some space. He says.
Yeah, watch this swing come in from Electronic. It's just going to be perfect timing.
I think it must have been the bomb spotted on Tessus there, because Simple has immediately been called into action. One crossing red. This is falling apart. Tessus trying to bail them out. Down with another frag. This is often how heroic rounds go.
25 going towards heaven.
What are you up to?
This is noisy
That's with
too.
the bomb. Are they opting ramp? He's making so much noise on the ladder. Simple did rotate topside. I think Cadian was just using that ladder to try and stop the rotate. Now Bits is looking the wrong way. Simple's right behind them. He can deny this. He can deny this. Oh, both of them. No hope. He takes his time with his prey, playing with his food. God, this game. You just never know what you're going to get. Like, I just can't wait to see the next round of play.
It's so fluid, though. They never seem to stall out. There always seems to be some avenue, right?
Yeah.
Like, I blinked and Cadian was on the ladder. The next thing, they're both running down ramp. And Bit's looking the wrong way. Like,
can you explain that one?
I can't.
No, okay.
Like,
I'm not dumb.
The thing that's going on right now is there is so much going on all across the map at all points, right? And the gaps, they're always with Heroic. They're still finding the gaps. Well, that's 5 in a row for Na'Vi now.
Simple looks like he's having fun. This is his kind of game. Just a thinking man's game of Counter-Strike. Boom, it's straight on into the power position of Squeaky. It looks like a top pop. Expect to see that util released, and Perfecto is safe from the Molotov. It's a perfect position for this. He is blind, and he is dead. If they could just clear that CT vent, they could make a round out of this. It's Tessus that delivers. Bit cannot contest just yet. If the Simple goes down, he's missed his shot into the domains of Tessus for a third. And this one's fallen apart for Na'Vi. Just an aggressive top pop. The frag's delivered in large capacity from Tessus. And revenge served this time ice cold.
I want everybody at home to take note of the pace of this game. Once we flip on over, you're going to see the contrast here in both of these teams' approaches to the T side.
I'd be getting a headache if I'm Electronic hearing all of that. He's got about 4 players he's tracking with his eardrums right now, and he may actually get away with it. Lovely doubly. Cadian's down, but a 7th found, and it was off the back of a really broken buy. 7-7, keeping it incredibly close. Now the battle to win out the half. As discussed, Chad has been readying you for our second half. The contrast will be inexplicable, so do go ahead and enjoy one final round of this Danish pace. Na'Vi, make no mistake, equally as beautiful, but a very different approach. Yard control smoke deployed. Refresh looking to house some of that. Cadian trying to vent trick. Oh, and he's gone down with the AWP. What a crazy cat.
With the AWP.
Yeah, and Simple's about to go ahead and hit him with the USP. No, no, no. Even better. A right click to find it. It did take a little more time, but that's not stopping Simple. Knife into the AWP. Heroic meet their maker. And Bits here to finish the job. Swing open the door and put a fork in it. That is done. 17-8, Simple's warming up, as are we. 8-7, Na'Vi edge ahead on our second map of the semis.
Frank, jeg sidder der. Lidt højere. To er der. Begge er der.
Nej!
Sådan. Hvad med skakten tilbage?
Altså, jeg planter bare hurtigt og holder høje.
Ja!
Nice, mand.
Sådan. Kom rundt, drenge. Du skal god til at spille.
Tak.
Дэн, падай еще, Дэн, еще.
У тебя?
Хорошо.
Валера, беру.
Хорош.
Спасибо. Хорош, Валера, хорош, пацаны. Дал.
It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to try and separate Na'Vi and Heroic. And, well, similar to the first map, we did have a very close half. It was a good haul, though. 70 rounds posted by Heroic. Anticipation for a Na'Vi T side that looked fantastic in their quarterfinal bout with Furia. And so we lock and load. It's time to see how Na'Vi fares on the attack. Heroic, an opportunity to close this out in two, the semi-finals to complete and to guarantee our new head-to-head, a new fan favorite, Gambit versus Heroic. We saw that grand final not too long ago. ESL Pro League Season 13. And Heroic besting Gambit in that marathon. Now we see if that rematch is on the cards, or if Na'Vi want to see us on a third. Inferno as a third map decider, and already a lot of space taken in yard here, Chad.
Yeah, Simple's got his P250 as well. They've secured real estate towards Heaven, Warehouse. Now the lobby push is coming in from Heroic in response.
He's got no armor, and his job is to hold lobby. I mean, I say hold, perhaps not hold, but monitor. It's a hilarious nade to be throwing on a pistol.
Oh, towards windows as well.
Boomich is up. Bits in T-spawn. The bomb and his partner in crime are lower, and Simple's making as much noise as he possibly can. Confirms Tessus is up on the railings. Cadian really wants to take Perfecto out of this position. That's two nades they've invested to
Why is no one shooting Cadian?
And Cadian is going to eventually go down. Electronic bringing it topside. He does goosh down and will be finished off. That was the raid boss, and every shot connects for Na'Vi.
Tessus has the nades here, but ooh, can't even get his head up Heaven. Boomich locking that one down.
Not allowed to piece anything together here in those contact points. They keep poking you. Nicely done. Na'Vi will extend their lead.
I think both teams very, very happy with the map pool here today, right? You saw Mirage come through, thought pretty, well, you'd favor Heroic as the favorites in this matchup, right? But you think pretty 50-50 in terms of where it could fall. Same thing with Nuke.
Dude, I think the general consensus was about 50-50.
Very hard matchup to call. Shush has the shotgun. So, look, not unusual to see on the CT side, but I want to monitor this closely.
They are contesting yard heavily, 3 of them. Ready and raring to go. But, as we discussed, we get ready for the contrast.
Yeah, it's not the run and gun anti-eco straight down secret or ramp. It's slow, methodical. clear your corners. Don't fall into any of this funny business.
Yeah, and this angle's perfect for... Oh, clearing out one, but they do connect.
Oh,
2, 3
no!
Deagle shots, it's happened! Oh, complete catastrophe. So now you've lost the bomb. And it does look like Heroic are going to concede it.
Yeah, they've given a lot of space here. So if Perfecto, they have a lot of time. If we're going to look at that positive right here for Na'Vi, Perfecto just needs to reclaim that C4. He can do, and he's even grabbed a kill. If Bit clears directly down onto Refresh here, this is a difficult fight for both.
Ooh.
Look at this angle
He's in a great little safe spot. I'm not sure if Perfecto would have spotted him. Bit does go down. Refresh, such a thorn in their side. They can't seem to get him down. No one can. Refresh pushed up and gathers himself an AK-47 for his troubles.
Oh, they've all got upgrades there as well. Shush grabbing a Galil in the final stages of that round and just, oh, fantastic for Heroic.
Oh, I've got flashbacks of the first half. I could have sworn this is how it started. This second round just bested. That warehouse player just perfectly stopping that jump aggress they were setting up onto Refresh. Stown hit his shots, everyone did. All right, it's Na'Vi's turn.
Oh, they're going to feel like they should have a lot more rounds here, Na'Vi, with both pistol victories. Up against it, Simple has been making it look easy in spurts. Most of that secret cross have landed. Cadian trying to monitor the T-red cross, and now he has to call the rotation is possible. Unloads into the smoke, and Stown, he's already lower to deal with this.
Yeah, and he wasn't expecting Electronic so quick, so he does draw the util out nice and early. So what we were seeing from Electronic against Furia was his power to slowly creep and crawl behind enemy lines, using that warehouse position as a starting point. Now he's doing it again. Cadian will have to be aware that they could be close. And that's what that sweep indicates. Oh, he spotted a leg. But I think he's aware and ready. Back his turn now, and Electronic can strike. He will knock down Cadian. And that could be the start of the Na'Vi Deagle Armor response. They just lost that second round force. Now looking to respond in kind. They've got so much space here. Heroic are about to be closed in on. Some multi-frags required. Shush has to hold his nerve on Heaven. And it's easy for Electronic. Only one from Refresh as well. It's just back and forth. And this one's going Na'Vi's way. Tessus is a dead man walking up the ladder. Stown demanded a 1v4. And I think it's just too tall of an order. It's a venti mocha choca frappuccino. It's just not really for anyone.
Is that like the pumpkin spice latte?
Yeah, I was trying to think of a tall order.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Nice.
I'll have the mocha choca frappa with the extra sprinkles.
And the whipped cream. Having a hard time piecing these together because this is what we were talking about in map number 1 in the second half. It didn't matter what the weaponry was.
Yeah.
It feels like the similar situation here. Both of these teams are so good at reacting off of the information that they're given or the space that they can take and the combination of the two, right? How you need to react, the fights that you need to isolate. Stown will get to hold on to this AK. It's a great consolation because it is likely to see another heroic force by here. But Electronic has turned up in a big way on this second map. Instrumental so far for Na'Vi without their 10 rounds, or throughout their 10 rounds.
And compulsory to be seeing Electronic at this stage. I mean, this is semi-final stuff. We saw his stats do seem to have fallen off a cliff at times. You know, he's supposed to be the second in command. At times hasn't even been in the top 3 of some of their battles here in the playoffs.
A bit more splotchy.
Splotchy, yeah. Now, 3-man ramp lean as Na'Vi start to work their magic towards the yard. Cadian's only got a scout, so as soon as he's smoked off, his reaction is going to have to be just to accept that warehouse hold. Like, you can't actively hold warehouse with just the scout. His team are the ones to take this lobby control back. Cadian does call that there's potential on the cross. Simple. Pulls no punches. And it's a double rotate from that ramp aggress we were just discussing. They have util, and they haven't chosen to drop it yet. It would be too indicative of the space that Na'Vi can take. Instead, they silently set themselves up.
Yeah, this is awkward. That util would be great if you wanted to slow them down. You knew they were coming here, but if you throw it, you tell them exactly where you are, and they will just find another avenue here.
Is anyone housing that vent to top? Through lobby passively, I suppose.
Lots of nades here for Na'Vi, though. They have multiple Molotovs. You're expecting one towards this dark position.
Oh, Stout peeking out, doesn't find his frag, and wallbangs are keeping him on notice. Lots of wallbangs. Stout surely dead now. Mollies, wallbangs, everything. Sjuush has missed his bullets. He does fall to Simple, and it is a bit of a mess. It looks like Na'Vi have come out on top, though. Good deagling from Refresh. He's always a threat.
Yeah, it just felt like they were lining the headshots up there for him, but walking away with that, and Na'Vi, good utility usage there. You can see multiple positions mollied, really helping them out as they take that lower site, and Heroic will have to bend the knee here. They cannot force buy again. Nothing carried through. And Na'Vi should be set for their 12th here. An opportunity to have a 4-round lead. Simple's operating with a MAC-10. That tells me something fast, likely in play. Squeaky getting naded open. Will be quick.
And top side looks clear, boys.
Yeah,
no one's shooting at me.
This is similar to what we saw in the first half, right? Heroic were the ones who were getting away with not having to find too much contact. The stack from Heroic goes missing in a similar way. Stown has this flash, right? And oh, okay, couple spotted towards this yard position.
Everyone go climbing.
And I'll flash you in.
I'll flash you in.
Would be good if Na'Vi could get the bomb down quicker, though, because this does start to become a problem the longer they take to plant. And okay, never mind.
He heard you. Finally overwhelmed the MAC-10. Element of surprise is lost, and they charge in ahead of that. Oh my god, they've actually got a kill.
It's not planted for them.
It's not.
They're all on the wrong side of this one.
Yeah, if Perfecto went down, they'd definitely have to be charging in on that sound cue. Whoa, there you have it. Frags are found by Na'Vi's remaining 3, extending their lead. A nice 4-round berth, as you aforementioned. Just that one blip on the radar, which was that second round 4. So Na'Vi, yeah, as you discussed, have won both of those pistols. A different outcome here in our second half.
Buy's not great for Heroic here. Famous for Sjuush. He's got the kid as well. Bunch of util and big smiles for Simple. So here we go. Na'Vi win this. They are set up to take the map, take us to Inferno, the 3rd in the series.
Whew. Electronic walking towards that tracer fire. And he, just as one fades, he advances. This is the gap he likes to pip. Down secret. Cadian may not be ready for Boomich here. They both have silently descended. Heroic silently positioning themselves with a 3-man top site hold. It's very potent.
Very noisy towards lower as well, so hoping this rotate comes in. Tessus will drop down.
Refresh confirms this funny business. That was the bomb spotted lobby as well. They spotted Simple on that hut fight. Refresh, just by taking a little bit of an aggressive look, he's going to meet his end. Sjuush lucky to get away with that. They're hunting him. Oh, wallbanging him. 38 seconds, and Electronic's been down here for a while. I wonder if Stan will clear that vent. He's already out. And back into the top site, being the entry fracker as well. Cadian does manage to catch that bomb. Sjuush does not have the weapon for the job, and it gets very difficult from here. The denial from Stan is everything. Trying to run away, Tessus takes the next port of call, and now a one-on-one. Perfecto, he's been so good on Mirage for them. The Mirage sound cue, or rather, sorry, the reload. And the bait, Down goes down. It's Perfecto that pulls Na'Vi's 13th out. Asai released from the Dane. It's Na'Vi now chasing that 3rd map. It is just 3 rounds away.
Yeah, and good reason for the side. They win that round. They're able to make the buy work. Unfortunately for them here, even with the loss bonus where it's at, it will just be likely pistol upgrades or an ugly looking force. Great clutch here from Perfecto. Look, he hasn't had the most kills in this second map, but that's impact right there. Up to 12. Down to the pistols. Heroic. One's getting away from them here. Both teams look like they're set to take each other's map pick.
Ooh. Oh, any more? I think he might.
Starting to warm into this one. Ouch.
Not gonna happen today. Perfecto, though, the clutch master and 3-killer. Wow, Tess has taken a lot of liberties there. You can see he was stampeding, hoping that Bit wouldn't have heard it due to the flash. Surprise him with a big change up of that position. Just not quite going to work out for him this time.
Difficult to see how Heroic can have much more impact in a round like this. Cadian would have to get both of these kills. So many nades left over for Na'Vi to work through this round.
Yeah, but Na'Vi's T-side, dude, it's nearly been flawless. They're not going to let anything like this slip away.
The warehouse smokes that they're throwing now, right? When you see the first one come out that lands just in front of main, it's actually a little bit wider than when they throw the standard L blocks, or at least it looks to be. And when CTs throw that aggressive T-red smoke that we see them do so they can play behind it, they can look top main, it actually links up nicely for Electronic because you see him go out, he plays behind the CT smoke, then he quickly hard strafes behind their own smoke, creeps up as close as he can. The second team smoke from his reinforcements behind him lands. And the cool thing with this is, instead of the L block, how we've been seeing it get played with the warehouse smoke thrown, they've gone, if they want to fight us from warehouse, we'll just shoot them. It's as simple as that they've just gone, okay, yeah, like if they really want to contest us, sure.
It's never going to be 3, is it? You know, like, I mean, it's a 1-for-1 at the absolute worst. This was Perfecto just containing this Heroic pistol, not letting anything go awry.
Well, right here is where we find out if there's much more to be told in map number 2. Right, I'll need to take the time out to talk this one through, and yeah, you can understand why.
Look at that recap, dude, yeah. T-side from Na'Vi has just really sucked the air out of the Heroic headquarters.
The thing is, with this last string of 5 that they've gotten, 4 of which they haven't even needed to get the bomb down. Like, it's the elimination is how they've been getting across the line. So it's no need for that bomb to explode. They've just been eradicating Heroic. And what that tells is the lack of saves. So you're not seeing the rifles carried through to be a bit more jarring. When teams are forced onto the full ecos or the pistol upgrades, it's never going to look as deadly. When you know there's an AWP or there's an M4 and somebody makes a play, that's when things really start to unravel in these scenarios. And Na'Vi are actually going to take a time out of their own. Why the hell not?
Yeah, why the hell not? Whether it's not just to throw an extra 30 seconds onto the call Heroic have just made. I reckon Blade's done that deliberately. He's like, listen, okay, there's some Russian lip readers out there. They're working
you think?
They're working overtime for Gambit. I'm sick of this.
We're going to just tilt the camera up. You see him start getting the folder out, putting that up in front of him now when he every time he speaks. Look, right now, we've got the buy for Heroic. It's the AWP out for Cadian. He's the only one with residual cash, and he's the only one who can afford a kit. Now, he hasn't bought it just yet, and it doesn't look like he will. So if we get into a bomb down situation, which, as we just mentioned, hasn't really been how these rounds have needed to trickle on down, real problems for Heroic here. They're already facing a bunch.
Oh dear, Stown is not having fun there. I don't know if he can get out of that. Yikes. 20 HP and a Molotov with his name on it.
See you, mate.
Goodbye. Well played by Boomich. Just you saw he relentlessly gets onto Silo early and just jumps just to catch that aggressor, but this time he catches that warehouse player. They are going to be perhaps enticed into that Cadian AWP. You see what you're saying? This enables them to not only challenge the main player, just like that. Oh, it's so nerdy. Na'Vi looking good temporarily. Refresh wants to change that, and a dink is exchanged. It's Tessus that finishes the job. Perfecto down to 9. Bit the healthy one.
They know where both are.
Yeah, the one-way won't extinguish, I don't think. It does. Ugh. Now you can peek over it. Didn't spot Bit. Bit overextended there from Tessus, and it leaves Cadian in the sticky situation with the aforementioned no kit. Would have loved to have gone for it had it been that 2v2. One from Heaven, one from Lobby. Now... Oh, the fact he has the USP for the fight onto Perfecto, he can go for it. I think he's worked it out, you know. I think he's worked it out. Molly would have to hold it. They push through the flames and Bit secures it. 15 for Na'Vi. I can feel that third map just looming over the heads of Heroic, and they can too. We'll see this again. Stown really had no fun. No fun allowed in that warehouse position.
I think that was just to deal with the way that Electronic has been approaching this yard position, right? Because we saw the same thing, the CT smoke, we saw the util getting dumped. He even put down his own molly there to try and disrupt the smoke wall coming on out. And as soon as he get isolated, the molly lands, he has to fight. The power position held from Na'Vi. And now it's just Heroic with 3 Famis's, 2 M4s. They have a kit this time round, but util extremely light on. It just comes down to these duels, hoping that Na'Vi give away a couple of freebies here, because if they continue to play this very slow, methodical game of Counter-Strike, they will just pick Heroic apart. Right now on the map, there are so many smokes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I think it was maybe even close to 8 there. They're starting to fade already. There were so many smokes just thrown straight out the gate. That was the last smoke of the round, just deployed. There are no smokes left.
Okay. And so it begins. Oh, Electronic is being tested by Refresh this time. Completely blind and booked. An advantage for Heroic in their 7-round sprint towards that overtime. Chance here for Cadian. That nearly takes both of them down. It's looking great, though, for the Danes. There's only 2 of them remaining on Na'Vi, but one of them is the ever-sharp Perfecto. Refresh stands strong, and down goes the last. Okay. First of what is required. 6 more if they want to weather this long, long road to a 2-0. Or maybe Inferno, third map decider.
I'd like Inferno, just because of the type of Counter-Strike we've had, right? It's been very explosive when Heroic are on the T side. You're getting the opposite of that when Na'Vi are on their T half, a lot slower. Color by number Counter-Strike, taking all the precautions in the world, even innovating. The rifles are back out.
Wait, Electronic has just walked straight out into the site, and it looks like the Danes have dealt with it. One more could slip. It's Perfecto. Down the vent, Simple jumping off the main roof. He's gone 2. A perfect defense from Heroic here.
Tried to change the pace here. Hasn't worked in Na'Vi's favor at all. This is really going to hurt going forward. To have a round like this where Heroic get to stand tall and have everybody survive, in the next round they'll have all the goodies unless Perfecto can do some damage. Quick shot there onto Stown. What an adjustment. Down to 12 HP. Shouldn't be too much longer in this round.
No safer way to get info in that lower site.
We just played chicken with an air conditioner motor, and I think we won. I think we came out on top of that battle there, Alex.
I'm still not convinced. I think he's destroying us.
I think there's a man up in that aircon here just trying to rattle us, literally.
Yeah, hilariously, I'm really hot right now as well. Like, he's not even doing his job.
We did have to turn it off, and it's still making noise.
Just
sorry, everybody.
At us. Anyway, we do apologize for any extra noise, white noise you may be hearing behind our microphones.
I'd have to give you this action just with our voices here, ladies and gentlemen. The round is live. We're minute 30 on the clock, and we're going to piece this one together. Electronic has been able to slip the net in towards Secret. Here you go. We've got the pictures. Yeah, we've got the pictures. We're back.
The moving pictures. Technology is there. I'm glad you didn't miss too much. Can you believe it? Stown's back there. Boomich was the one that booked him last time. This time I don't think he's been spotted out. Tessus is tested, and the missed eagle shots from Perfecto. More destruction on the yard position. Stown has got this multi-kill again. So what was this impossible 7-round gap to close is certainly shrinking. Bit. Gonna give it everything she's got. Smoke will fade. Cadian is close. And he is very ready for it. A second frag is available. God, his crosshair looked bang on. Stan weathers it. 3 frags from him as well on that yard position, so making good on the previous round where he was punished. And now what does it read for Na'Vi's bank?
Not great. Not great at all here. 3 on the trot right here from Heroic has meant that Na'Vi are out of funds. They will need to be humbled and take a bit of a save here.
They've got their pay-in book. Decide they'll probably just save it for another day.
Did you ever have to save your pocket money to buy anything that you were really after?
Yeah, I mean, I think essentially I was saving for music, like the CDs. That was my general metric.
CDs, okay.
Yeah.
One of the So Fresh latest hits. Wow, a decent attempt there from Bit. Just got lost in the smoke almost. Sound the van, and Electronic's going to try. They're just popping in.
Yeah, not going to be the same kind of impact we saw from Mirage, where it just felt like every round, every single one of them had was up for debate. Seems like Heroic have got their head screwed on tight for any of these fast plays. And Simple certainly always got a head on his shoulders, and that player behind that CT vent is incredibly low, so no opportunity to be given. The smoke is down. Simple has 60 seconds to maneuver around here, and every click of his mouse has resulted in death of a Dane. Taking all the time he could. Now with the door closed, takes a glance. No one's home. That's a chance and a challenge. Simple realizes his mistake and looks for that push. Tessus is there. Okay, a sigh of relief, I'm sure, from everyone in Copenhagen. Heroic taking themselves to 12.
Doable now. Looks like Na'Vi are running out of some ideas, right? It's felt like in those last few, especially that spurt of 3, that rush, it felt like they were in a rush to close this one out. But now, maybe it's going to be regular programming. Another timeout taken here. A good opportunity for Blade to set the record straight. Simple straight into the AK. There won't be an AWP in play on the T side. Heroic, on the other hand, have Cadian brought back in. Plenty of kits now. Head armor galore. Looking at full sets of util. So looking great for Heroic here as we get a little bit of a recap. Scores on the doors just there for everybody at home. Top performers, Tassus and Stown, 19 apiece over there in the Heroic camp. And of course, Simple 25, 20 for Bit. Electronics got 19. And here we go.
Heroic just need to match Na'Vi's CT round haul. And Na'Vi have already got themselves to that map point. Mirage. No, where does Mirage come from? That was our first series of the day's first map. Told you I'm getting hot.
Under the collar,
I can't
in the
talk.
brain. We'll open the door after this. We'll go outside and spray you down with the hose.
40 degrees here. As the video games do surge on. Cadian missing his shot, and that will be a quick... Nope, no words there.
He's creeping up again behind this smoke. Electronic are going to be spotted here. Shadow is good for Stown. Another opening falls in favor here of the Danes. And yeah, really looks like Na'Vi starting to run out of ideas. Once Electronic can't get that space, or even when he does, the wall is starting to be erected now. More nade damage done towards ramp. Perfecto just chipped away at. And in they go.
Fresh is there in time, and a crossfire with Tessus. Oh, it's no fun to break this ramp. Even Shush is going to be there in time. However, with Refresh down, and Simple taking them both down, he's managed to solve all of the problems Na'Vi may have had. Needs to find a safe place to plant. And a man advantage, but Na'Vi, they could finish it here off the back of Simple's double entry. Simple would have to do it all, though. Not only the entry, but the clutch. Ace clutch demanded of Simple for the map. They've got kits. They dump their util. Simple dancing around the vents, looks to reposition. Bomb about half gone now. Advantage growing for Simple. First frag found again. Simple's doing it all. I think he knows where he's coming from. The flash is perfect. They're getting hunted. And Simple, he finishes it for Na'Vi. That is one way to do it. Style oozing out of every pore. Double entry, 1v3 clutch. His name is Simple, and we're off to 3.
Поднял. Да, снизу.
Я его справа забрал.
Будка второго победил.
Хорош.
Вентиль вылез.
Найс, пацаны, красиво, блядь. Вот это второй. Классный писик.
Дефолт улица.
Я смотрю стенку.
И второй дефолт, да?
Стенку взял?
Да.
А, стенку не будет, да? Найс, мой любимый. Найс. Бля, Андрей, ты видел эту залупу?
Да.
Я просто... Найс, Валера, блядь. Что же делать? Нет.
You can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. My elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so you can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. My elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. Catch me in the
What a way to finish off Nuke. A simple ace, a 1v3 clutch, no less, that sees Na'Vi stay in this semi-final. But before we get to that second half, we have to talk about the pace that was set by Heroic on that T side, Maniac.
Yes, they are suffocating to play against. Honestly, I even tweeted out, how can you remain calm in your communication when Heroic put such a pace into the game? We have the stats coming in here. It was a team effort, obviously, for Na'Vi, but I am so impressed that they actually managed to calm down the first half. Heroic were just running everywhere. Chad on the desk talked about, water fizzling through the rock. That's how Heroic looked like. They were always trying to find a gap in Na'Vi's defense, and Na'Vi did a great job calming them down in the first half.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just looking as well at some of the stats for pistol rounds, because in this series so far, Na'Vi either lost the pistol round and the second round, or they won it, but then got forced back on Heroic. And I had this feeling Heroic are really good at these second rounds on T side, and actually they have the highest rate in this tournament on the T side in breaking their opponents after they lose pistol. And on the CT side, they haven't lost a pistol yet, so really good at opening games, which is a big factor to their dominant performances so far.
Was it ping pong rounds? Is that a phrase that Chad used to describe the way that Heroic were adapting in that first half?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can talk about ping pong as soon as Na'Vi starting to catch up with what Heroic was trying to do. And that was a string of rounds that Na'Vi put together in that first half, where Heroic is basically trying to rush a place of the map, would it be ramp inside or outside, and then there is a Molotov well timed, there is a smoke stopping them, there is the right gamble for Na'Vi, and these were the rounds that finally the CIS team were able to calm them down. But it was not easy at all, and there is even a situation where Bit is getting rushed down on ramp, and you know the cast is screaming, did they not hear them? And I'm wondering, is that because of the comms? Is that because of the pace that Heroic is playing, and how much information has to be communicated that you just cannot hear if they're rushing you?
Well, what about the T side from Na'Vi, Yanko? Because they felt like they were polar opposites at times from these two teams.
Yeah, I think for them as well. I know Maniac has a round that he wants to talk about, and it's a big one in a sense of that Na'Vi, after losing the second round, well, they go back and they win the third, and it has even more impact when you do it on the T side, because the economy is that much more important and expensive for the CTs, right? And Heroic is a team that's always going to force back, so if they can't convert on that, you know they're going to struggle with the economy from that point on. Even in the first gun round after that, they're not going to have all the nades that they want.
Should we take a look at round 18 then? I want to see Electronic with that Tech-9 again.
Yeah, we can talk about Electronic, his revival, and the Tech-9 play, but what I want to talk about here is the space that Na'Vi was able to take outside. And Cadian, in that anti-force buy, is completely crumbled. He's stuck into that under heaven position. Electronic finds him, and then even though there's only 20 seconds left, that split is impossible to stop for Heroic. They have threats coming in from all angles, and the story that this round tells is a story that follows through this entire half, which is Na'Vi in a different way that Heroic did, but able to take space outside, able to grab that map control nice and easy. We see here this round actually happened right there. As Yanko mentioned, it was a very key moment, and it started that whole round for Na'Vi. And here at this point in time, that is the reaction from Heroic, and they finally put some control over outside. That was the key part of the map for me. And then again, I'm going to use that red circle here because you have a simple right there saving you with the clutch on the last round. I know I'm not very artsy, but you get the story. Outside was a problem for Heroic. They finally put an end to it at the end, and then this man, he just does simple thing.
Yanko, is there a particular way that Heroic were able to keep Na'Vi from just getting Yard for free?
Yeah, I think, you want to put focus. I mean, we have to remember the second round, Heroic won it by triple stacking Yard as well, just with pistols against rifles, and they managed to win that round. They had some flash plays as well with Refresh and Stone outside, and Stone tried also. There was a round to get into that. Well, we used to call it electronic cornering garage, right? But he got spotted and just, got pushed out. So they had, I think Heroic had plans for it, just either they couldn't really execute the way they wanted to because Na'Vi was ready for it, or, they just can't keep trying that the whole time. We saw in the Furia game, Na'Vi had a couple of fast inside pops, right? So they were probably a little bit paranoid about that, didn't want to overcommit to Yard and then just lose to some of those simpler executes.
Can we talk about Electronic? Showing up, please, Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, here, Electronic, we talked about him on Mirage, and we said he was insufficient in his input, and that was correct. Now, he answered back. He had a huge reaction on Nuke, and even though he's not topping the charts in any way, I think the job he's been able to do outside, on one hand, stabilizing the defense. When he was on the CT side, we had a couple of very key double kills. That one is the one I have in mind, actually, that puts an end to that madness from Heroic. His placement on the CT side were quite good. And then on the T side, again, you pointed it out in the pre-show, he is utilized in a very strong way on you. I feel like the game plan fits his vista, his game sense. He's taking space outside, and he was a thorn in the side of Heroic. Again, this is the Tech-9 round we was talking about. So even though he's not topping charts, good reaction from Electronic, bodes well for Na'Vi as well. We're moving on to Inferno, and we know how, I want to say, important and key he can be over on the A side.
Well, that's the thing. Inferno, if Electronic does not show up, Yanko, are Na'Vi in trouble?
Yeah, definitely, has a crucial role there as well, playing pit on the CT side, and Heroic is a team that has a lot of those faster executes towards the A-bomb side too, so they will need all hands on deck basically on Inferno if they're going to beat Heroic here.
All right. Maniac, can you call this one?
I'm going to say Na'Vi did enough to bring that third map home. I think the fact that they were able to weather the storm in that first half, well, all cards were really indicating a victory from Heroic. They completely outclassed them, and then suddenly they stabilize. They push Heroic down, and I think they've done enough, I believe.
Really?
I do.
It's an interesting one.
What about you?
Well, it depends on whether Heroic can keep their comms on track. We've seen in the past when the comms aren't there, when they lose a map, there can be some tilt. However, I have a feeling from the evidence, from the win rate of Heroic right now, they're not going to have any problems at all. Do not miss Inferno. It's coming up after the break, and the winner is going to the grand final.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epic's trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Another one here, hold overnight. Arrogant, disrespectful, belligerent. All round bad apple we got here today, Mr. Richardson.
Disruptive. And I bet you feel bad afterwards, don't you? Like after it's happened, you've lost the game, and so you feel bad, and you feel even worse because you've ruined the experience for the strangers you were partnered with. Like, at what point did you catch yourself and realize, oh, I'm projecting my own insecurities and my own frustrations with my current situation onto these strangers on the internet? Did you realize that? Did you catch yourself? It's not fun. You're never going to feel good at making people feel bad. If you are, congratulations, you're a psychopath. You belong here. We'll keep you a couple more days. But I'm sure you don't. I'm sure it's just like all of us. You fall into that trap. Your frustrations get the better of you. Emotions dominate logic. It happens to everyone. But you got to be strong. It's a frustrating game, but that's because the payoff is so good. Victory feels so good. Competing and winning feels great. But mouthing off to people that may have not played or dedicated their life to the game as much as you have, pretty sad, bro. Pretty sad. Right?
Yeah.
The leader of the professionals can be described as cocky, wisecracking, and scarily indifferent with regards to the suffering of others. He would say he's just a bloke that likes to have a bit of fun on the weekend with the local armed tax collectors. He downplays the severity of any heavy situations that come his way. Even if he's the last man standing, riddled with bullets, with only seconds left to blow the safe. This white hockey mask and floral shirt were popular choices during his Vice phase.
Second semi-final of DreamHack Masters Spring 2021, and they line up for the knife to determine sides here on our third and final map. It does look like Heroic will be given the gift of choice of side. I'm Machine, he's Chad. Good evening. It is good evening now. I'm not messing that one up.
It definitely is evening now.
I did get that one
right. We've nailed it there, and
yeah.
Heroic with that knife round have nailed this. They get to start on the CT side. This is the final map. Winner of this goes to the grand final to meet Gambit. Now, either prospect is tantalizing. Domestic, the big argument there, Simple, Shiro, we've already seen that one many a times, and Gambit have come out on top every single time. And Heroic on the other side of things, well, we already had that best of 5 grand final. This could be the new rivalry.
It's a win either way. Like, I could spin that grand final to be a banger either way. You cut this. Na'Vi just proved that they are here to hang. I mean, it did look like things were going to go awry after that first, but here we find ourselves on the third. And Nuke, just that T-side finish. Simple with a double entry into an ace clutch.
Beautiful stuff.
That works nicely too. So yeah, that leaves us with a lot to be high expectations for Inferno.
Yeah, been knifing people as well. So I think what we've seen over both of these maps is that everybody in the server is showing up, right? It hasn't really felt like there's too many emissions. Electronic bounce back on Nuke. Everything is aligned for us to have that banger third map Inferno.
Yeah, especially the teams and the form we've seen in the players. I think over the course of the first two, we have learned that Perfecto's down to Clown. We saw that on the first. We've seen that Electronic has been, you know, kept tame versus Heroic, but there is a third map to be had here, and if I can't think of a better map, especially with that T start where Electronic can get to work some of his handiwork.
Yeah, I'm excited for this, right? We know we're in a bit of a, I don't want to say gamble meta, right? But we're in a bit of a meta where teams like taking a lot of risks with their stacks on the CT side, and Heroic are one of those teams who love it, and it usually profits for them. So if Boomich and Co are able to out-juke them in those stacks, that's going to be a key component of this. We are just waiting on a technical issue before we can get into game. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing our ugly mugs for this long, I promise. We would definitely be focusing in here, but hopefully we can get this one resolved. I can see all the players are in the server, just a matter of getting all the tinkering done.
No, that's right. This is my, I demanded this, actually. Yeah.
The camera time that we wanted.
Yeah, this is my camera time.
I didn't think we got the rider in for this event. I thought it was the next one.
No, I submitted it. Obviously, I was just furious. People weren't looking at me enough.
Oh, we didn't have the blue Skittles in the green room, though, so...
Yeah, next time. Next time. Do you know that there's a cool story behind that?
The Skittles?
Yeah.
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so I think it was a rock band like Led Zeppelin or something like that, where because they had such, you know, high-tech stage setup.
Yeah.
In their rider, in terms of how they wanted their audio, they had huge speaker systems, and it was a vulnerability of like security. You could hurt the audience if you didn't set it up properly.
Okay.
So because that was in their rider, they threw the blue Skittles at the end of their rider. So so as a way to know that their rider had been fully read.
Okay. All right.
So they'd walk into the green room, see the blue Skittles, and be like, "Well, you haven't set up the stage. See you later."
Okay.
Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Kind of cool, and that's at least something to talk about because Heroic and Na'Vi's third map does seem still delayed. I've got no word on admin.
They're typing status, so they're asking the questions the same as we are.
Win percentage definitely not indicative of this one. So
the thing is as well, when you consider the roster changes that have come in for both of these teams in recent history, that's where you really just have to buckle down and look at this iteration of Na'Vi, this iteration of Heroic. It kind of throws some of those stat lines out the window from yesteryear. Tech issue seems to be something to do with audio, so you get more of us. So I didn't bring my juggling balls. We do have our Epics cards.
Well, I'm looking for props.
Yeah, the big faces over there.
Yeah, that's pretty much
I can't reach that one.
Fortunately,
we can't even yell at the aircon because right now it's behaving.
Yes, and I'm a little more capable of rational thought.
Some deep breaths.
Just going to make sure I can calm myself down.
We get everybody at home to do the same thing. Hydrate, right? Maybe you need a bit of fresh air. Crack open a window.
Meditate.
Meditate is important. In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Yeah, we are simply observers of our thoughts. Our thoughts do not define us.
Okay, that is true.
Yeah.
POV streams, you just saw the little bit jump up on your screen. If you guys want to jump into the POV stream, maybe you can tell us who's not ready. Let's play that game.
Yeah, that's another way.
You can jump into the POV, see who's not moving around, tweet at us, let us know, and then we can update you. It's a cyclical cycle.
It is a super cool feature, though, because I will admit that something, when I was first, taking an interest in CS, a barrier to entry of just developing my game was the faff of finding the demo I wanted to watch of a player that bothered to play my position. Like there was so many steps that I would have to have taken. This is a nice opportunity just to dip your toe in that. The benefits of a POV stream. A lot of people learn from demos. This is one step behind that.
Yeah, and I think right now this is one of these cases where, look, people at home probably, if you've seen the majors, you know that you get to jump in for that Go TV access.
Yeah.
This is the closest thing I think you're going to get to that for some time until we do get to Stockholm a little bit later in the year.
Yeah, well, there's something that's worth discussing when we have Heroic and, of course, Gambit already locked in for the Grand Finals, is that there is a widely accepted and acknowledged shift that's going to go down when they go to LAN. Like, Shiro recently taking to Twitter to say he acknowledges the play will not be the same as it is online. What's your take on that?
I think, look, the fact that they have the cognizance to recognize that is huge already, because the other people, the other players at home who initially, when we found ourselves in this online era, they were very resistant, right? We saw a lot of people saying, yeah, online, this, that, and the other. We've heard this, and it's slowly started to taper off the longer this online period has gone, but people go, no, it's so hard, you know, to get motivated, to get fired up for this online realm. Well, now, this is all we've known for the better part of a year and a bit. There's no more excuse with that anymore, right? And you can see, right? Go through these games. Just go back and watch the webcam reactions from this matchup alone and tell me that these players don't care, right? Because if you can sit there and go, yeah, they're not emotionally invested, you're seeing the reactions.
And I think it's, you know, it's easy to have forgotten what we had so long ago now. I mean, like, I was watching, they were running it in the 45 minutes. It was like some of the old DreamHack finals, and just hearing the crowd noise, like it's like a 4-man eco spray down, and Marseille's just losing their shit. You know, like this. It is a different kettle of fish altogether. I don't deny that. We have Kenny speaking to that, you know, playing against the crowd. Do you remember when we used to talk about that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, they're up against the Swedish crowd, the sixth man. But, I mean, jokes aside, dude, like, that is going to be a whole new component. But I think what it will be fun for the community, everyone involved, including their opposition, will be to see what parts stick and what parts don't.
Yeah, and look, for example, if we just use that Heroic versus Gambit Grand Final, and a lot of people discussed this online already, but the way that Cadian won that clutch to win the whole thing would not have been possible on LAN, right? Because the rumbles and the roars.
My round of applause for the edit, by the way. So you see that one on Reddit? Yeah. Someone gave a perfect example of what would have happened. I remember that you sit there with a microphone in front of your face as you watch a player wiggle at a potential X-ray, waiting for the crowd to say something. So yes, it has its flaws, but it is also just something that if you haven't experienced an offline LAN event and you've fallen in love with Counter-Strike over this online era, I implore you to give it a go, because it's one of my favorites. I'm desperately begging my mum to come to a CS event before she never gets to experience the Lanxess.
Sure. Well, we definitely got to get some tickets, and we definitely have to get this one underway.
It's happening?
I can see right here, right now, we are going live. Let's kick this one off.
Baby, okay. Well, make yourself comfortable. One final map for tonight's entertainment, Heroic and RV. Number 2 and number 3. A third map, so appropriate to separate them as we look to find out who will be meeting Gambit in our grand finals. DreamHack Masters, 10th edition of DreamHack Masters. It's Spring 2021.
All 5?
Going towards Heroic, and yep, straight down the gut. Simple's ready to receive. He'll hear this. And he will already dispatch of one. Long-range fight does favor the P250, but they're just overrun. All of those brown on blue in the feed. Cadian lucky to have not gone down. He's happily pulled away just to try and keep a competitive round out of this. The early casualties going to be very hard to overcome. He could try and catch off Electronic, and he has done. A big find from Cadian.
Hearing all this.
All of this app's funny business, and I think they aren't committing. They just wanted to draw Cadian back into the site. Bomb retreating. They are fully leaving the apartments.
Yeah, Shush has rotated over here as well with all this sound, and now he's actually having to rotate back on over. So nothing decided just yet. With a minute on the clock, Cadian continuing to push where he has heard those steps. He can call this clear. They know that nobody's home. Shush will be rotating over. He'll get there in time. And remember, Simple is still quite low. No smoke for... Oh, no, there is a smoke for spawn here on Boomich.
Perfect. Shush doesn't choose to fire a shot, but he is ready for that CT walk up. Okay, nearly absolutely screwed the pooch. Now he has an opportunity. With Cadian arriving on Banana, some process of elimination can be done. Can expect one close coffins. And a predictable new box swing from Big. Oh, Shush isn't done. That's 3 from his USP. He may even finish the job. It's all Shush. And Heroic have got the talent. He demonstrates exactly that. They overcome a 2 versus 4 there, Chad.
Yeah, that's wild. They should really not be getting away with that, but just slowing it down. I cannot believe they were able to isolate every single one of those fights. You consider how this one kicks off. Simple, under the pump. Look at he's just trying to escape. This team come to the rescue, and this is where they just get peeled apart one at a time. Simple assuming all those steps they made over towards apartments was enough to completely bite on. Cadian, with that info, allowed Shush to already be on this B-bomb site. Absolute nuisance. And a big pistol round for Heroic to pick on up here. Na'Vi are going to respond immediately, though.
That's an AWP. Cadian pulls it out on round 2.
Thank you very much, Shush.
Yeah, all of his hard work, and all Simple's hero AK just gets shut down. That was the armored Kalashnikov gone. Eee. Bodes very well for Heroic's second round here.
Good man to pick it up. Perfecto has been looking very, very sharp throughout. Later stages of the nuke really coming alive. Mirage, he looked great. So back in his hands, Boomich has been chipped on down to about 40 HP here. And now that they know that the AWP is on the deck, the utility is low for Na'Vi. They might just limp into this. They need to group up and try and overrun an area. And the reposition from Cadian, well, it's been known. It's been noted. And it might spur them towards A.
Yeah, look at Cadian though. He actually was walking down banana with his scope. This is brazen stuff. You can't afford to lose any of those big guns. An M4 and an AWP brought out on round 2. Let the SMGs do any of that dirty work. It looks like he is, in fact. Stound's pushed it and will at least be spotted out.
Doors locked now. They have to go towards A, and this crossfire towards Pit between Refresh and Shush, it's a difficult one to get past.
Peeking over that smoke, the perfect opportunity. Does even turn the flash. Should be good for the frag. Perfecto's AK doesn't do too much, and nothing really to report there.
Well, it should be the Na'Vi Eco here. No, I say that. Of course it's not going to be the Eco, Chad. Focus up. Look at Na'Vi. Lots of cash. Even though they had the hero AK, even though it seemed like it was a force buy, it was just the partial. Perfecto into an AK. Electronic can do the same bit. He's looking good for it as well.
I'll tell you what, I don't think Simple was expecting an AWP.
No
peek
way in the
middle.
world. Yeah, and it's a risk from Cadian to take that type of fight. So the stars really aligning there for Heroic, but here we go. We are getting into the gun rounds. Boomich on a CZ. Picking again is Cadian. Hyper-aggressive, denied by the util. Oh, and you'd think they'd go for a closer nade with how much Perfecto's shown there, but it's deep and straight down the guts, down to 34.
I want to throw his AK to Boomich, yeah. Fair play. Fair trade.
The way Heroic is set up here, they will contest for top mid. The porch boost indicative of that, so that's the map territory they want to keep a hold of here. Allows Tessus to start cheating on over towards the B bomb site. He'll be there in time.
Cadian versus Simple, round 2. Not to be. He's actually eloping. This is a chance. He does it the long route. They won't have that sound cue from Speedway, but still, they're just standing there. Just as it fades, they plan to go. They actually re-smoke on top. That's really diligent stuff from Heroic. They've got a good understanding as to what's coming. Anti-flash, both of them. It's down and Tessus. They come alive, nearly transferring into a third, but the bomb will be enabled to plant. And a 3 versus 2, a single-man advantage that won't necessarily get them far. There's still a lot of util on them. They've got double molly, a re-smoke available. If he was to drop a smoke banana, they are going to be running out of time. They've mollied it badly. Smoke the coffins. That's not going to cost them anything here. Bit's just going to drop his a little further forward. It is on the bomb, though. It's kind of done a bit of hard work for Heroic. Time really of the essence here. The kit's on Shush. The frags are coming in. The molly, unfortunately, extinguished. It has to be held. And Bit needs the transfer. Needs it now. The bullets aren't there. And his own smoke foils his plans. The underarm smoke. The molly could have denied it all.
Unlucky there for the rookie. You can see a bit flustered in that situation.
Yeah, well, it was a very late retake from Heroic. Up until the point where Heroic had 3 reading at the top, I thought Na'Vi had that.
This was real chaos going in. It's like they were trying to body block as opposed to, going for the fight just there in front of the smoke. Completely stopping Na'Vi in their tracks. Get the bomb down, get another gun round out of this. It's another interesting looking buy. Tech 9 UMP. And frustration starting to build there for Boomich.
Just a light Listerine face.
Yeah, not too happy with how that one unfolded, but they can recover.
Through the smoke, that's a risk. Stound's already done a good deal of damage to Boomich. Just on the edge of that smoke lies Stound. Heroic looking very, very strong. Just always seem to have at least 2 to trifle with the first Na'Vi contact. That's a big find from Simple. He's done it all. Flashbacks to Nuke. 2 heads in the same matter of seconds, and well, smoke's already up. The flashes are there. May as well just save what you can.
That was huge. The awareness there to be ready for Stow's little swing out. Great stuff.
Round winning.
Cannot argue with that. Gets himself an AWP. Boomage gets himself off the UMP.
Oh, lovely stuff.
Yeah, couldn't ask for a better round here.
Well, I'll tell you what they could. They could ask for Heroic to lose all of their rifles. Now, Bit's the only one that's giving me a slight glimmer of a hunt. It's very early days to be doing anything like that, but he is in the apartments. He's going to be slinking away instead. Okay.
Yeah, doesn't want to give up another AK here. More than happy just to hold on to what they have. And Na'Vi almost felt like an essential round there. Things were going to start getting out of control for Heroic as far as the round count was looking. 4 would have been quickly 5. Plant denied.
And Simple just winning a round. There'll be a couple of those. So kick back, relax, and enjoy it while it happens. We'll get to see it from his POV, I'm sure. And round 5 just looming here. So on those logs, super tight line, and then is it just the reaction, tip of his head from that log elevation?
Yeah, caught him when he let go of the crouch key there, so just getting a little bit of a heads up, but Heroic back on in with a buy of their own. The saved rifles facilitating this. Cadian down to an MP9. Still looking strong, and definitely around Heroic can win.
Down. He actually wants to unload his mag onto Perfecto, and he's dealt with it. Big find from Na'Vi's support. A lot of flack onto Simple from that HE. Tessus not going to be Molotov'd out. Cadian wants to support him as best he can. It is only an MP9, though. That wasn't getting too far. Tessus. He wants to get out of trouble. They're hunting him down. The flash is exchanged. Cadian trying to suppress. Keep his teammate in it, and they molly his exit. He can't escape. Elsewhere, Electronic deals with Refresh, and that's going to lead them towards the A site. They've got 1 to contend with, and his nade is great. A frag would be better. Shush stands, and he does deliver just the 1. Na'Vi right back into the driving seat.
Perfecto has them contained to Banana here. Don't think he's aware that both players still residing over towards that B bomb site. Should be another save. Have been able to upgrade Cadian's MP9 into an AK, so this is the best of a bad situation. And what we saw from Electronic up towards that arch side is similar scenes as what we saw just the other day. He was fantastic once they made it into overtime.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Na'Vi.
Was it double OT against
It
Furia?
was, yeah, it was.
Enjoyed that matchup. We got the entertainment value out of Art & Co.
Always do.
Oh, what kind of little jump is that? Interesting stuff from Perfecto there, but makes it work. Some good finds from Electronic here. Essential trade, necessary business right there to secure that bomb site. Taking a look at Heroic's buy, Cadian could drop. Refresh can get into a rifle with Kevlar behind it, so if they want to, they can force the issue. And a timeout taken, Hunden back in the server, back on the mic.
First TAC timeout of this 3rd map of our semi-final. Taking each other's map picks. Already a surprise. And while Inferno not going to be seeing that lead grow too quickly. It was a strong start from that pistol recovery. Don't forget, it was a, what, 2v4, 2v5?
Yeah, you feel like that should have been Na'Vi.
Yeah.
They convert that, it's a whole different looking scoreline.
Well, precisely. And my point stands that Heroic have only, off the back of that crazy turnaround, converted the following 2. Since then, it's been Na'Vi. Will they buck this trend? They have managed to cobble together a buy here, Chad, and it's going to involve a little bit of CT aggression. Cadian gives us a taste of that kind of flavor. They want to boost over this. How promising is this for a boost?
Oh, noisy as well. Got to be careful with those sound cues around here. Immediately smoked back out of position. Very threatening towards the top of Banana already here.
Yeah, but this is all for naught. They don't have the bomb. They want to just try and pull as much util as they can. And just as they do pull that arch rotate out through scope, sound cues, and smoke, Electronic just leaps into middle. Another CT smoke. Na'Vi, this is so damn convincing. Tessus is there, though, and he will deter. They're counting on Electronic here. He is the linchpin. He is the linchpin, and he's managed to worm his way towards the arch. Simple does, again, clip the wings of Cadian down to 10. Bit posted up on short as well. They've got such prime positions. Just waiting now for that long rotate. Simple's going to throw a smoke that will imply they're only just arriving. But Electronic is there and ready. Doesn't clear it. And Library shuts him down. It's down. With a big one. 20 seconds here. Na'Vi running out of time. It's their worst enemy. Simple. Could be Heroics. Whoa, wasn't far off through the smoke. He's only got 14 seconds. He'd need to find them both on the site. He's going for the quick scope. And he just delivers that AWP. Okay, Heroic do return fire.
Okay, well, competitive affair still. There's going to be another buy coming out of Na'Vi here. I love this back and forth nature we're getting. And so much space towards Banana, almost gifted. As soon as Boomich comes in, you can see he put his crosshair up high, expecting the boost box. Was not the case, and into the blender that is short. This is the nightmare. This is the place you don't want to find yourself in. Electronic as well, unawares of that Library position coming into play.
Now they've got all the extra bits and bobs they could have desired for the CT buy.
Yeah, Cadian, he's just really trying to unravel this. Shush, though, he's pushing, super aggressive, has the chance for 2. He's grabbed 1.
He can operate under the assumption that he was boosting Electronic, and I think he is going to just steer clear of that bedroom position. Cadian could be caught by that walkout. Doesn't seem too concerned. And yeah, there it is. Electronic shuts down the AWP. So 2 aggressive maneuvers for either side, and both have worked out wonders.
Not so much a gamble stack here, but still a rotation from Heroic. More than happy to hedge over towards this A-bomb site. Appears to be the right call. Still 50 seconds on the clock, so Na'Vi can change their mind if new information is presented. They've just smoked off towards Pit. Heavy presence here.
Okay, well, Electronic is a master at Pit. Looks like Boomich has opened up the proceedings. A chance for a refresh. It's a small one. They'll catch him on the side. It's down the B player, and now a 1 versus 2 established. Perfecto to plant. He's coming in from our side. Yeah, he's thinking about it. You have to get up pretty damn early in the morning to catch Simple off guard, though, and he's already posted up for short, so his first contact will be with Perfecto if Simple isn't taking occasional peeks, which he is, and it's down. Very quick to react, and that will humble him. That'll do. That'll do nicely. Yeah.
All right, well, it's like, I like the fishing analogy, right? Like, that's what they're doing on these retakes. They just come and just really just dipping in, seeing if anything bites, and even trying to find some damage on the way out there. Stown won't get anything done. Perfecto drops with the bomb. Simple does survive, and another round back for Na'Vi here. This push from Shush, there was nothing behind this. It was the only player going for that aggressive maneuver, didn't have any backup. A big opening, immediately traded, and yeah, Simple onto the site here. As soon as refresh is dealt with, bomb can go down, pressure relieved, and even a smile on Boomich's face.
His adjustments, yeah. Just mantling on that box, he was so quick to find the punish to that box player. Refresh this didn't get a chance, and we do see more USPs.
Do you think like Nuke or like Mirage with the USPs?
Good question. Good question.
I think it's probably going to be somewhere in the middle. It'll look a bit more competitive, right? You don't, not like Nuke, you don't have to do the 5-man stacks with the USPs, you can.
Yeah, and this flash from Shush could catch 1. And it does catch 1. Isolates the fight onto Electronic, and it does enable an AK to fall into enemy hands, and immediately you can see Cadian's reaction. Down, refresh, everyone charging towards that B side, loudly stampeding across the speedway. CT smoke has arrived. The bomb's on its way late. The AK's there in the form of Cadian.
Bit might get caught here.
They're planning a boost. Yeah, a bit. We'll hear all of that. Perfecto did get caught out a little bit. Now Cadian's AK-47 has enabled another to fall. Bit does clear his corners. And that enables a very sketchy round to hopefully fall back into some degree of control. Refresh is pushing it though. He won't be ready for a Perfecto. And there, all's out well that ends well. Na'Vi pull it back into contention 4-4.
Really could have gotten out of control there. Bit was in Boiler. As he's left Boiler, I'm just watching this on the minimap, the two of them just start passing him in halls. Those footsteps as we switched on over, that was the tell, and then Bit recovers the situation. Rough go of things there for Electronic, and lucky that they did stabilize in this scenario. But we are tied up, and the guns will come back out for the Danes. AWP for Cadian, MP9 for Tessus, rifles for the rest. It's a hard job for Perfecto and Banana here.
Yeah, and he's still just doing such good work. Down, gone. And Perfecto leaves with half health. I mean, they threw so many nades at him. He's probably going to be quite happy to report. He's alive, and he's even taken a scalp now towards A, and they are very quick about it. That smoke's only just bloomed. And it looks like Caden's actually got a supportive flash for Refresh when he reports contact. But no one's home on the repeat. They are coming up short. They've pulled Refresh towards long, and now it falls to Shush. And Boomich has got nothing to say about that. 4 frags.
Someone else planned. I'm chasing. You see
that? That can't be what that was. The dude was even starting.
No, legit.
He was starting the plan.
Okay. Come on then, Simple. You're on the hunt. Just test us to find.
Yeah, and he's on the boost. I reckon Simple's probably got this one booked.
Oof.
Nope. They really want him. They really want him. Commits to the spray, does need to reload. He has the incendiary and will drop it in the perfect time. Tessa's trying desperately to hold on to his M4. He's getting hunted from 2 different angles. They're trying to distract him as Boomich comes from behind, and there you have it. Nice work from Na'Vi.
Important, stripping that rifle out of their hands at the high end right now for the finances of Heroic. It's just 3K, and that's on Tessus. The low end is the 2.4. If they had that rifle, that's where it does get a bit sketchy going up against the partial investments. Now for Heroic, it will just be the pistols, but I love that. Starts playing, I'm out of here, boys. I'm chasing. Someone else get her down.
There is just a different set of rules in terms of comms and decisions you can make in a team when you are Simple.
He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, he can.
Right,
yeah.
like, I'm sure that people out there don't like that mentality because, you know, you want him to be part of the team. He is a different animal. I don't care. He is so good.
It's like being on a team with Michael Jordan. You know, Michael Jordan says jump, you say how high.
Yeah. But the entries onto the site here, you can see the pathing, right, where they're focused on. So really downloading and focusing in the tendencies of Heroic here. Pulling Refresh was perfect, just the way that they spread into the site. Every shot's a headshot. Great stuff, and another chance for Na'Vi to get a freebie. It will just be the light pistols. It's just the P250 for Refresh, USPs for the rest, and a flash again.
And the same setup, essentially. Flash is a bit further. They want to aggress mid.
They're not going to see anybody when they flash and pick this. Yeah, Cadian's just body cleared this. They haven't used the flash, and now they're just going to push on down past the site of Electronic.
They could just not make a peep. Boomich isn't looking. Boomich isn't looking. Cadian is screaming. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Now, they take the contact. 3 frags. Banana's open for business. Where's the bomb? It's loose on T-stairs. Can they answer that question themselves? That's what Shush is looking for. He's got down there and he screams, we've got the bomb, lads. We can do this. Another eco victory on the cards for this series. Tessus is even behind enemy lines. That's a fight that Stown should win, and he does. Only Bit. Heroic. God, that was hype. Just slipping the net of Electronic's Apps hold. And now they have the bomb, and Bit has too much on his plate. Oh my goodness, okay. He's had a snack. And now a smoke to enable that bomb plant, or rather, retrieval. Plant step 2. Stown's there, and Bit's doing it all for Na'Vi. Coming up clutch. He doesn't know where Shush is. Advancing on that smoke as it fades. Bit too hesitant here with his back turned. He could come up clutch, and Shush denies it. Heroic. Pick it up with the USPs.
Oh, no. You can't. They couldn't have played that any better considering the circumstances.
Let's see this again. Look at the fact that he calls, wait until all 3 of us have our crosshair on our head, and we click. We click fast. It's 3 frags. Round winning there. I'd love to have the team
Mental.
comms. That's one for the team comms. If we can have that after the break, you know, we'll come back just to hear what on earth they're shouting. That's crazy. Really
That's
cool.
absurd.
Really, really cool stuff. Just a gap in that smoke as well to ensure it.
We've seen so many of these rounds just throughout this series alone today. Absolutely mental. Oh, okay. Heroic. Afforded. Well, no, they weren't afforded. They bought themselves. They earned themselves.
I don't think, honestly, I don't think this was there was money exchange. This was a robbery.
Okay. Well, Na'Vi.
Oh, they may not expect him. Only the one. Problems now. Double AWPs in play. If only he could find an equalizer. Cadian does. Bit falls. And so a real jostle for control now. The double AWPs are in play, but you have to get through them, and both have connected now. Stout sends Perfecto out. He surely wants to either boost his teammate or fall further back. Tessus is there. They are loudly advancing. And he peeks just as they smoke. Oh, Tessus, finishing it right there and then.
Timeout, I think, necessary for Na'Vi here. Money being siphoned and frustrations definitely starting to mount. Consider, let's just look at this map alone. The 2v4 on pistol they lost. Should have had that.
Yeah.
Full eco, right? PZ50 in a flash.
And I love the observing's been great today, by the way, Jakey. Shout out to you, because you saw Boomich actually consider it. Like, he considered it for a second, and then they probably were like, okay, smokes now. And he's like, oops, I'm responsible. It was, yeah, just a perfect storm.
But that's the thing, like, Electronic even just prior to that had a little peer back as well. Na'Vi have gone for a partial investment here. Well, we've seen Na'Vi win a bunch of these as well today, so nothing's out of the realms of possibility in this matchup.
Yeah, it's just who can hold on to it enough. Damn, it didn't even look like he flicked. That was quick. Oh, there's a second straight through the wall. Bit meets his maker. Why does it feel like he's getting another one? This time he's flashed off. Tessus is the one that will deliver it. And Electronic makes it all too easy, poking his head up above the smoke. It's funny that Cadian did actually retire that joke. Like, right now we'd be talking about, hey, you ever heard of that simple 1v5? It's dead, it's dead.
It could never do it again.
No.
He has been hitting some good shots here when he's just been left with the Deagle on his lonesome, right? The jiggles on every corner seems to be connecting.
Yeah, but the three players that are right here, ready for combat, a bit too much for him. 7 for Heroic. It's getting a bit scary now. Na'Vi's mental state is certainly fragile, as Chad has highlighted, for some of the rounds they've had to concede, and that's just on this third. There's been a lot more of them in total. Recapping Stoun's AWP finds, it was Bit that fell straight through that half wall and that smoke.
Okay, Na'Vi. Guns are back out. No AWP for Simple. Cadian brazen again, just loving these mid peaks, loving the pressure. He's just standing in the open, changing through his bloody nades.
He might even get Bit here. Oh, fully flash, but it doesn't matter. Cadian starting to find an ascent to a new level.
Rough death there for Bit. They did the right thing. They flashed the corner. What are you meant to do? What are you meant to do? They will smoke him off, so they caged him for a moment. Electronics flubbed his molly there. It isn't the end of the world. He's only copped a little bit of damage to it.
But can I say flustered when we're seeing scenes like that?
Well, yeah, a lot of pressure, right? We've had Shush push apartments on his lonesome. Cadian just strolled down mid in that fashion.
Yeah.
No wonder he's expecting some more aggression.
Well, apartments does seem to be the target of Na'Vi's affection.
They had a rough time trying to break crossfires like this against Furia. Oh, another missed nade.
And Simple has to go out dry. They are into short, though, and this Refresh and Shush crossfire yet to reveal itself. It's Boomich with his back turned to fall first. Shush repositioning for the swing, and Shush doing it all. Partners up with Refresh. They both fall. And 30 seconds for these two to work it out. Cadian just hanging out in the off angle. He's pushed short by the pillar. Now you have to beat him, and you just can't. Cadian hyping his boys up. That's 3 frags from him. He opens and closes round 13. And Heroic steaming towards 10 rounds for this CT side. Look at Na'Vi's buy. It is broken, as is morale. ever since. I mean, I can pinpoint it. You know how we looked at identify swing rounds, Chad? Yeah. And we struggle sometimes. We're mulling it over. Well, it could have been X, it could have been Y. I'll tell you wholeheartedly, I think I know that eco loss has continued to have ramifications into the Na'Vi ranks here.
Rattled for sure.
Cadian once more, flashed off this time, won't choose to pull the trigger. He knows he's up against armored Tech 9s. Just one death, one silly death, one over double peak could result in a bomb down and an awkward retake.
Especially when he was the only man playing that A site for the first 20 seconds of the round. Here they come.
Oh dear, this has potential. Cadian wants to deny it, another swing. Nice find, Electronic puts him down. More fights, and they're going to connect some shots. Perfecto halves the health, Simple finishes the job. My God, so many frags. That's what happens when you throw a whole 5-man squad towards one position. The bomb lose and a 1v2 established.
This would be big for Bit. Had a couple of opportunities here today. Now the rookie only recently upgraded to the starting 5. Some impact right here, right now, would fire his team up.
Ugh. He'll take an M4.
What else has he picked up? A flash as well.
Yeah, 12 bullets. He looks... See if he could find a smoke, anything hiding in the bushes. Oh, he has just stepped over a smoke. The camera angle, you're such a nerd. Nice find. And it might lead to a bomb retrieval. Oh! Gave it everything he had. And he didn't even have to fire a bullet. I mean, yeah.
Jeez.
Close.
Another
no cigar.
Another tight one. Okay. Na'Vi would love 6. Just considering the rounds that they have lost in this game, you'd feel that they probably were worth 6. And you can see, look at all the corpses everywhere. Through the smoke, can't see a single thing. And a bit of bowl in there from Tessus.
Wow.
Leg spin on that one. And here we go. Double ops out one more time for Heroic. AKs for Na'Vi.
He's not going for another aggressive mid-fight. He's just flashed off the line this time a bit quicker.
Oh,
that's a lot of damage. 4 paws down. We'll have to opt for a passive line now. Heroic is so actively seeking mid-info, at least off the break.
CT util and exchange here for the top banana control and the boost over the half wall. That's the perfect response. It will keep the vision. Tessus, brave.
Yeah, I think you can get away with throwing that safely. I think he just overextended a touch. It leads to his death. And they've already significantly hurt down, so this B site is just ripe for the picking. Dark smoke, Stoun's activated. He is low. If they just had a HE, they don't. But the flash works wonderfully. One ahead of the pack. I'm not sure if he's aware, actually. Perfecto's well ahead of the pack. Oh, God, he's actually behind him. Refresh hasn't got a clue. That's one way to entry frag. And now, well, that nade will look promising, but it's not going to finish the job. The bomb does go down. Bit's nade's even better. Na'Vi looking to round out this half with a necessary 6th. Third map, semi-final, and a competitive 6th round comes to a close. He's got the banana smoke. Simple and Boomich will have to make a decision as that lands, and that does push them forward into the line of sight of Shush. Nothing to report, just Cadian and his AWP, and he's gone too. Okay, 9-6. Impossible to determine, but it does seem like fate has smiled once and twice onto Heroic. 7 rounds away from a rematch with Gambit.
Et lille træ af F. Død farm. Klar, ruller. Nu skal I tage mig.
Ja, den.
Ja! Hvorfor sagde man? Sygt, Rasmus, mand. Så er det sygt, mand. Kom nu. Nej, kom nu! Sygt, René. Sygt, kom nu. Ikke nu, eller hvad? Nej, det er
Har han på nu?
Ja. Der er det! Bare lægger, René. Penge. Sådan.
some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. They're out there. I won't give up the fight. No. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not on my pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody.
Runde, mand! Kom nu! Ej, det er de helt nedover.
Nej, de
Nice,
er helt tit over.
So I'll be doing my Duolingo, and that was well played, guys. Good job. Nice job. That
Good
was-
stuff.
yeah,
Thumbs
no
up,
worries,
the
yeah.
Grand Pit, stamp of approval. They got everything right there.
Yeah, and if you have just joined us, that's a quick taste of what you missed in that first half. Our third map, this is for all the marbles, for head-to-head with Gambit, to determine whether or not we are going to be having... Well, actually, it's guaranteed. We're having a new name for DreamHack Masters Trophy Lift, right?
Oh, okay. That is juicy in itself right there.
It is a guarantee at this point. Okay, so Heroics T on Inferno to be tested.
Let's see if they can pull off any more madness here today.
I think that break was important, Chad. I think Na'Vi probably just needed to flush some water on their face.
They still got 6, right?
Exactly.
So we're in with a competitive half. It could have been better, but
It
they
just
can still
petered
win
out,
it.
though, is what I'm saying. I think Na'Vi really lost their what's happening here. They're running straight into the Boomich CZ. It's a great weapon for the fight. He only has one to show for it. And now Electronic, desperate for some vision. It's been denied. And now they fade to black as Tessers takes him out. Caden's already set up to fend off the rotate of Perfecto. He has no answers as to where they're going, and he will have to assume the library's a possibility. Oh, he's stalking his prey. There's nothing left. What a quick one. Perfecto keeps it competitive after all. Simple is over the smoke. He'll be able to punish here.
This is wild.
This is such an advantageous position.
This is
He can
wild.
descend right behind them, and he does strike. 2 headshots! Na'Vi, what a turnaround. Down booked. And that is something special. Starts with Perfecto, ends with Simple, and they are cool as can be. Easy in the chat, Na'Vi. Snatch 7.
What a wild way to get back into a round. The Perfecto flick, like, Cadian has him dead to rights. And the Cadian's timing has been impeccable throughout. And Perfecto pulls this madness off. Watch this.
He literally was just looking. That's the first glance he had. His brain was just considering the possibility.
And the only play from Simple there that could open up both of those
As
angles.
the smoke comes down on shore is to be immediately above it. What?
Jeez Louise. Okay.
I need to stop giggling so much. It's
No,
too
but
much
this
fun.
series today it's had everything.
It has. Yeah, I'm sure you guys have enjoyed it as much as we have just shouting about it. Now,
Some of these eco victories, dude, I don't think I've seen anything like it.
Yeah.
Throughout this series, just in Mirage and now here on Inferno, some of these rounds.
there's some smug Valve dev who's got this on his second screen like, I told you it would work.
You can use every weapon.
You can use every weapon now. You're in my world now. Tessus is up mid. He knows there's a second. He's surely dead. Yeah, Simple. Not going to waste any time in responding. Now the bomb back towards the T-stairs, as we've seen many times. Okay, Cadian, he's been to the blacksmith, come out with a very sharp AK. And now Perfecto, he's strong, very strong at the back of this site, but he seems like he's found and met his match in the ever-dynamic Stout. Just through movement alone, he exhausts his mag. Simple's close for the frag, but Cadian's found it blind, straight into the smoke.
Now it has to be the electronic save.
Can we talk about the fact that Refresh is still like watching his push?
Yeah,
like,
just chilling at T-stairs.
Yeah, look.
He has the bomb.
He's worried about that T-spawn push.
Well, electronic's coming.
Yeah, well, if you wait long enough, Refresh, dude, it might happen. Does he want Daddy Cadian to come and walk him to the site?
Wait a second.
Fresh.
How long?
You might have heard that if you waited a second longer. Okay.
If that was 2 to 3 seconds more, that's electronic right there. Right on top of that scooter position.
We told you they were thorough.
Like, this is the thing. There's now only 12 seconds left and the bomb is finally getting planted. Okay, well.
How's your day going anyway?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
Some thrilling Counter-Strike today. Jesus.
It is funny when I don't have a mouse and keyboard really in my hands at any point, but I still get that adrenaline rush when I'm watching this sometimes. My heart quickens in pace.
Really good stuff today. Both of these teams really turning up. And Gambit, I'm sure they're just sitting by and loving the length of this, right? The more that these two teams are going toe-to-toe.
Can we take a moment, though, for this third map, semi-final, to take a note of the scoreboard right now? Everyone loves laughing in hindsight and saying, lol, where was Na'Vi? Oh, simple carry show. I mean, it hasn't been this for the first two maps.
No, look, he's definitely had support, right? We've had massive showings out of Perfecto. When we look back at Nuke that just was, there was a lot of individuals showing up for Na'Vi. We had clutches from Boomich. We've had some great calling. It's looked like a team.
It has.
And I think that is the thing that Na'Vi have been lacking. And there's always these little blips, right? We always have these little blips. We're like, okay, we have some hope. And this right here, they're extending it.
Well, that Na'Vi pistol, short-lived success after Perfecto's brilliant funny business. And it was Cadian who just decided B was his. Now, they are catching a lot of nade damage, and they aren't going to be deterred. Look at these sprightly MAC-10 Gazelles leaping straight into the site. It's time for Electronic to do some damage, and damage he's done. Another through the smoke, and it's over. Chad, Counter-Strike feels different today.
Yeah, when these two teams are playing, for whatever reason, especially these heroic T sides, they are doing it old school, right? The Counter-Strike that you guys have been watching at the upper echelons in recent times, especially since the CIS takeover, has been, let's just go with slow. That's probably the best way to look at things, but this is just heroic going rush B. That is just a rush B call.
And you can't throw a rush B at the Russians.
Hey, there we go. We've come full circle. Heroic are back with a buy again. They are relentless in these purchases. AK's back out, Galils, Deagles.
Sometimes it does feel like a game of chicken, not the
actual chicken
animal
we just
saw. Yeah, did look like a Freudian slip, but no. Just playing chicken, just pedal to the metal, both of them driving towards each other. See who's going to veer off into the side first.
Okay, well, they've taken the pace out of this one, and for good reason. Don't want to get stopped by the Na'Vi U-tilt.
Taking a water break.
A bit of U-tilt towards the top banana here, so just clearing on out Boomich's home. Perfecto standing and waiting passively towards spawn with a flash ready. And a dink onto Stown. We'll keep him at notice for another peek. He might want to trade that one across to Tessus now that his HP's taken a bit of a dive. But regathering top mid, Molly over towards Trash. They clear that one out. We can see nobody close towards the porch position. If this is an explode on towards the A site, Bit and Electronic are about to be tested.
Simple actually throwing out an arch side flash and then dipping into library, which he has been smoked off on. The nade looks destined for greatness. It doesn't do too much. Just a touch of damage done to Simple, brought down to just 20. They are all on the other side of that smoke. And Perfecto, that smoke's going to incite him forwards. He wants to punish here, and he's in a good position to do so. Oh, Na'Vi closing this gap instantaneously. Refresh trying to come up clutch. It's just not going to happen, and that gap we discussed is fading rapidly.
Oof, we might catch this one on the replay there, but I think Shush's shot in towards Pit on Electronic must have been huge because he was playing under the balcony, and they've just wrapped Archer. He went down straight away, but you're right, that push out, the sandwich there on the arch side, it doesn't usually go that way, right? You normally see them flooding on through. Here it is. Oh, okay. That's a huge find.
And just as they're celebrating that, Na'Vi combined for 4 very, very quick frags.
Okay, well, Heroic will be humbled and down to these pistols. It will only be P250s to boast about. But I'm not even going to think this one's done.
Maybe we just say nothing.
Yeah, maybe we just wait and see what happens. No point calling these rounds anymore.
Yeah.
I can't remember a time in just one series where so many of these rounds, and it's not even through huge misplays.
Yeah, because we saw them in that G2 Astralis game, but
that was rubbish.
Yeah, but it didn't feel like these ones, where it's been a very different kettle of fish. They have a smoke for CT, Chad. You know, I see a bomb plant. A bomb plant's coming. Hector and Boomich seem to disagree. Nope, there it goes. Wow. Well played by Heroic.
Yeah, both teams are happy with this outcome. Na'Vi get the round. They don't lose any players. Heroic get what they came looking for. The plan, that extra cash injection will now facilitate a buy for everybody from the Danish side. And Na'Vi can't, because nobody died there. It might not be high on their agenda. Simple is a fantastic rifler as well, but they can't get out that CT-sided AWP just yet. Boosted on up. Lovely elevated position over the smoke, and just used transitionally. That position has become, well, it's like fashion, right? It's back in fashion. Electronic only has a smoke. He didn't invest into any utility behind that. This is interesting. I can't tell you why. Maybe something aggressive here.
What's he up to? Look at Cadian just hunting straight into A. There's stop molly for short, slowing him down. Refresh has dealt with Electronic's aggression. Tessis has joined Cadian up mid. They've taken so much of the map so early. Look at this. Dual bit is taking at 1:25. Cool your jets. Boomich has been forced into rotate. The entire Na'Vi squad is here. Perfecto's even on his way as well.
It's the right gamble.
Refresh can play around that lurk smoke. Simple's aware of it. Wants to clear short for his squad. And he does just get the one. Looking good now for the Danes. Boomich needs to deliver another. Stound denies the opportunity. Ooh, Perfecto might go off the back of the nade, you know. They've delayed the plant. As they re-smoke, he has to weigh up his options. He wants to walk through it. Refresh is holding that. You can't. You won't get away with that. But cutting noise just long enough to perhaps be coming through the apartments, be coming through short. He wants to sow some seeds of doubt for the remaining 2.
Plenty of residual cash here. Wouldn't be a bad attempt for Perfecto to go for this.
Dude, even the smoke kit late, like, just really milk it. Oh, you know, there is a gap. Here is the gap. Down. Right in front of him! Right in front of him! He couldn't... What's the word? What's the word? Distinguish between the bodies and the real one. There was 2 corpses right next to Stown. I think he just assumed the third was there as well.
Okay, well, the money is there, and immediately Simple will get that CT-sided AWP out. I'm not sure if it would have helped them in that round with just the pace we saw, but Na'Vi, they have a plan, or at least they're working on one. First time out being called here. Things really, you consider the rounds that Heroic snatched away in that first half through brilliance. We're still so tight in this matchup. It's anybody's game. Getting the coach view right here, Hundred and Blade chiming on in with these 30 seconds. Time has expired. I'm getting this one underway. Boomich is yet to buy, and same for Bit. They do have cash for this, so there's no dramas. It's just probably deciding exactly what utility pieces they require.
And so we begin round 22. These 2 have been inseparable for the majority of this best of 3. It's usually about this break point where one of the 2 pulls ahead. Let's see if Cadian's going to play a part in the demise or the success of Heroic. Aggressive up banana, hiding in the smoke. Tessa's taking apps early, and looks like that mid-smoke will enable Simple to post up. I think he's not too interested in being in front of that execution smoke. Heroic do a great job of taking early mid-control. Like, they don't have to use too much to have Tessa's taking fights like that.
Yeah, they get that arch smoke up very, very early. There's pressure they can apply here, even With that mid smoke down, now it fades. With Simple over towards the B side, a lot of pressure now falling onto these A defenders of Bit and Electronic. And well, we know what Electronic can do from that pit position. Looks like he won't be tested here as rejigging the setup. Heroic back towards Banana. Smoke landing on out towards the front of sight.
Oh, Simple spots you and you can't jiggle Simple. Third time you pulls the trigger. And with 30 seconds left, dude, they're trying to can it.
Wait, are they going back? They are.
Okay, and Boomich is on his way. Give it everything she's got. Simple will be blind. That's a chance. A little bit of space, a flash for the contact. So much chaos in the next 13 seconds. Here we have it. Looks great for Na'Vi. Rubbish for Refresh. He doesn't get a chance to pull the trigger. Simple does, and we do tie things right back up. 11-11. It's time to make a wish.
What curveball is going to come out of Heroic here, right? There's not a lot of cash to work with, but every time I think that, we always just see an AK and then a couple of kills off the back of it. There's Cadian's death, and it looks way too easy, but they didn't have a lot of util left after they started their walk up Banana. This will be the third timeout taken from the Heroic camp. And with the scoreline tied up, the loss bonus right now, they're looking at 2,400 into the next round. That will be enough for everybody to guarantee a bye.
Okay.
Cadian's bought into full nades. So, look, if they do pistol upgrade, they can afford it. They always seem to have a plan for these rounds. I remember when we were talking about Heroic, even when they had Borup and Nico in the mix, and I think the same thing can be said for Gambit. Whatever their buy looks like, they can always get the most out of it. It's very rare to see them get completely shut on down unless they go for one of those Hail Mary B rushes like we got a little bit earlier in the piece.
Yeah, light smattering of Kevlar as well, should anything go to plan. 3 up ult mid, quick.
They're making no secret of the Glocks either. Note how much spamming you're hearing of that, maybe hoping to lull cocky Na'Vi members into a duel or two.
This is his util. Perfectly timed incendiary from Simple, just as his smoke starts to fade. Replaces it with flame. Now long smoked. Ooh. 2 smokes up, and they're coming straight into Bit. That was the catch they needed. Tessus has provided it. Now the long gap. They can stampede straight towards CT here, and Perfecto's going to be faced with a lot of frags. It's all 3 from Perfecto, so no issues there. And that was the bomb. So Cadian can just go ahead and have a walk around with his M4 and see if anybody wants to give him a bit of a fight. Simple staring at him. Don't fancy his chances here. All too easy for Simple. 26 frags and counting. And keeping track of Navi's frags as well. Perfecto has chased him all the way up the scoreboard to join again. Looks like it's going to be one of the highest fragging totals we've seen from Perfecto in some time from a series like this.
Yeah, good stuff from Perfecto, showing up in the semi-finals in a big way. And just to talk through the thought process of this eco round, that smoke that landed on the balcony is indicative of a halls pop. So Simple will leave Archside to back up in case of the halls pop. Electronic drop back a little bit as well. And that's how they were able to pip the gap through to CT, is really just playing on the idea of, well, it is an eco. They've given us the Glock signal, and that's one of the most standard plays as down charges into Banana here, avoids the majority of that damage, and Simple might even swing on this late.
Not when he's a solo A defender, though. That's too much responsibility for one man to take aggressive peeks, especially at the third map of a semi-final. Smokes on the half wall. Buys another 30 seconds or so. Don't have to drop too much just yet.
Cavalry has arrived on the A sites. The rotations come back over. Bits in library, Electronics in sight, and now they can fortify the A defense. But meanwhile, Banana's still being worked on, and Perfecto and Boomich are both playing in the site. Setting up nades again. They're respecting the util. There is a gap in this. Heroic look very committed to this B execute.
Boomich. His dismount was heard. Nade perfectly timed from Perfecto, just softening him up. They dumped the incendiary. Looks like damage has continued to be inflicted through that coffins, and they've smoked it off nicely. Boomich on the flash.
What is this?
What is the damage off the back of that? Heroic, they're being chipped away at. Look at their health. Shadows of their former self. Bit with a quick switch does respond just with the remaining bullets. Now the bomb can go down. This does not favor Heroic, despite the bomb ticking now ever in their favor. They are lining up for a full re-execution into the site. Electronic's got a full util set to dump. Boomich, the ever effervescent with that MP9. And what's the go sign? Well, the loss of Simple's something. Testis is going to have to spring to action. He's not ready for Electronic, though. Just perfect from Na'Vi. That will be 13. And now 3 rounds away from a domestic derby of Na'Vi Gambit.
Oh, that was miraculous how much damage they did just through that top banana smoke. I could not believe either. They both realized neither of us have site control. We have no idea what's coming. We need some information. And just bounding through this smoke over towards coffins, right? Just for that early biff. They get on in, they play the retake with a number advantage. Luckily, Bit is able to reposition and get that shot, but jeez.
Yeah, but there's a new adaptation to a lot of these plays where players will have one completely out of the round, just playing for the element of surprise. And Electronic, you could see, like, during that chaos, as they have 3 men charging through construction, that's when they're going to be oversights. And that's when you, as a player who's just been dumping util and biding your time, can strike.
Bit of a safety net scenario there, right?
Oh, that's exactly what you'd call it. That is exactly what you'd call it.
Now, Heroic, bit of face palming going on, and
tensions are going to be running high, dude.
They've bought, right? They have bought into this. It's Galil's, 1 AK, a MAC-10 and a Deagle. Now, they've won with less, but Na'Vi starting to lock this one down. He wouldn't, would he?
He never does.
Kind of egging him on to go for it, aren't we?
I don't know what's led to this, but Gambit, God, what's wrong with my brain today?
You're getting already to the grand final, mate, I understand.
Na'Vi have sent 4 towards A early. Now, whether or not they push for info off the back of this, or they're just going to leave poor Perfecto jiggling with a smoke, they're just going to run at them. Molly, great, that will slow them down. It doesn't seem to have stopped down as he is just rampaging straight in. Perfecto needed both just to have a chance. Now the 4-man Na'Vi banana retake. This is another wild ride. Strap in, because Heroic, their investment is paying off. Cadian looking to take first contact. They haven't planted yet. Now it's potentially going to be contested, lads. Jeez Louise, okay. They're not expecting so many from Banana. It's only Cadian holding on to this. Nade is great. Util dump. Cadian just has one head straight in the vice. He is going to get traded out. Shush does have a molly to stop the defuse. If he can just survive, he can get it set up. Electronics on it. If you could just drop the molly, perfect. Force him off the bomb. Time-sensitive mission now. They desperately need the frags. They've got it, and I think they've got time. Who can stop it? It's Shush again. Simple staring at the smoke. You better light it up. Oh, God, it's close. Simple missed his shot. Shush had a chance. The bullets just don't find their mark, and Na'Vi leave with 14. Oh, it could have been so different. So many quick exchanges there. The fact that Simple missed his shot, he could have been punching himself, I assume. So let's watch this one again from the bird's eye view, because they get these frags real quick. Must have, yeah, you can see that blue line.
Jumping at him.
Just 14 HP, dog, damn.
4K, that hasn't broken Heroic's finances. They're going again. The AKs are back out. Simple getting aggressive now. Flashed off the line immediately. Heroic know what's up. Molly's to slow down this boiler ascent, and Na'Vi looking good. I cannot believe they had a 4-man banana retake.
Pulled it off.
The thing is, they had so much util, I thought they were going to set up for an execute of their own, but they just limped on in and made it work. And Heroic, they've tried this V-execute. They've really wanted to test the likes of Perfecto and Boomich, and, well, they pass as a team here, Na'Vi. Only 2 more rounds.
Simple. with exactly that. Pulls the trigger as the screen goes white, and now Heroic falling flat at the final hurdle. Refresh, trying to change our minds, does catch the start of the Na'Vi show. No more Franks for Simple here, kept honest as he concedes his 14th death. Cadian taking long. Boomich has responded, and he just presents himself full wide swing. Another frag. Heroic overcoming this man disadvantage now, an advantage of their own. Perfecto's got a lot to do, but he has been such a hero for Na'Vi. A single incendiary, flashed and pushed. Oh, but he still gets him! No! Disaster for Heroic, they can save it. 20 seconds, it's again from Banana. And Stown, he hears it. He does delete Electronic. Just dips away, he may have spotted him on the repeat. The incendiary implies he does. Bit to secure it, finish what Perfecto started. It's all the way down to the 1v1. An intense affair all over the shop. I thought Perfecto might have done enough there.
That was huge. The lineup, that was perfect for him. Could not have been offered a better opportunity. Look at this. Nades out, lining up, the double kill.
Bomb delivered as well.
Oh, and then just Electronic as he's running up Banana. Just caught off by Stown, a huge kill to find, and then biffing. Staying in this one, Heroic with their 12th.
They needed that. Just to state the obvious in case it hasn't been said enough, that was a compulsory round.
Look at the 4-spy win. These rounds are so few and far between. That tells a great story here of Navi's CT side.
It does, yeah. Testament to the power. I mean, you know what you were describing earlier, Perfecto and Boomich. When playing against Na'Vi, that is a tasty morsel in terms of a sight to hit. I can understand Heroic's penchant for B. I mean, it makes sense.
It's shown a lot of weakness in the past, right? It has been a problem for Na'Vi.
But Perfecto, credit where credit is due, is a real nuisance on this B site.
There's so many different looks out of them in the way that they're approaching this. This isn't just the same standard boost that they're doing. They're showing so much
variety.
Yeah, that's the perfect word for this. And Na'Vi, look, going in with a buy like this, the money was there, but you can see it's not perfect. MP9 and the Famous for the likes of Boomich and Bit, respectively. Simple has his big green. If Heroic just continue to pepper this B bomb side, they will have the advantage.
He's having a look. Gap in the smoke. Set up for success, but there's the flash, there's the frag. Cadian knocks Simple on his ass. A big start. And now they want to take back control of the apartments. We haven't seen much action on A, you know. Perhaps getting a little lazy in the very late stages of this best of 3. Electronic definitely ready. It's a powerful off angle. They're going to be focused on so many places, not this, as he crouches and unloads his mag. Can't finish the job, does tuck in. Bit and Boomich desperate to support. Boomich with one long range. Contact all over the place. Cadian trying to save the day. There's one very close in the smoke. I don't think he's ready. Boomich will strike. They're low. And the bomb's on the way towards B. Stown's completely cleared it out, even taking CT. Oh, they're not ready for this.
No way in the world.
Knives are out. Stown can strike. He can win it right here. Needs clean kills. Does find the first. Electronic at 5. It's just not good enough. He can't make anything out of 5 HP. And Stown confirms our suspicions. Heroic will put a 13th on the board. This is going to go all the rounds of regulation.
It needs to. Na'Vi, they had 1900 as their loss bonus coming into this round. Bottom of the barrel, bin juice as far as their economy is concerned. You can see it for yourself. Nothing to work with here in terms of an investment. They need to be light with how much they do buy into with this one. Oh, dearie me, this is not the place you want to find yourself on the CT side late. Economy broken. They will buy next round, but look, Electronic with 2400 coming in with the plus 1900 he has right now. Boomich, same situation. Their buy to contest against Heroic getting to 15 first is going to look miserable.
Oh, Refresh has just spotted a lot with the strafe jump. Tessa's long-range bursts, and he is going to lose out to the USPs. It can't get worse than this. It's getting worse. They're stacking towards the B site. Heroic is scrambling. You can see just that little extra pep in Na'Vi's step. Now, Electronic and Simple connecting. It's put that long-range Mac 10 and Cadian down, dead to rights.
If they push through Banana here, they might be able to grab these weapons. It's just down to Simple about staying alive in this pit position. It all comes down to timing here for Na'Vi.
But this works out perfectly. It's Simple. They have to get through. How deep will their clears be? Or will they just be under the assumption they've avoided contact? Oh, Simple ruins their day. And Na'Vi's 15th. It was supposed to be with weapons. They've done it with pistols. Stown can try and change our minds, but he'd have to do a brilliant 3-man spray down. He's faffing around with a fake, and there's 3 Na'Vi members around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi, that's a robbery of their own. stealing away 15 right from under Heroic's nose. They did all the hard work in the prior. Now 15's been found. We've got series point, 2 of them in favor of Na'Vi.
Look at this. He's hit 30 again, hasn't he? This animal, this absolute animal.
Freak of nature.
Oh dear, and it almost lined up for Stown in the sense they're all coming from the same position. That spray you were talking about, it could have happened. There was a real world, and Simple on that jump peak has spotted this ascent up middle quickly here. Shush is ahead of it.
Oh God, through the flames, they really were testing their limits on such a crucial round. Anyone's misstep could cost them this. A semi-final, your whole evening, you're burning the midnight oil at this point. All you want is to have a W in the column, to have a game booked for tomorrow. Na'Vi now within touching distance of it, courtesy of another nonsense Deagle USP win. Heroic have had their fair share as of Na'Vi throughout this series. Let's see how it, or if it, ends. They're walking into the 3-man setup. Bit. Got a lot of contact, and so Simple was faffing around with his nades. It did give a little bit of space, but Electronic hits the shots. He's hit more than just the shot. It's Simple with another. Cadian would need Bit as well. Playing for the retake, and it's smart. Cadian's going hunting for this frag. He desperately wants it. A deep Molotov to enable a safe plant. Cadian's walking up on this library player. Loudly, Boomich has made a step. Cadian aware of the possibility. Short the responsibility of Shush. And that CT smoke might give him something to play around. If he could just find Boomich now, which he has. He unloads his mag on the cross, plays safe for time. Shush cowering in fear. His life is so important. And he's, caught a glimpse of one. Now to Perfecto, it's not a great plant, and he's holding it.
He's sitting it.
Yeah, Cadian's not checking it. This is it, 5 seconds, and it fades to black for Heroic. Na'Vi take it. We get the domestic derby. And my God, I'm sure Russia's going to be very busy about 4 p.m. because it is going to be Na'Vi versus Gambit for the DreamHack Masters Spring Finals. It's locked in. What a brawl.
Ja, vi skal sammen. Okay. Han er foran. Ja. Jeg kan fik på de. Fik. Nej! Så er vi herude til højre. Ja!
Nice, man. Var det fucking vigtigt. De har ingen penge nu, hvis jeg er fordyret der.
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I
going into this semi-final, all eyes were on Heroic. Na'Vi looked to impress, but could they have the edge over one of the top 2 rated teams in the world? Well, it turns out yes, yes indeed, because Na'Vi all showed up to the plate today. And you can see the looks on their faces, jubilation as they will be facing Gambit in the grand final tomorrow. Commiserations to Heroic, however, because they put up such a fight, Maniac.
I mean, if you're gonna have a series that is that beautiful, as beautiful as this one, you need 2 teams to show up. And that's definitely what we had today. We had both Heroic and Na'Vi fighting to the death, and at the end, it's Na'Vi, but we have an incredible amount of rounds that could have gone either way. Swing rounds, beautiful moves, eco rounds, everything put together. Simple, obviously, have to mention. Perfecto, an unsung hero of Na'Vi. We had it all. That was one of the most beautiful series I've seen in a long time.
Janko, do you agree?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was a very exciting game to watch, very different than the Gambit G2 series we had earlier, and it seems like it's a recurring theme for Na'Vi so far in this tournament, how they're winning games, right? Like we see the changes, the reform on the T side. They're playing much better as a unit. Simple, of course, doing simple things, like he's playing another insane tournament, always having a couple of crucial rounds individually. The ace clutch to end nuke, here the deagle round towards the end of the game, and Perfecto for me is the big name for Na'Vi in this tournament, not Electronic. He's been doing a great job, especially on the CT side, and most of his highlights are actually from Inferno anchoring that B bombs, and he's been playing really, really well too.
It's interesting.
What he said.
You just give a player a year or so to get used to the team, and then the dividends start to pay off, I guess.
Yeah, it's been a huge improvement for Perfecto, and it might be a little bit early for us to call it as a product of Navi's improvement. We don't exactly know, but what's sure is that in this tournament, he is Simple's sidekick. That's his position. He's been the one saving them, accompanying Simple through that hard carrying. CT side defense is so strong with Boomich on that B side. Again, they were tested, and we've seen that time and time again throughout the tournament, that duo being tested on the B side, and they stand strong. Perfecto's evolution, I think, is one that's been magnificent to watch, and in this series again, he saves them as much as Simple did.
But Heroic kept it down to the wire, time after time, eco after eco. Maniac, can we talk about round 10? Because that round made us feel like Heroic had this in the bag, even though it was the first half.
Yeah, you know, they mentioned it at the cast and they did a great job. That eco round coming in from Heroic, this is not a flop from Na'Vi. It's Heroic coming in with that sneaky play and the trigger discipline right here. Kaden is probably calling, wait, and then they just pound them down. Triple kill with the, I mean, it's a P250 and USPs, but still, this is such a bizarre approach, such a new way of thinking these eco rounds, and Heroic have been very ingenious about how they do it, and then Bit almost pulling it back. But I don't want to put it on Na'Vi's mistake, right? This is Heroic finding a mini gap, just a tie gap, 1 second difference, and winning an eco round.
And before that round, Na'Vi were showing up so well on their T side, Janko.
Yeah, and despite yet again losing the pistol round, this is like, you know, a tilting round. It was a 4v2 in favor of Na'Vi. They defended against the mid push and still, you know, maybe overcomplicated a little bit. Heroic also did a great job baiting them into some rotations, but yeah, they had to do it the hard way. 6 out of 6 times in this series, Na'Vi either loses the pistol, or if they win it, they lose the second round and get reset. Like I can't explain to you how not only difficult that is, like just in game wise, but also how big of a psychological effect it can have. Like it's really a, you know, a gut punch when it happens, more so when you win the pistol and lose the second round. So the fact that they more or less the 2 map wins were comfortable when you look in the grand scheme of things, despite that, is a testament to how much they've improved as a team.
Well, maybe you could ask Simple himself, because he is on the line right now. Hello, congratulations.
Hi, thank you.
So you didn't have the best run of form at EPL 13. You went out early in the playoff stage, and then you changed a player going into this event. Were you expecting to get as far as the grand finals?
Yes, of course, because this player was always watching our games, even when we played with Slammy, and he's progressing really fast.
All right, cool. Congrats on the win. I have a question about, you know, you were losing and winning, okay, but losing also some, you know, anti-eco rounds. You only won 2 pistols, but you lose the second round both times. You know, those are rounds that are really tilting rounds when they happen, but you guys didn't have a problem bouncing back. While, you know, in the past, maybe sometimes that was a problem for you to bounce back from those rounds. Was this something that you also worked on in the boot camp and that you feel like better prepared now mentally for that to happen?
Yeah, we actually won pistol, and all time when we won pistol, we lose fourth. And we were very lucky that we won the next fourth on Inferno. That was the most important on city side. Yeah, but of course, yeah, we are working on this anti-eco strats, but still sometimes when they pushed like 5 mid behind us, for example, this round on eco, that was our mistake, like some very stupid mistakes. Like I was supposed to hold this mid, but we had some different call, and they got this timing and this momentum.
Simple. I want to talk about Perfecto for a second here, because we have been very impressed with what he's been doing in that tournament. Can you please give me a few words? Is that just him improving as an individual? Is that a system? How can we explain that great performance?
I don't know. He's trying his best. He's always trying to progress. He knows that he can play much better. Even now when he played, he knows that, and he understands that it's not his highest peak, and he's just trying to get it. He's like all of our players, like practicing really hard right now. We all understand that some new teams are coming out and trying to remove us from top, and we just working more and more.
One of those teams is Gambit. You'll be facing them tomorrow in the grand final. You did face them last week and they beat you, although it's kind of close. So tell me how you're going to do it tomorrow. How are you going to take the trophy?
We're just gonna prepare like we usually do. Last time we had a really good chance to beat them, but they played much better, and I don't think that we played in our A game. So yeah, just looking forward for CIS final. It's our first CIS final with this team, and it's best of 5 as well. I hope that's gonna be cool.
How about finally winning a DreamHack Masters? Because this is your 3rd DreamHack Masters final, Simple.
Oh really? And I lost too?
You lost to NIP and Astralis.
Okay, yeah, it's time. I don't have DreamHack yet, I guess.
Yeah, you need that under your belt, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Really nice.
Simple, it's very late, so we will let you go talk to your team and hopefully get some Zs
Thank
as
you.
well, because you need them ahead of tomorrow. Yeah, thank you so much. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow in the grand final.
Goodbye. See you.
I did want to ask him, okay, right, what are you going to do differently? But you know the Simple, he's not going to like give me an honest answer. And I respect that.
I just love that Na'Vi versus Gambit, right? There are so many stories that run behind that matchup, you know. Gambit, probably some of these players in their career were looking up to Na'Vi, the likes of Simple, thinking, no, he is a god. Like, he's the example I want to follow through. He's what I want to achieve in Counter-Strike. And now they're going up against them, almost in a position of favorite, right? They're defending against the likes of Na'Vi. And he's talking about it in the interview. He says, there are teams trying to push us from the top. And you mentioned, yeah, Gambit, by the way, Gambit is right there.
They already have,
kind of have done it already. So it is a very, very specific matchup that I'm looking forward to watching.
Yanka, I'm guessing you're feeling the same.
Oh, absolutely. And I have to say, you know, in maybe the first series they played this year in Katowice, Gambit won because they just prepared so well and really in that department completely outplayed Na'Vi. But now we saw, even in this series, you know, Na'Vi has improved in that department as well. They're switching things up more. They have more variety to their game. So it's going to be interesting to see in a best of 5 as well how they square up against Gambit now.
Are you boys ready for some top 5 plays of the day? Because we've had some corkers.
All right, let's do this.
Let's do it. Let's start with you, Maniac, number 5.
Yeah, I'm ready for number 5. I'm actually going in blind, so I'm going to be discovering as we go. But we've had plenty of nice actions. We have Mr. Boomish. That 1 versus 2, I remember because he had very, very low HP, but I like the way he plays it so aggressively. That was the only way he could win that clutch.
Number 4, we have Jax on Inferno. He's killing everyone. He starts off with his teammate, but then does a great job. He's gonna get 4 more here from the side of Gambit, but even with that, unfortunately, not enough for them to win the pistol.
It might not have started off with a knife kill, but it was a tidy 4K AWP clutch from Cajun on Mirage early tonight versus Na'Vi. Crispy, clean, exactly what you want from the IGL.
I mean, he's been making a huge difference with the AWP. Second one, we have Shiro with that 1 versus 3, 14 seconds on the clock. And the flick that you're about to see got me screaming in the green room. Ty and pressure is so high, and he just grabs Nexa. And here, Nico actually makes a mistake. He even tweeted himself, this is how you should not play a 1v1. Shiro just dancing around, staying alive, and putting Gambit on 15.
And of course, the play of the day, we have Simple with that ace clutch on Nuke to win the map for his team. It was getting dicey, but you know, that's why it helps to have Simple on your team.
That's so unfair. It is so unfair to have Simple in your team.
We were watching that in the green room, and Mania was like, yeah, he's got this.
Yeah, because
before he'd even got up to the control room, you were just like, yeah, he's already got it.
Simple has that thing where in some clutches he plays it so aggressively and he's so on the money in the first few gambles he makes in, you know, guessing whoever his opponent is. You know, if gamble 1 pays off, gamble 2 pays off, he's gonna win it. That's it. Like, he's got to figure it out. I mean, the aim is all there. It's just beautiful to see.
Well, let's get up the playoff bracket, because it's also beautiful to see how far we've come in the last couple of days and see officially our 2 grand final teams, Gambit and Na'Vi. Not necessarily, well, at least not necessarily one of the finalists that we're expecting, but definitely a finalist that absolutely deserves it. And I can't even believe I'm saying that, because it's blooming Na'Vi. Of course, we would normally expect them to be in a final, but this is 2021, a CIS grand final. It's just what the doctor ordered, to be honest.
I'm happy about it. I have no complaint. Absolutely not. I'm ready.
If Na'Vi play like they did tonight against Gambit, maybe we're going to have a 5-map series. We haven't seen Bit on all the maps yet. We haven't seen him on Train. So tomorrow, we could see Bit's debut with Na'Vi on Train. That's at least one of many things to get excited about, as well as what Yanko is going to be wearing on the desk. Can we get some hints, please?
I think it's going to be loud. Why not, you know? Counter-maniac a little bit. He's classy. I'm going to be...
Brassy.
All right, let's do this.
It's going to be brassy.
Yeah.
That's what we'd say in the UK. I'm excited for the pocket square alone.
Yeah, the suit's going to change as well. I'm going in for a dark blue, a little bit with a silver tie. So there you have a foreshadowing.
And I'm going to be
I'll
like
represent the forces of good.
I was about to say I'm going to let the side down by being basic, because that's how I roll. Also, how we're going to roll tomorrow is a show match to kick things off. We're going to be seeing the Ancients versus the Zoomers. I guess that's what you call Machine and his team of young'uns. It's going to be Chad versus Alex to start the day off, and start the day off right. Although it could go very, very wrong. You do not want to miss it, and of course you don't want to miss our best of 5 grand final either. So don't. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
It's taking me some time.